Lo logramos, damas y caballeros. Sobrevivimos toda esta semana. Es viernes. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Me llamo Alejandro Salomón y bienvenidos a un rapidín. Nadie me preguntó, donde les quiero platicar del oro, tocando máximos históricos, qué es lo que significa y también la relación que tiene con el dólar, la relación que tiene con los bonos, la nueva, básicamente el nuevo paradigma que acaba de cambiar absolutamente todo en el mercado. Creo que todos lo necesitamos saber, lo necesitamos entender para poder hacer nuestras apuestas bien. Y obviamente se viene el casino del tío Salo. Aquí ya tengo a Alex Aparjan en el backstage de esto, listos para compartir con nosotros todas sus tablas. Pero bueno, quiero empezar rápidamente el día de hoy con esto. Si podemos voltear a ver la tabla, estamos viendo al oro, damas y caballeros, creando máximos históricos. Esta es una tabla semanal. Podemos ver, esto es el 2020, en agosto del 2020. Esto es en marzo del 2022, básicamente el principio del fondo, del principio del bajón. Esto fue mayo del 2023. También hubo una corrección importante en los mercados, que fue este movimiento para abajo en el oro. Y ahora, el día de hoy, agosto del 2024, creo que rompimos los 2.500. Efectivamente, por tantito tiempo rompimos los 2.500. ¿Y esto qué significa, Alejandro? ¿Qué significa que el oro esté tan arriba? ¿Por qué todo el mundo está hablando de esto? Es bastante sencillo. Y a la vez es un poco preocupante, porque en mi opinión, mucha gente cree que el oro simplemente lo estamos comprando, la gente lo compra para protegerse de escenarios como de cisne negro, ¿no? De que si la guerra con Rusia, si la guerra con esto. Pero en mi punto de vista, eso es el dólar. Y lo estamos viendo, el movimiento de lo mismo pasar con el dólar, que es interesante y ahorita vamos a ir con esto. Pero con el oro, lo que el oro nos está diciendo y sobre todo con la nueva manera de ver lo que están usando el oro como los diferentes países, que básicamente es la misma forma, pero están poniendo en su balanza una gran cantidad de oro para poder deshacerse de dólares, también en sí fiat en total. ¿Por qué? Porque el oro subiendo a estos niveles te están diciendo que van a devaluar la moneda aún más. Y la gente va a decir, pero ¿cómo? Eso quiere decir inflación. ¿Cómo va a haber inflación si estás diciendo que va a haber deflación en estos momentos? Correcto. Recuerden que el oro vende en el principio, en lo más feo del mercado. Ahí es cuando el oro vende y todo rota una vez más a diferentes cosas, hasta que llega al fondo del mercado y eso mismo rota el riesgo una vez más. Pero en esta ocasión estamos viendo que es un poco diferente el movimiento del oro. Sigue nada más subiendo, consolidando, subiendo, consolidando, subiendo. Y esto es porque ha habido una gran cantidad de impresión monetaria. Y así es como nos roban el dinero. Quiero que quede claro, yo sé que se los digo todo el tiempo, pero para la gente que nos está viendo y nos está acompañando por primera vez, es muy importante entender esto. Nuestros políticos adorados y hermosos alrededor del mundo, que nos cuidan a todos, por supuesto, tienen nuestros mejores intereses. Para los que no sepan, es un sarcasmo. Y estos tíos, lo que se dieron cuenta es, podemos robarle a la gente sin que la gente se dé cuenta. Básicamente, es así de fácil, es así de fácil. ¿Cómo pueden robarte sin que te des cuenta? ¿No? O sea, si alguien te quita 30% de tu dinero en el banco, te das cuenta. Pero si imprimo una gran cantidad de dinero nuevo, devalúo tu dinero 30%, estoy quitándote 30% de valor y yo me estoy imprimiendo la cantidad esa gigantesca para dársela a mis amigos, las compañías de armas, que de regreso me van a dar sobornos y apoyar mi campaña. Digo, lobbying, no se dicen sobornos en Estados Unidos, soborno es legal. Entonces te dan lobbying, te dan tus kickbacks, ¿no? Todo lo delicioso. Y así es como nos roban dinero sin que nadie se dé cuenta. Por eso le gusta a la gente por eso no ponen en realidad y no hablan nada de esto en las escuelas de dinero, para que nunca entiendas esto y que te están absolutamente violando parado. Así de sencillo. El problema en este momento con el oro llegando a máximos históricos es bastante sencillo, si lo queremos ver así. El oro nos está diciendo que van a imprimir una cantidad de dinero desgraciada una vez más. Eso es mi opinión. Lo que yo creo es que el oro está oliendo y adelantándose a más devaluación monetaria. ¿Cuándo va a pasar esta devaluación monetaria, Alejandro? Sencillo, sencillo. Cuando básicamente, y tenemos que ver qué tan rápido ocurre, porque estamos viéndolo en China, cómo el periodo deflacionario lleva años y simplemente no deja de empujar, pero la dinámica de la economía china es muy diferente a la nuestra, muy diferente. Entonces, y también al mismo tiempo nuestra relación con nuestro gobierno es muy diferente porque creemos que no somos China, aunque yo creo que ha sido más que probado que sí, pero nuestro gobierno tiene otro tipo de reacciones, otro tipo de política en este tipo de circunstancias. ¿A qué voy con esto? Yo creo que vamos a ver el desempleo. Lo primero que he visto es el gráfico del desempleo ha subido por encima de todos los promedios mensuales en los que se mueve. ¿Eso qué quiere decir? La última vez que hizo esto, el desempleo subió 100% y la penúltima vez que lo hizo subió 250% y la última vez antes de esa subió 100%. Entonces, el mínimo que hemos visto cuando el desempleo sube a cierto punto es que sube unos niveles loquísimos, lo que lo pone en este momento en un mínimo de 8% con un 100% de probabilidad de llegar ahí. Eso le da bastantes altas probabilidades y de dispararse hasta el 12% el desempleo con los datos falsos de gobierno, hasta el 12%, que sería una absoluta locura. Entonces, si llegamos a tener algo así, probablemente la Reserva Federal vaya a imprimir una cantidad brutal de dinero por la desaceleración tan cabrona que estamos viendo ya en todo. Y estamos viéndolo al punto donde McDonald's, Taco Bell y hoy Subway anunció que, aunque ustedes no lo crean, iban a empezar a hacer comidas más baratas e iban a organizar lo mismo que McDonald's está organizando. ¿Cuál es el problema con esto? Obviamente destruyen todas sus ganancias, destruyen a sus dueños de franquicias y todos los dueños de franquicias no están contentos porque no van a hacer dinero. La gente pobre no tiene dinero ni para comer en estos lugares, pero la gente millonaria no está haciendo dinero en estos momentos porque la gente pobre no puede consumir. Estamos viendo literalmente el choque entre los dos bandos, que es normalmente cuando se relacionan, cuando empieza a haber caídas fuertes. Económicamente hablando, definitivamente estamos en picada para abajo. Lo podemos ver con los coches, lo podemos ver con bienes raíces, lo podemos ver mismo hoy que entregaron los resultados de casas nuevas, permisos nuevos, va a la baja, estuvieron bajo expectativa, estuvieron bajo las expectativas, que las expectativas ya eran bajas. Y eso que nos dice que el mercado inmobiliario también se está alentizando y fuerte, muy fuerte, sobre todo cuando volteamos a ver hipotecas de niveles de peticiones de hipotecas de menos de literalmente que no habíamos visto hace 30 años. Estamos estancados, no podemos crecer, nuestras figuras de crecimiento son literalmente solamente por el gasto de gobierno, lo que nos va a llevar a una situación fea. La cosa es, la reacción de la Reserva Federal es lo que va a hacer que impriman una cantidad de dinero absolutamente brutal y va a seguir generando inflación en lo que importa. Porque esa cantidad de inflación, esa cantidad de dinero impreso, probablemente vaya a ser usado al principio para que la gente pueda comer y la gente tenga, porque estamos a ese grado donde la gente no tiene para eso. Están poniendo literalmente comida en esa deuda fantasma. La deuda fantasma es la que pagas a paguitos y no aparece en tu reporte de crédito. Más de 10% de esa deuda fantasma es delincuente, que no la han pagado a tiempo, que van retrasados en los pagos y está creciendo ese número bastante rápido. Entonces, cuando volteamos a ver todos estos ingredientes, sabemos que va a venir un desplome económico brutal. La reacción de la Reserva Federal, en mi opinión, es lo que el oro está protegiéndose en contra de. Todo ese oro, una vez que devalúen una vez la moneda, va a salir a comprar nuevas cosas. Y otra cosa que se me hace muy interesante es voltear a ver el dólar en esta dinámica. ¿Por qué? Hay algo que nos está mintiendo en este momento. Esto es el dólar en la semanal. El dólar en la semanal está en una tendencia un poco alcista. Parecería que esto es bajista, bajista, bajista. Y en mi opinión personal, si estoy volteando a ver esto, altos más bajos, altos más bajos. Y esto es, y estás creando bajos más altos, bajos más altos y bajos más altos. Todavía no te está diciendo a dónde quiere ir el dólar. No te lo está diciendo para nada. Está en un nivel muy importante y no queremos, bueno, depende qué es lo que estés buscando, ¿no? Pero si el dólar quiere seguir alcista, no queremos que rompa los 102, 199 y que vaya a buscar un nuevo alto. Pero si el dólar parece y se ve como una absoluta cagada, entonces, ¿cómo me estás diciendo esto? ¿Eso tendría sentido con el dólar? Pues sí, se van a devaluar. Pero al mismo tiempo, voltea a ver los bonos. Los bonos están cayendo fuerte y van a seguir cayendo. El rendimiento de los bonos. Eso quiere decir que el valor de los bonos, que la gente está comprando dólares y los bonos, un recordatorio a todo el mundo, los bonos son el mercado de dinero, cabrones. Y si la gente se está yendo a refugiar al dólar, porque estamos viendo que todo esto está cayendo, cuando caen los yields es que todo el mundo está comprando bonos, ¿qué te dice esto? La gente se está refugiando en el dólar. Entonces, ¿por qué el dólar tiene cara de que puede caer y se ve tan mal? Personalmente, pienso que uno de los dos nos está mintiendo. Y yo creo que el dólar es el que va a repuntar con fuerza. ¿Por qué? Porque el dólar repuntó con fuerza en el 2022, que fue cuando cayó todo el mercado. Y yo creo que es básicamente lo que vamos a ver. ¿Cuánto tiempo se va a tardar? Nadie sabe, nadie sabe. Y estamos entrando en un nuevo paradigma que es muy importante mencionar. Y ese paradigma, damas y caballeros, es que malas noticias son malas noticias, buenas noticias son buenas noticias para el mercado. No vienen buenas noticias próximamente, no lo vienen. Y aquí es donde tenemos que poner atención a todo lo que estamos haciendo. Por eso es importante entender todo esto que estamos viendo y todas estas dinámicas. Porque por más que parezca una cosa, hay un lobo disfrazado aquí de corderito y tenemos que entender cuál es, el dólar o los bonos. ¿Cuál de los dos es? Porque depende muchísimo de eso, cuál va a ser el siguiente movimiento de todos los mercados y de la economía también. Bueno, es reaccionable, es reaccionario a la economía, sabemos que la economía está en el pito, pero es tal cual esto. Así que pongamos muchísima atención, damas y caballeros. Esto fue literalmente lo que nadie me preguntó. Oro haciendo altos históricos a la preocupación de una gran devaluación monetaria alrededor del mundo. Personalmente creo que va a venir pronto. Así que estemos al pendiente con esto y puede que el oro esté a punto de hacer máximos y probablemente consolidar por un rato como lo hizo cuando llegó a los $2,000. $2,500 es un precio bastante importante en mi opinión y probablemente el precio se vaya a mover de lado por un rato antes de hacer cualquier otra cosa o tal vez se siga para arriba. Si se sigue para arriba, preocúpense aún más. Si se va de lado, preocúpense más lentamente. Es todo lo que les quiero decir. Vámonos rapidísimo al casino del tío Salo, que tenemos aquí a Alex y a Farhan. Para todos ustedes que quieran ser parte del casino y parte de la comunidad, estamos aquí abajo en la descripción. Les tengo el Discord, que es absolutamente gratis entrar y poder platicar con toda la comunidad. Más de 2,200 degenerados, que seguimos creciendo bastante rápido. También tienen para poder tradear a aquellos valientes que quieren tradear desde Estados Unidos, todo el mundo que no requiere KYC. Les dejo el exchange de Bluffing, que también tiene varias sorpresillas, concursos, etcétera. Y también el de BitGet. BitGet sí requiere KYC, no funciona en Estados Unidos, pero tiene mejores fees. Pero aquí les dejo los dos. Les voy a traer a los maestros y vamos a empezar con absolutamente todo. Recuerden, esto lo hacemos en inglés y después del análisis de cada uno, yo traduzco a español y de ahí nos vamos uno a uno. Vamos a intentar ir lo más rápido posible. Vamos a darle, empecemos desde el principio, damas y caballeros. My boys, welcome. Farhan, remember you
Unmute.
Yo, what up, man?
Good morning, my friends. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Doing good. We're watching Bitcoin going down. We're watching our shorts print. We're feeling good.
Definitely feeling good about that. But the rest of the market is just like so strange. I was just looking at the dollar. I'm looking at bonds, bond yields. I'm looking at gold. It feels a little messy, right? What do you guys think?
Somebody is lying to us because like bonds are telling us something different. The dollar is telling us that it's on the higher time frames, like the monthly, that it's extremely bearish.
Yeah.
So who knows who we have to trust? Somebody is lying, right? Somebody is lying.
You know, and we're seeing that like kind of across the board. I mean, markets really haven't been that clear. We have Bitcoin kind of selling off. Equities look strong. You know, the dollar's kind of in a weird point where it looks bearish, but it's not really correlating too much with risk on in regards to crypto. Weird market overall. I mean, I was kind of surprised to see gold breaking out.
Yeah, like whatever's going on, it makes no sense, but obviously nothing makes sense anymore these days. But you know what makes sense? The charts. Let's go into the charts. Let's start looking at these charts and these prices for these people. Eduardo wants us to look at Shopify. Shopify had a nice rally for as far as last time I checked it.
Where you want me to start with that?
Yeah, please.
All right,
please.
Let's do it.
Oh yeah, very nice rally on Shopify.
Yeah, that was.
Was Shopify what you were using for sellmodern.com?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally, in my opinion, the best e-commerce platform that there is.
Easily.
I agree.
Honestly. That's what I was using when I was drop shipping. All the other platforms, they work, but Shopify is very seamless. I mean, user-friendly.
It's very user-friendly, and it has the most plugins.
And that's true, too. Their app store is unmatched.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here
we go. Yeah, please, Shopify. Let's go.
So I'm going to start on the weekly on Shopify right now. We had a huge, massive green candle. Not only was this a huge a green candle, but we have one of the biggest bullish engulfings I've ever seen. We engulfed this candle, almost this candle, but not quite because we didn't quite go above this wick high. But we have 1, 2, almost 3 bullish engulfing candles. And this is an insane candle on a stock, especially on a stock that's on the NYSE. A candle like this, where if you were to take from the bottom to the top, a 42% candle in 1 week on a stock. Is this a shit coin or is this a stock? Somebody correct me.
I think it's a little bit of both.
Right?
It's acting
because
like it.
With candles like this, like you genuinely do not know.
Yeah.
What I really like to see is that we lost the blue zone over around here in April 2024. We've been staying below it for the entire time. We just like this candle here, we had the exact same candle on the opposite side. Massive bearish engulfing. We engulfed this, almost this one, but not quite this one. We closed below the blue zone. We went all the way down. This number right here is this is the 95% zone. So it makes sense that we did not close below there because based off of that zone, you have to subtract it from 100. So there's only a 5% chance of closing below there. So it makes sense to get a little bit of a bounce. We tested back the blue zone. We rejected it for a little bit. We had a little bit of a red candle. We still maintained that blue zone. And then we ended up closing within it. We got this little move down where we closed below it again. We went all the way down to the 88.3, but we didn't close below it because there's only an 11.7% chance of closing below there based off of these numbers, which is why I love this so much, where it gives you an actual number.
I was going to say, I finally understand your fucking indicator after looking at it for so long.
Yeah, this is why I love
it now.
This is why I love this one so fucking much, is because it gives you an actual number and you don't have to put any guessing into it. You just have the probabilities, and the probabilities are all you need. Because if the probabilities are wrong, then you can easily switch back around to the other side, and you get those same probabilities on the opposite direction. Which is why, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this before several times. If there was only one indicator I could use in my entire life, it would just be this one, because it gives you the numbers on every single level. Right now,
it's pretty simple once you understand. It's pretty simple once you understand it. At first, it looks overwhelming, but once you really go through it, and after so many times that we've gone through it and you've explained it, I really
all of these lines usually confuse people, and they're like, "Oh, what's going on in your chart?" But once you know what every color of the line means, it is an absolute cheat code.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, we're still within this blue zone. We have yet to break out of it, but this candle is looking extremely strong to me. We have another 5 hours and 38 minutes before this weekly candle closes. What the bulls would absolutely love to see for a breakout is if we can close above this top of the blue zone, which right now is at 77.27. If we get a close above that, we would have to target the top of the fib ranges based off of the HPDR. And to get an even better number is if I were to put a regular Fibonacci extension. Let's see if this lines up with our HPDR fib numbers, because whenever you get those to line up, that gives you the ultimate confluence. And right now, our 78.6 is sitting right around this 50% level, which is at the 200 SMA.
Ooh.
I don't think we would have to get up here to get our breakout because of the HPDR. If I did not have the HPDR, I would say that we would have to get above 79.81 on a weekly to get a target of this number is going to go down on every single weekly closure. And what I like to see is that it's around this area. So it's probably most likely going to come down to this area around $119.80 to $120. But the only way to get that, the first indication will be that we get a close above this 38.2. If we get that, then we have a 61.8% chance of going to that level. And what gives you an even more confirmation is that once we get above this 200 SMA, because every single time that we've been around it, we deviated. Let's go back to the previous price action. We had our major breakdown below it. We retested it, we rejected it, deviated it, rejected it again. So that's telling you that this 200 SMA is going to be a very, very significant level. So if we're able to get that breakout, I feel like we're going to get maybe a little bit of a rejection here, come back down, get everybody scared, telling them everybody's going to think that we're getting another deviation or a rejection of the 200, come back down to this top blue zone. But if once we break above this blue zone, it becomes very, very significant support. So once we break above that, you'll be able to use this 38.2. And that would tell you that we only have, once we break above it, we only have a 38.2% chance of breaking below it again. So probabilities would be to the upside after that.
70-30 basically. Yeah.
Yeah, and right now, our momentum indicators are breaking out. It's going above the neutral zone, is going into positive territory. The last time that happened was over here, where price was around, what is this, $61, and then we ended up going to $67. So that wasn't a very good move. But the difference is, though, on that time, the volatility was declining as well. So that was telling us that this was a corrective move and that we shouldn't be looking for anything higher from there. On the opposite hand, right now, volatility is giving us the exact opposite thing, where volatility is starting to pick up, and it's supporting this move to the momentum move to the upside. When we look at our Joule, the Joule is starting to lose it's lost its sell signal right here. It went to neutral. It was not able to flip to buy because it was still flipping down. But right now, we were getting the neutral signal that we like because it's flipping back up. We still do not have the buy signal. It's not going to give us a number to what it would take to flip to the buy signal, but that's where your basic understanding of technical analysis comes into, where you can get an idea where it will flip to the buy signal. And when we pull up our fibs, it brings us right here into this golden pocket, which we're currently above, which is why we have a neutral signal. But if you break above this 382 on a weekly close, that's going to flip into a buy signal. And the last time we had a buy signal anywhere around this area was over here. We got a buy signal here in the bearish control zone. The price was $45, and it went all the way up to $90, which is literally a 100% move. I'm not going to just bullshit you guys. I'm going to pull up my measurement tool and pull it up. 101% move. So I wasn't bullshitting you. I could do the math in my head sometimes. Right now, if we were able to get that, I would not expect a 100% move from here, but I would at the very least expect somewhere around, at a minimum, this 95% range, which is at $94. And that would still be a very significant move from here, because this is a stock, you got to remember. This is not a shit coin.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be a 26% move. And I do not think it's going to stop here. I think we're going to get some a rejection here, maybe some consolidation, because you have to remember this is a 95% zone. So you only have a 5% chance of continuation from here. So in my opinion, if you were to get up there and you're an aggressive trader, I would take a short there.
Short.
Make my stop loss slightly above it, because everybody else is going to have their stop losses here too. So instead of $94.77, I would have my stop loss at around $100, maybe $101, and get out. And if we get any type of weekly close above there, I would get out. And because this is a stock, and most people on stocks are not leveraged, that would not be a very big loss at all based off of the risk to reward. That would be like you would end up making 26% to the upside, and if you get stopped out, you would lose right about like maybe 5%. Mm-hmm. So if you put that risk to reward, 26% gain versus a 5% loss, that is one of the most easy trades that you could take in your life, because it's so much confidence behind it. Right now, if we look at the monthly on Shopify, I'm very interested to look at the monthly.
Oh, that green candle must be insane.
Yeah, this monthly candle, not only do we have a huge monthly green candle, we have a massive wick as well. This is what I would call a hammerhead candle, especially to the when it's green. And not only is it a hammerhead, but it's one of the strongest hammerheads I've ever seen, with such a huge body. We're getting resistance right here at the golden pocket, which is like very normal to see. But not what makes me feel better is that we're getting resistance, but we were not getting a massive wick after it. So it's telling us that bulls are still in control, because there is no wick and we have a very strong body. So if we close above that area, it gives us that same target higher above at the bottom blue zone at 38.2, which is that same number around $90. Our Joule right now is giving us a sell signal, but it's starting to curve around. And we are at the fast moving average. What we want to see is to hold that area, consolidate a little bit, and we want to see this Joule flip to a neutral right around this pink. If it can flip to a neutral in the pink and flip back to a buy, that will give us one of our perfect Joule buy signals. We do not have the the slow moving average yet. I don't know why we have we don't have it. Oh, I see, because there's not enough history. It's only been around since March of 2018 that the Joule has even populated. So that's why we don't have the slow moving average, but it's not really that much of a worry as long as we have the fast one. And if we hold this fast area here, flip back up to a buy signal, in my opinion, that's literally the ultimate Joule signal that you'll get. and that gives us my confluence for my target back up to that higher $90 zone. If we can flip it, I think we will easily hit that zone. If we close above here, though, I can't say if we will or not, because since we've closed below it already, and we closed below it by a lot, but price really wants to go back to the blue zone every single time. Like we went below, price normally went back to the blue zone. But if we can close above that blue zone, we would have that another target of the top of the blue zone. And right now, that area is at $120. You got to keep in mind this number is going to move down after every single close. And this is a stock, so it doesn't move very fast. And what that number is probably going to move down to is right here where this median is at. Probably this is going to go down a little bit. And what I love to see in this area is you have right here this breakdown zone. We broke down, we retested, and then we broke down even more. The most ideal textbook move for the median to go to will be right here around this breakdown zone around $98. And also gives you that psychological level of 100, where if you reject $100 and we move, we get a wick down to the downside, everybody's going to start getting scared. They're going to say, okay, $100 has been rejected. That's the psychological level. That's our next lower high, and we're going to go down from there. I don't think that's going to be the worst thing on the planet. I think if we do reject from this area, we're going to come back down to this bottom area, which right now aligns exactly with this previous rejective wick. And that level is $91. That same $90 level keeps coming back up every single time. Let me check my divergences, and then I'll be done after that. The divergences are one of my favorite things to look at, especially with one of these stocks, because they always work by the textbook and they work very cleanly. I'm sorry, Alejandro, were you about to say something?
No. I was just coughing. I'm sorry.
Right now on the weekly, we have a drive of bullish divergence within the bearish control zone, which is exactly where you want to see the bullish divergence. The idea with divergences is if you have a bullish divergence, you want to see it within the bearish control zone. That's going to tell you that the bears are running out of steam and the bulls are now in control. And if you want to see a bearish divergence, you want to see it within the bullish control zone. So that tells you that the bulls were previously in control, and then they started losing control, and then the bears took control. So we had one drive right here. We ended up getting support at the bottom of the bullish control zone. We went up. We got another drive of bearish divergence right here, right at the bullish control zone. And that marked this that last rejective high at $83. And we went from $83 down to 37% down to $52.50. So we currently do not have that bearish divergence. We have it in the opposite side for the bullish divergence. We've hit the easy target, which is the middle zone, and we did not find rejection there. We just broke above it, and now we're consolidating right here, right below the bullish control zone. In my opinion, I don't look at this for price action because this is very predatory in price action. Whenever people say we're consolidating right below resistance on price action, that's not very bullish to me. To me, whenever I see price consolidating below resistance or price action, it looks like bulls are trying to pull it up, but they can't do it. They still haven't been able to make it. And then at that point, it becomes much easier for bears to take control. But when you see it on the RSI, it makes a whole difference because there's so many less people looking at it on the RSI. Mm-hmm. And this isn't very clean, but on the RSI, it doesn't really matter because there's less people looking at it. There's so few people looking at it. Do you guys see somewhat of an inverse head and shoulders right here? Right here, the shoulder, the headline right here, then we have the next shoulder, and now we're about to break above it. We don't have a confirmation, but if we do break like this, it's going to confirm the inverse head and shoulders, and then our target would be the bullish control zone. And right now, the bullish control zone is at $77, but this number is going to keep moving up, and this is going to be our minimum target based off the head and shoulders. If the head and shoulders actually does inverse head and shoulders plays out, we're going to be targeting the bullish critical zone. And right now, the bullish critical zone is at $140. That number is going to go down. 100% is going to go down. And a good idea to guess where it's going to go down to is you have to look at our previous rejective highs. And that one right now is right at that $90 to $91 area. And this number keeps coming back up. We go to the monthly. There's currently no divergences on the monthly. I would have loved to see some divergences on the monthly, but we don't have that. We tried to get some bullish divergence, but we're not able to confirm it because price didn't go lower. So there's no divergences there. Let's see on the quarterly. There's nothing on the quarterly. Daily, we have the same little bit of inverse head and shoulders in the daily, but the daily inverse head and shoulders is already played out. The reason why you know it's played out is that it went to the bullish control zone, it based off the bullish control zone, and then it continued to go up. So off of this setup, I would not target the bullish critical zone. Most people would be like, yeah, we already have this inverse head and shoulders, we can target that. I feel like that would be a bull trap. Right now, I'm thinking that maybe we move up a little bit, but I don't think we will break around $77 to $75. I think we would consolidate there. Maybe have these momentum indicators move down a little bit, and then from there we would get our target from the weekly on the bullish control zone. Right now, we're looking at the jewel on the daily. We're getting a very sharp buy signal up. We're moving into the bullish control zone, but the reason why I advise caution here is because this indicator right here, this combines the jewel with volatility. So it's telling us that volatility is going to very extreme highs. Right now, we're at such extreme highs, we're even above our the rally that we had around June of 2024, when price went from $57 all the way up to $71, where volatility was at its extreme highs. Right now, we're even above those extreme highs. So we have to be looking for consolidation here, based off of these indicators. It would be more of a gamble to keep going long from here based off of these volatility indicators. Because once volatility goes up, you have to remember volatility is programmed to contract once it goes up, and it's also programmed to expand when it goes down. So there's only so much we can do from here because volatility is already at the 95% zone. I don't like to use these terms because I consider them memes, but this technically would be an overbought area.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And on the other hand, you're looking at the BBWP, the Bollinger Bands with percentile, which uses the Bollinger Bands to give you a volatility number, and we were at 98%. The last time we were at that area was right here on this mega dump, and because our volatility was so high at that point, price had to naturally go to a mean reversion. So we ended up going from $56 all the way up to $70. So right now we have that same thing, but we have it to the upside, where price moved up, volatility went to the extremes. So now we have to look for a mean reversion on the opposite direction. I don't think it's a death sentence. What I would look for right here, since we are still on an uptrend, I would look for some type of consolidation, maybe a little bit of a retest of our previous breakout zone. I could see a fill of this gap. It would not be the best thing ever for the bulls to see this gap, but it would not be the worst thing ever. If we get this gap, we get a very nice reaction here. We get a wick. In my opinion, that would be our next higher low, and we can go from there. But I would not look to move up from there as long as this volatility is still at extreme levels. We would want to see this volatility at least come down to the middle zone. Once it comes there and price is still making higher lows, at that point, I would be comfortable saying that we can make a next high from there. And let's get our retracement and see. We go from the candle close to the low. And right now, we are currently well above our 78.6. So as long as we're above this, perfect number, $69. As long as we're above this number, we have to target the top 61.8% level. Which, how many times have we brought this number up? $91. Right now, we have so many different setups giving us that same $90 target that as long as we're above that previous area that we were talking about before, we have a target around that $90 area. And this is not bullish hopium. This is not being a moon boy. This is just looking at the stats and just going off of the numbers, because you have to do that. You have to remove your bias and you have to look at the numbers.
I'll add to your stuff just a little bit, to your analysis. This on the weekly, just put it like that, connect the super high across these highs right here that are at $90, basically the 91.5 that you're looking at, and it goes through it right here, right? If you basically get a fake pump all the way to here and then down, right? Like, let me just be your Alex right now. Goes here and then gets rejected and goes back down. It's kind of like what you're saying that could happen. The interesting thing is this resistance right here, if we fail to break out right here and we go down, your resistance becomes 69.
Yeah.
Right here.
Perfect number.
It's perfect number, but there's confluence just with this stupid line right there for you. Interesting with the SMA 200, that also is going to keep coming down if we're lower than the price, and it's at 79 right now. It might not even make another high right here. This could be a little bit of a bull trap, in my opinion, like thinking that we might break that to the upside. But I do think you're saying, we're at least going to go try reach the $80 mark, or perhaps the
that's
85.
your 200, right? 200 SMA.
Yeah, the purple one
So
right
if
here.
if we were able to break above that, because you see beforehand when we had our dump, we
Mhm.
tried to base off the 200, we rejected it, and then we had our massive dump after that.
Right here, absolutely.
Yes. So what I'm thinking is that if we reclaim this 200, we're going to get that exact same type of move, but
to the upside. Yeah. So it's going to be a matter of basically just breaking this and breaking this zone. This is going to be critical right here. We want to close on the weekly above the $77 mark, right? That's basically what we want, just to keep pushing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, señor. All righty. Perfecto. Tenemos Shopify acá, lo estamos viendo en la semanal. Vimos todo lo que Farhan nos enseñó, sobre todo viendo todos sus indicadores en la mensual, semanal, diaria. Yo creo que lo más importante es la semanal, donde el momentum va para arriba, la volatilidad va para arriba. El Joule, que tenía una señal de venta, se cambió a una señal neutral, y ahorita justamente está el precio en el ¿cómo se dice? El bolsillo dorado, el Golden Pocket, no sé cómo se dice en español, honestamente. Algo que probablemente deba de aprender para poder decirles a ustedes. Eso nos lleva y nos da un objetivo en este momento de precio para romper en la semanal. Si eres alcista en Shopify, quieres romper los 77. Si puedes ganarle a los 77.27, que es literalmente esto, más o menos por acá. Faltan 5 horas y 20 minutos para que cierre la semanal. Los alcistas están buscando que puedan tener un cierre arriba de los 77.27. De ahí, lo que vamos a buscar es, y es muy importante que podamos romper este promedio de los 200, el morado que están viendo en mi pantalla. ¿Por qué? Porque si nos echamos para atrás y vemos acá, podemos ver que la última vez que intentamos treparnos y nos rechazó, tuvimos un gran dump Peru por aquí, en esta zona, y esto nos dio un chingadazo a la baja de 66.99%. O sea, es bastante significante. Sí podemos romper esto a la alza. De verdad confirmar que esta línea, esta tendencia bajista está rota. Rompemos los 79.77, que es el promedio de los 200 días, el SMA 200. Nuestro siguiente objetivo sería en los 91. Ojo acá, que hay bastante confluencia en todos los precios que nos dio Farhan en este momento con esta zona. Entonces, hay una alta probabilidad de llegar a este nivel, pero lo que no sabemos es si vamos a rechazar para abajo o subir. Y una cosa que les voy a decir, Shopify es comercio en línea. Y si estamos viendo que la economía se está deteriorando, tenemos que ver cómo van a llegar sus resultados también, que es interesante para mí. Así que Shopify, eres alcista, quieres cerrar arriba de los 77.27 esta semana en 5 horas y 20 minutos. Después buscar romper el S&P 200, que es los 79.89. Si puedes romper eso, a buscar tu siguiente objetivo, que son los 91.50. Y si puedes romper eso, tu siguiente objetivo son casi los $120. Esa es la cosa y tienes que estar pendiente. Aquí, de nuevo, zona de alto riesgo y para hacer un short también, porque si hay un rechazo acá y se va para abajo, y vean, aquí estamos creando estructura, ¿no? Están viendo bajos más bajos. Este es interesante si lo ven así. Ven cómo hizo el fake out a la baja, es perfecto, o sea, pero perfecto. Pueden ver cómo hizo el fake out a la baja, dijo ni madre, regresó, retomó y se fue para arriba. Entonces, no quieres romper estos nuevos bajos y esta tendencia alcista. Si rompes esto aquí a la baja, pues prepárate para ver más para cómo se lo lleva el Chile al gran Shopify. Listo. Vale, pues, alrighty. Alex, I'm a fucking idiot, dude. I should have told you if you wanted to get going with AAL.
Nice. Let me pull this up.
So,
while
you
AAL,
pull...
I thought it was Apple.
No.
Airlines.
American Airlines.
Okay.
Damn, what a dump Peru.
Yeah, it's not looking too good.
I thought airlines were killing it.
Let me see. Let me pull this up.
That's what everybody was saying. Oh, airlines are so good. They're fucking destroying it. You see 55 under, 100 under, 9 under, 21 under. It's basically fucked. Volatility is compressing. So it could be a big move coming up right here. Interesting. You ready? Oh, I'm sorry.
Nice. All right, let's see here. So American Airlines on the monthly. I mean, it's looking interesting to me. 14 days until this monthly closure. We see last month we essentially lost this support range right at the bottom at $11. So essentially what I'm looking at here is it's going to catch some support around here. When I see this this area, we had a nice dump like massively in 2008 when it lost this area. And then essentially what had happened was, we've just been ranging for multiple months in this range here. It's hard to find an area on the next spot on this chart. When I'm looking at a monthly, I'm basically looking at this low here, possibly being next support. Big move though. I don't think it's going to happen overall, next month or even in 2 months from now. But American Airlines looks bad, and we can just see that by how it's reacting with the 9 here. It steadily can't get up, and it's essentially just in a downtrend. Which isn't a surprise considering it's kind of been like that now for a while. So we have to look at this wick low that was formed on in May 2020. If we break this low here, and I can just draw another meme, just like some support here. If this low breaks, I do think American Airlines will probably have another breakdown. You know, at this point, that's kind of the hopium is bulls want this support at $11 to get reclaimed again. It's not a good sign that essentially last month it lost it, and then this month it's just unable to even get up, slightly front running the rejection. But that's the monthly. If we go to the weekly here, you can see the rejection point lining up perfectly with that $11, where that 9 was, and that's kind of where we rejected. So now we're having a nice rally into this week, but we have to still look at that 1050 being resistance until proven otherwise. Essentially, when we're in a multi-month range, and now we're getting a breakdown, we can't discount that essentially. When let's see how the bands are looking too, and so we see that the weekly Bollinger Bands are starting to expand down, so it's solidifying to me the breakdown, and that's not a bullish sign overall. Essentially, like if you're bullish on this, you want structure to be formed or at least range trade this, and as it stands, that $11 is very crucial on American Airlines.
Look at the daily.
I would basically, I don't see any reason to be long here. So the daily as well, like I said, the hopium is that we essentially don't break this low. And so it makes sense we're somewhat getting a bounce here, but the 21 on the daily, even though it can get above the 9, it's kind of been holding price down. So as I see it now, ideally bulls want this low at 9 to hold, and they want to start pushing up. If they can break back above $11 and hop back in this range, we can look at this as like a failed breakdown. Very much kind of not here because it hits support, but that's just what I would look at it like, a failed breakdown. But $11 is a very important area. And the weekly solidifies that right here. If weekly can pop back up, reclaim the 9, while also reclaiming this meme range it's been in for a very long time, it solidifies that we probably can push back up to like 1170, $12. There will be a really key reaction to see if we're gonna roll over. We see that $12 here, and we also have this massive gap. So that's something I'd look at if $11 can get reclaimed. Until then, it's in no man's zone. I'm not getting a long, I'm not getting a short. Maybe a push into this 11 potentially could make for an easy short, just because the invalidation's easy, especially when we have this range, where price kind of has been respecting it. we have an easy invalidation if you flip short or even long on a reclaim. But as it stands, to me, it looks like the weekly is breaking down, which it makes sense considering the monthly basically did lose this range here. Out of curiosity, I'm curious to see if the weekly bands are expanding down. How's the monthly bands? And we see they are trying to pinch down now too. Again, solidifying. It's not bullish. It's not a bullish sign. Let me go and just see real quick how the BBWP looks on the daily. And so it makes sense that the daily essentially, let me get the Bollinger Bands off. Let's go back to the daily here. It makes sense to me that we are getting a bounce, especially with BBWP at extremes here. Very much like Shopify, a mean reversion makes sense to the upside. But until proven otherwise, I would just be looking at $11 as resistance now. And that just lines up with the weekly 9, right around that area of $10.80 to $11. If bulls can consolidate right here, this will just bring these moving averages more down. But as it stands, I'm looking at $10.80 to $11 as resistance, especially on the weekly. Popping back around this level probably will be a very interesting point. It's like a big inflection point on this chart. Pop back in the range, cool. We're just back in the range. We can range trade this and look for a little higher. But until then, for me, I'm looking at $11 to get rejected, especially since price has been in this range for so long. We have to not discount the breakdown. So watch at $11 daily, especially on BBWP. It makes sense we're getting a bounce, but how far will this bounce take us? Will we reclaim the 21? That'll be the first good sign. Reclaiming the $11 region will be the second good sign. And then if price can get back above the EMA 100 and 200, would be a good sign. Now I'm interested to see if we have any crosses here. Let me throw the 9. Let me throw these off. Let me throw the 55 on. Nope, no cross here. So essentially, yeah, we had that silver cross to the downside right here with the 21 going under the 55. But yeah, no crosses, really just in that kind of gray zone. Watch that $10.80 to $11 on American Airlines. And it is interesting to see American Airlines breaking down, especially on the monthly. That is interesting to me. I mean, let's see here. Last time we basically broke down, flipped this into resistance was in 08. That's, in my opinion, that has implications kind of, especially with what we're talking about and the environment we're in. I mean, it's interesting to me. We've been holding this multi-year range. We're now breaking down. Last time American Airlines, which, in my opinion, is a good indication for the economy, was in 2008. And we know what happened in 08.
It's just odd because they just keep telling us that airlines are doing great. Like, why the fuck is this so punished then, right? I'm going to look into their numbers more.
You got to trust our boy Pete Buttigieg. He tells us everything that's the truth. He tells us airlines are doing great. The transportation is doing amazing. So you got to trust him, right? He's not lying.
Logistics is fucked. Yeah, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Exactly. Okay. Let me just present this. Thank you. And hang on, Farhan, you want to get going? CX Cemex. That's a cement Mexican company. Vale, aquí les tengo American Airlines. Muy interesante, lo tengo en la mensual, ¿no? Y quiero que vean esto. Número 1, nos habían dicho que, pues, güey, que las aerolíneas están yendo muy bien. Bueno, ¿qué tan bien le está yendo a la aerolínea? Vamos a poner esto rápidamente para medir de la caída que ha tenido desde donde fue el máximo histórico, un 82.3, casi 83% de bajada. Entonces, no sé qué tan bien le esté yendo a las aerolíneas de verdad, pero bueno, nos siguen contando todas estas falacias. Algo importante que notar en la mensual, yo creo que lo podemos ver en todos lados, es este nivel. Si llegamos a perder los $8.30, American Airlines va a perder otro 50% de valor y muy probablemente venga a visitar los $4. Todavía hay más rango abajo, pero no creo que sea necesario ponerlo. Se me hace una locura, pero existe la posibilidad de que también llegue al $1.88. Cuando volteamos a ver la semanal, es un poco de lo mismo. Estamos rangueando acá, tuviste este doble tope y luego empezaste a hacer altos más bajos y bajos más bajos por completo. Entonces, estás en una clara tendencia bajista, sin lugar a dudas, en esta tablita de ¿cómo se llama? de American Airlines. Ahora, les quiero poner el EMA 21 y el 9. En todos lados, en la mensual, en la semanal, estamos abajo de ellos, ¿ok? Pero en la diaria, aquí empieza algo de Hopium. Ahora sí que voy a tomar el trabajo de Farhan y les voy a vender un poco de Hopium. En la diaria retomamos el 9, pero vean, o sea, hay varios fake outs de esto y el 21 nos ha rechazado una y otra vez. Y estamos literalmente tocando el 21. Ahora, si podemos romper, esto es lo primero que queremos romper, el promedio de los 21 días. Si podemos romper y aguantar encima del promedio de los 21 días, tu siguiente objetivo va a ser los $11. Y acá también esto podría ser una gran zona para un short, pero todavía no es completamente seguro porque no creo que la tendencia vaya a ser alcista. Algo más que les quiero enseñar que yo había trazado por acá para que puedan darse una idea de esto es esto. Vean, ¿la hice desde acá? No. Según yo de acá. Y lo voy a poner en la semanal o la diaria. Espérenme. Lo debí de haber dejado. Lo debí de haber dejado, pero no lo hice porque soy un idiota, tíos. Denme un segundo. No era esto. Oh. ¿De dónde la saqué? Denme un segundito. Perdón por mi estupidez mental. Tal vez sí la saqué de acá. Sí, sí la saqué de acá. Vean esto. Esto conecta junio del 2008, caída que hubo en marzo del 2009, que fue el fondo de la bolsa. Luego volvió a tocar acá. Esta es una línea muy importante, en mi opinión. Luego volviste a tocar acá en mayo del 2020, que fue el fondo del mercado, y ahora estás rompiendo esta línea. O sea, estás literalmente abajo de ella. ¿Pueden ver la vela? Si esto cierra así, se va a encaminar a los 8, a los 8.38, y esto significa que está peor que en estas situaciones, para que tengan una idea de lo que están viendo con American Airlines. Así que vamos a ir a Cemex, pero muy interesante, y sobre todo cuando pensamos en lo importante que son este tipo de acciones en la economía, el reflejo de lo mismo, ¿no? You guys see that trend line, Alex? On this, I'm on the monthly on American Express, on American Airlines, and this shit, I'm connecting August 2008,
Yeah.
March 2009, which is the bottom of the market, basically. Then it touches it again, May 2020, which is the bottom of the market, and now he broke it down right here, July 2024.
You know, on that May 2020 dump, right before that, around March or April of 2020, that was when I started to mess around with options, and I bought some calls in American Airlines, and I got absolutely fucked.
Hey, at least you have a timestamp and a beautiful chart to show off. Ready whenever you are. Wait, are you muted? Yeah, you muted yourself.
I forgot to mute myself.
You were unmuted and then you muted yourself.
All right, so we're gonna start on American Airlines on the, CX on the weekly. We had this little range from like around. This has been a very long range since April of 2023. We've went to the top. We've tested the bottom. We tested the top again. Deviate a little bit. We went to the bottom. Right now, since we are at the bottom, and because we still have to assume it's a range until it proves to us that it is not a range, we're still maintaining with this area. But what the bulls absolutely do not like to see is that we have a silver cross to the downside on the weekly, and this is extremely powerful on the weekly. These silver crosses on the weekly are one of the only things where I will just take a blind trade on, and then whenever it goes against me, I'll just keep adding until I'm invalidated. Because these are such high probability trades, some of the highest that you will ever get. That's the reason why my main trading setup works off of the silver cross. It works off of the 21, the 55, and the 9. And right now we were getting the exact silver cross. Not only that, we tried to retest it and we couldn't even get to the 21 EMA. So that just tells you that the price is weak. Not only is it weak, but it's extremely weak. We couldn't even get to this top of the blue zone. Right now we're still above the 100 EMA, which is Hopium right now, but Hopium is still kind of alive for the bulls. I'm trying to find some type of Hopium for you guys. This is the only hopium I can find, is that we're still above the 100 EMA. We're getting momentum pointing to the upside. We're getting volatility starting to support it as well. We will not get a confirmed volatility expansion unless we get above this moving average. If we can get volatility above the moving average while momentum is still pointed up, at that point we would have to target, based off of the HPDR, the 61.8% level, which right now is at 7.26. And if we do manage to get a close anywhere above this 55 EMA, this would invalidate the silver cross, and then that would give us the equal move to the upside. And at that point, because we already have tested this bottom of the range, we would have to target the top of the range, and that level is $8.27. And I think if we get at that level, it lines right up with this previous breakdown, this rejective high. If we get any type of close above here, I think we're going to get a very nice move up, based on how many people have their stop losses in that area, how many liquidations there are. And I think we would go from there to fucking beautiful. Right here at the 78.6 level, same number, $8. We would want to get a close above here, right at this previous rejective high, and that would give us a target. It's not going to be this high right now because this is a weekly on the traditional markets, and they move very slow. So this number is going to come down a lot. It's not going to be $12.54. What I would say as my most conservative target to not be a moon boy, probably come down somewhere around this 99% to around $10. In my opinion, $10 is another one of those psychological levels where right when you get around $10, everybody's going to start selling and people are going to start buying and they're going to be bullish. And that's the area where I would say that if it can accept above there, then all of this previous bearishness from the downside is going to be gone, and everybody's going to start going to flipping completely bull, and then they're going to have extremely ridiculous targets. Once we get to $10, people are going to be like, "Oh, we're going to $20, we're going to $30," and because this is at the 99% level, we only have a 1% chance of closing above here. So almost certainly we would reject here, come back down to these previous highs here, and that would be the hopium for bulls to make a lower high to move up. Because if we don't do that, we end up going below these highs here. That would be a deviation, and then we would have to go back down at the very minimum to this middle range, which is at $7. And because we've tested it so much, I don't think that will last. And I think we're going to get a little bit of a bounce, and I think we're going to go significantly lower. And let me do the opposite, the bearish retracement, to give you a target of where we could go. So right now, we're right exactly at this golden pocket. We're rejecting from the golden pocket exactly where we would need to if it was still bearish. The only way to confirm that this bearish move is over is that we would have to break above the 50%, which is the 50% based off of the Gann rules. And if you guys don't know Gann, I genuinely think you should look him up because he's literally one of the best traders of all time. And that's the only reason why I use the 50%, because 50% is not a Fibonacci level. But I use it because Gann uses it. And that lines up perfectly with the 61.8. So if you were to break above that level, you break the 50%, then all of this downwards move is over. We have our next higher low, and we have to target new highs from there. But until then, in my opinion, right now is just a bearish retest, and we have to and risk is still to the downside. Let me look up divergences as well. I didn't do that. This is going to be very powerful, very important. Chart's not showing up. That's no worries. I'll just tell you guys. Right now on the weekly, we are about to get one drive of a bullish divergence within the bearish control zone, but it's not confirmed yet. The way to confirm it is we already have one close. We want to get one more close on this current weekly above $6.46. If we get that confirmed on this weekly close, we're going to have bullish divergence within the bearish control zone. And then every single time we've had that, we've tested the top of we had a bullish divergence in the bearish. We tested the top of the bullish control zone. And right now, the number to hit the bullish control zone is at $8.67. But keep in mind, this number is going to go down with every single weekly close. It's probably going to be, right now it's at 846. I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere around this previous gap right here, around $7.50. We see price moving up. We see volatility moving down. So that tells you that this is going to be a corrective move, more likely than a reversal move. and then we should be looking for a gap fill and a lower high, and we should be looking down from there. The only way to invalidate that is if we get to this this previous gap and we end up closing above it. At that point, volatility will start ticking back up to the upside, and it would support this bullish divergence for us to get our next move up to these previous highs. But until that happens, we still have to assume it's bearish. When we look at the jewel right now is flipping back up from the sell signal. Not only that, but it's giving us a very vertical sell signal. Buy signal, and it's within the bearish control zone. So if we draw a horizontal line right here at the bearish control zone at the 35 level, that would be right here. Every single time we broke below here and we marked a buy signal at the bearish control zone, we ended up giving a very, very significant move. Every single time it happened, I'll do the draw it for you. Every single time it happened, we had a minimum of 40% to a 50% move from there once we confirmed the buy signal within the bearish control zone. We still have it right now, but we don't have the bullish divergence. Once that bullish divergence is confirmed, then it'll all play out. And at that point, I would say we have a much higher probability of testing those highs, and the risk is no longer to the downside, and it'll be to the upside. But until then, in my opinion, this asset has to prove to you that it's bullish until it's it has to prove to you that it's bullish. And if it doesn't prove to you that it's bullish, then it's still bearish.
Yeah, breaking the 726, right? If you don't break the 726 towards the upside, to me it looks like it's going down. Let me show you just real quick, because this is something that they asked me to
I'd
do
say it's
a
going
long
down as
time
well.
ago. That they asked me to do a long time ago. So I added the red line and the green one right now, but I had this. So you had a clear breakdown right here, right? After making this second high, although this is a higher high than this one, and obviously higher lows, although this one is not a higher low than this. So it does look a little bit, it looks weak. And at the same time that it looks weak, this is cement, right? In Mexico. This is what these guys do. So it's basically telling you that the economy is cooling the fuck down.
And correct me if I'm looking for something that's not there, but does that not look like the beginnings of a Head and Shoulders?
Oh yeah, right here, dude. 1, 2, and then you're basically creating the second shoulder, no matter how.
And the number I was looking at before was around that $7 level, and that'll be right up there to make the next shoulder.
It's right here with the 21.
Yeah, that'd be a perfect Head and Shoulders.
So if you get the rejection here, it would be a perfect Head and Shoulders. And then let me measure that.
I hope this is not one of those negative ones.
No, I think this is going to be realistic. Oh, and look, it takes you right here to the bottom right here.
That previous range low lines up beautifully.
Look. It actually does with this. Check this out.
Lines up absolutely beautifully.
Yeah.
So there's a higher chance of that in my view, but alrighty. Thank
you.
I
would say that we have a much higher chance of that happening than us reversing from here.
I agree. Me too.
Same.
I'll give you this one, Alex. Nike.
Oh, how fun.
Our favorite.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do this one right now. Okay, estamos viendo Cemex. Una cosa que tenemos que pensar es, cuando estamos viendo Cemex, Cementos Mexicanos, construcción, estamos viviendo una desaceleración económica. Y cuando estás viviendo una desaceleración económica, no hay construcción. Y eso querría decir que Cemex probablemente vaya para abajo. Déjeme rápidamente ver algo en la mensual. Quiero ver esto. En julio del 2007, que fue el principio del fin en Estados Unidos, luego tocaste fondo en diciembre, mayo. Vean, esto funcionó un poco como indicador adelantado del fondo en el 2011, que tuvimos todos los pedos de Europa. Bueno, no, en realidad fue aquí ya cuando a México le pegó el 2008, que es interesante también. ¿Cuál es este pico? 2014, este pico 2017 y este pico es el 2021. Como pueden ver, también acaba sus movimientos Cemex antes que el mercado americano. Entonces, puede que esto en marzo del 2024 vaya adelantado con el del mercado americano. Lo que estamos viendo en este momento es cómo venimos en esta tendencia bajista Pero en este momento hay un argumento de que estamos intentando romper esto a la alza, pero la realidad es que también puedes continuarla por acá, y esto te indica claramente que no. Lo que estamos formando en este momento y como lo queramos ver en la mensual, semanal o como sea, es esto. Estamos ahorita peleándonos con el EMA 9. Hemos tenido esta subida y este breakdown acá. Voy a borrarlo, es lo que ya teníamos de antes del análisis que habíamos hecho en Casino El Tío Salo, solamente con el Tío Salo. Tenemos este punto pivote. Este es un precio, un nivel muy importante, los 5.73. Si llegamos a perder los 5.73, el precio va a ir muy probablemente a buscar esta línea de acá, que tiene confluencia justo con estos bajos en los 4.80. Lo que dijo Parhanes en la semanal, que es justamente la que estamos viendo, estamos todavía arriba del EMA 200, no el SMA, el EMA 200, que es la única parte de Hope. En el momento va para arriba, la volatilidad la está apoyando y lo que buscamos es tener un cierre arriba de los 726. Si no tienes un cierre arriba de los 726 en la semanal y esto te rechaza, si esto te llega a rechazar acá, ¿qué creaste acá? Un hombro, cabeza, hombro, ¿no? Que parece un pene bastante gordo. Y si eso se llega a dar, ¿cómo lo medimos? Sencillo, de la parte alta hasta el cuello, y digamos que lo va a romper acá, y eso nos da un objetivo de 220, que justamente se alinea con esto de acá del 2011, para que tengan una idea del tremendo caidón. Y esto nos diría un poco a dónde va la economía global, porque cuando tienes una empresa tan importante que tiene que ver con construcción, ¿no? Infraestructura de construcción, como lo es Cemex, pues eso te está diciendo que las cosas se están alentando. Vale, tíos, pues. Alrighty, boys. What do we got now? We have Nike. Oh, yeah, Alex, you're doing Nike. Let me go and get my Nike chart. There you go.
All right, so I'm on the 6-month chart here. It makes sense we're getting a bounce. Where this bounce will go is important. The 6 month is interesting because it kind of tells us a story. I mean, from basically this entire rally, if we go all the way back and just back test these two EMAs, 9 and the 21, the 6 months likes to hold this. There really hasn't been many instances at all, actually, where it's lost both the 9 and the 21 in the 6-month chart.
I actually can't find the place.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, data wasn't even populated here. Once it was, it's just always been a spot where it's been a major bottom. So now we have to look at the chart, and it's telling us that this was major. These two lines are major support. So now we have to look at it as major resistance. What I see now on Nike is I have nice resistance in the upper 80s. What I like about this is it solidifies it with this 21. Right around that $88 level. An area to watch, even though we've had a nice rally up, I don't think it's just going to be recovery out of here. It makes sense. We are, squeezing a bit. Shorts don't get a free ride down. But where this rally goes will be important. On the monthly too, it solidifies that, this $80 region right here is very important. Nike looks, and this is what we were talking about a few weeks ago. Nike looks like death. It looks like the chart is telling you that, this is looking like it's going to go a lot lower.
That's a mega head and shoulders, no?
Yeah, you could argue that. Yeah. You have the issue with this head and shoulders, because you could argue this would be the right shoulder. The left is kind of unpopulated.
Weak.
What would have made me feel a little more confident in that, at least, would it have been if the left shoulder could have populated a little bit more, kind of like that. So it is very interesting. I don't think I'd count this because I would have liked it more right here. But nevertheless, I mean, not a good look. We had the nice rally up, came down. This was the Hopium. This would be another higher low on the macro. Nice rally up, but rolling over now looks like a lower high, with the lower low after we broke this low. So what we have now is we're basically pumping, 17% is nice from the wick low. but we are still approaching major resistance, and we see that on the 6-month, the monthly, and it's all coming right around this area here. The monthly 9 is perfectly matching up with my meme line, which is these are the ranges we drew on stream. So something to watch here. Let's go to the weekly now. The weekly is looking okay. Again, we still have the 21 right at $85.30. Again, I would look at that 86 to $88 to reject, and that could actually be a nice opportunity to go short on Nike. And the reason I say that is just because, like I said, we really can't disregard this chart, and essentially if, right, some bullhopium here, if we can get back above the weekly 21 and also reclaim 80, let's say 80, 89, $90, I do think then we can easily push back up to here, this $107, $108 region. At that point, that'll be, if you're bearish, that'll be the short opportunity, in my opinion. Massive spot right here, basically squeezes all the shorts that just rode this all the way down. But as it stands, I don't think that's very likely. And we see here BBWP is hitting extremes while it is approaching resistance. So, would I long this right now? Absolutely not. Because even if it's super bullish, we're going to go up. It's telling us that we are hitting extremes now. We are approaching the weekly EMA 21. And on top of that, the monthly also is approaching the 9. So knowing this and knowing that already we're at extremes here, probably we're going to see at least some resistance around this area. Then bulls just kind of want to consolidate this 70, 77, $78 region. When you get a stock like this, it's been basically structurally, pardon my French, but fucked. It's going to take a lot of time and effort from bulls essentially to reclaim some levels, to gain some structure. This is just on a weekly chart, and essentially, like, price hasn't really gone that far from the 100 like we have. You could argue here it slightly did, quickly got bought up. The difference now is, it basically it's gaining no momentum. Yes, we're getting a nice bounce, but to me, it looks like a bounce in resistance with also BBWP at extremes, telling me that, yeah, the leg up is probably, this might be approaching a zone where we're going to reject here soon. Now, this weekly does close in 4 hours, so that'll actually be kind of interesting to me to kind of see where this goes. But that's what I see on more of the higher time frames. If we go to the daily here, again, we're getting many points in all time frames, right? The 6-month, the monthly, the weekly, now the daily, telling us what? $86 to $88 is going to be resistance, and we know that just because of the meme line here. This red line basically on Nike has been a point where price likes to flirt with it. Quickly reclaimed after deviated, went up. Right here, major support, went up. Right here, even a nice bounce. And then the reaction losing it. So essentially, all I have to view this, is a bearish retest, and that's what I see, and it solidifies it. The trend is down. The macro looks really bad. So essentially, I would be looking. This could be an easy short. Look at $88 to $86 as an opportunity to short, and the invalidation's easy for me, at least. If the daily reclaims basically the EMA 100, I'll just cut the trade. And essentially why I say that is because I can see the reactions of any time we've reclaimed that. Right here got reclaimed. It was a nice move up. Let's see, from the reclaim of the EMA 100 on the daily, 26% up. If we look at this one, probably not as big, but still 17% up. And so when I see a trade or a setup like this, it can be quite obvious to me. We have, especially again with the weekly, right, is at extremes. So I don't expect much of a move if it goes like this and then something like that. Could be easy because I know here this daily EMA 100 will move down with price. So if I short the extremity high, the theory then would be that this will keep pressing down price. And then by the time, maybe we dump, the EMA 100 can go more down. If, let's say, we reclaim it, you know, and the EMA is down here now, well, my short's running, so I can just close it in profit. That's why patience is nice, especially in shorting. Extremity trades on the short side are easy when you have an easy invalidation, right? If I took a short here, it's a little more murky because we do have some, you know, we still have room to go up. We still have a nice gap here. And where would I put my invalidation? To me, this is uncomfortable if you're trading right here because it's just not as obvious. So yeah, look to the high 80s as major resistance. And we're getting that just across the board. The 6 month looks interesting. I wouldn't disregard it. And, you know, where's this 21? The place where basically anytime we've wicked to has been major support right at $88. So can't disregard that. You know, something to watch while we're approaching massive resistance as maybe an opportunity. You know, I'll feel a lot better on this chart if we can basically get back. Let me see here. I'll feel a lot better on this chart if the monthly basically can get back, you know, call it 105. If we can get a monthly closure back above 105, you know, it'll look a lot better overall.
No doubt. No doubt. I also have a little bit of confluence for you here with something. One, we've been on this mega downtrend, but if you go back, this is a weekly chart to right here, October 2017, connected with this right here, March 2020. You go right here around April 2024. You can see how he flipped it. It was support, and then we lost it. And where exactly is that level? That would be a bearish retest on this mega head and shoulders, basically, right here at 91. So your range between 88 and 91, it's right there. And you'd still, I feel like you can still use your 200 as an invalidation on the daily. No, on the weekly, no. It was the 100.
It was 100 EMA 100.
Yeah, and it's going to keep going down. So probably it'll start rotating here. Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah,
To me, that seems like a really, you know, especially with the 6 month chart, right? With the 21 right there at that 88, 89, really like seems kind of obvious to me. And then, you know, it's nice is we have so much macro higher time frames aligning with that higher $80, $90 level that if I short this, my invalidation won't be a hard stop loss, you know, semi risk because, you know, with the volatility on the stock, but it's very logical. You know, if the daily reclaims EMA 100, I don't want to short this. You know, reactions, even if it's bearish, has been in the double digits. So that wouldn't make sense. And it's confluence to me because it would mean we are reclaiming my meme line, your meme line. And then at that point, yeah, we have to look at the 100, 105 level.
Yep. 100%. For the next one for Farhan, WBD.
WBD. Let me switch to my main chart.
I'll do Nike real quick in Spanish while you get this up so you don't have to worry about anything. Ok, tenemos la tabla de Nike, lo estamos viendo en la temporalidad de 6 meses. ¿Por qué? Porque nos muestra una fotografía bastante aterradora del precio de Nike. Podemos ver la línea azul. Este es el EMA 9, ¿no? El promedio de las últimas 9 velas. Este es el 21. Nunca Nike ha perdido estos promedios. Nunca. La primera vez que lo rompió fue aquí arriba y tuviste este cagadón acá abajo. ¿Y eso cuánto fue? Esto ha sido, bueno, hasta el punto más bajo, estás hablando de 32%. Esto todavía no acaba de jugar, en nuestra opinión. Otra cosa que es importante es, déjenme los llevo rápidamente a la de 6, a la mensual, digo a la semanal. Podemos ver cómo aquí en septiembre del 17 tocamos esta línea, bueno, empieza esta línea. Luego aquí en marzo del 2020, que saben lo que pasó, tocamos la línea una vez más. No la tocamos otra vez hasta marzo del 2024 y luego tuvimos esta ruptura a la baja, ¿no? Que es también un poco donde perdimos en este rechazo y luego otro rechazo del 21 y el 9 hasta acá. Si volteas a ver tus promedios en este momento, el 21 está en 85, pero si lo ponemos en la mensual, denme un segundito. Si lo ponemos en la mensual, tu 9 está justamente aquí junto con esta línea y eso es 88, 89, 62. El EMA 100 está en los $95, que también coincide con esto. Esta zona es muy importante, porque probablemente Nike vaya a venir a buscar acá a que todo el mundo crea que ya va a subir y que no tiene problemas y después revertir para abajo, intentar retomar niveles y tal vez seguir cayendo. Eso es lo que tiene más pinta para todos nosotros. ¿Qué es lo que quieres hacer? Sencillo. En la diaria, para que puedan verlo tranquilos, hemos retomado la 9, el 21 y estamos por encima a punto de irnos a buscar el EMA 100. Si podemos pasar del 100, el primer objetivo que queremos romper son los 89, el segundo son los 91 y de ahí serían los 98. Si no podemos romper eso, muy probablemente vaya a ser otro retesteo bajista por acá y se vaya a doblar para abajo. De nuevo, cuando lo ves de lejos y has visto cómo está perdiendo todo estos niveles importantes y ahorita viene a retomarlo según esto podría ser un retest tranquilamente de algo súper bajista. Y esto es Nike. Ahora, rápido, quiero enseñarles algo. El SP500, en mi opinión, está haciendo... ¡Ah, vean! Y ya tuvo el rechazo. Look at this. This is the S&P 500. This is what I drew. I don't know if I sent you guys this, but I was talking to you guys about it. So this is me being Alex. Now, let me delete that. But you see, it went and it's going to retest the bottom part of that channel. And if he doesn't get in, it could get rejected, go down, and then this is a head and shoulders on the daily.
Mm-hmm. So my bias based off of the S&P comes from the McClellan oscillator, which gives you the amount of cash flow that's going into that certain asset. Mm-hmm. And for me, at this point, that one has a 100% hit rate. So that is that's telling me that stocks have bottomed.
So you think this is going to break up like here? You see?
I don't think it'll break straight through it. I think it'll consolidate for a little bit, but I think genuinely, I don't think we're going to break past below those previous lows on the S&P.
You mean these right here, around the 5,100?
Yeah.
Which was August.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is what we're talking about in the group chat. I do think indices can easily have a pullback. Same with Apple. I mean, Apple's at resistance. We have ES1 now at resistance. NASDAQ futures at resistance. I totally agree with Farno. I have no indication that stocks.
I'm sorry. What should be scary for crypto bulls is that say traditional markets, S&P and NASDAQ were to revisit those lows. Mm-hmm. Crypto is not going to like that at all, and we're probably going to go back to 48K. And the next time, that's not going to last. It's going to smash right through it.
Yeah, and that is something we were talking about in Elite Trading Academy's Discord is, bulls kind of on Bitcoin have to push this up now, not like in the right now as we talk, but essentially, when stocks are recovering and they look like they bottom and Bitcoin looks like death, I mean, what's that going to mean when Dixie does get a nice bounce? Let's say the correlation's back, stocks have a very healthy pullback. So I agree with Farn. To me, stocks look bottom, and we have the McClellan oscillator, but then also we had the VIX, right? Anytime the VIX has hit 60, it's been major bottoming points for, the stocks across the board. But now, it's interesting to see that. For me, I would not be surprised if if stocks equities got a pullback, would be very healthy. But I do think that the trap now potentially is, people are looking at stocks and they're seeing Bitcoin not doing much. And, is it lagging? Is Bitcoin lagging? I don't know. Usually Bitcoin front runs. I mean,
yeah, I personally don't think it's lagging, and that's why I'm still holding my short on Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's why my bias isn't changing on it. I do think we're going to see 42K on Bitcoin fairly soon. And then from there, we could get a nicer bounce. But to me, I just need the chart to prove to me that it's bullish, and it really hasn't been. It's couldn't even fully test its daily EMA 100, which was a point we were talking about. Expected a rally into that. Couldn't even fill my short at 63.3. We rolled over. To me, that's weakness. There hasn't actually been a time since Bitcoin's done a major dump where we actually haven't hit the daily EMA 100. Actually, this would be like the first time we front ran it. Which to me it just signals a little bit of weakness. Weekly then losing the 9 and rejecting it. We really haven't lost that, and it's barely holding on to the 34. The only bullhopium is the monthly is holding the 9, but to me that could just be a trap. So very interesting stuff, actually.
All right. Thank you, boys. Let's go, Farin. WBD, what the fuck is this? And by the way, you muted yourself.
Warner Brothers. What I love about Warner Brothers. I don't know
Warner Brothers.
If you guys have seen the meme, if you see the cops, Warner Brother.
I've never seen that, but I get it.
Right,
okay.
I'm looking at the comments. I see bold cars here. Guys cool as fuck. I actually met him in person. We shared a bottle of Aileron together.
That's cool.
Let's get back to
the God's nectar. And by the way, Alex, the next one's going to be NVIDIA. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right. So in this previous dump, we went down to the blue zone. We still held it. We had another bit of a dump. We swept this liquidity here. We swept all of this liquidity, and we're still maintaining the blue zone. It's not exactly bullish yet that we're in the blue zone because we're rejecting the median. The median is exactly where you'd want it to reject if it's still bearish. Right now, we have 4 hours and 30 minutes to go. The median is about 8 cents above price action right now. So anything could happen within the next 4 hours. If we do close above this median area, I think we're easily going to go up to this 38.2 here at this previous red candle open. But the reason why I don't think it's going to stop there is because if you look at our momentum indicators, momentum came down to the neutral zone. It's rejecting the bearish control zone and it's starting to flip back up. Volatility is still down right now. That gives us the target of the median, and we've already hit that. So as long as we can stay around this zone and we don't get a sharp rejection, this volatility is going to start flipping back up. And if we look at our jewel, the jewel is giving us a buy signal right here. And not only that, but it gave us the perfect buy signal over here, where it went to a buy, the pink crossed above the yellow, and the blue is above the pink. So that's telling us that the fast moving oscillator has crossed above the yellow one, the slow one, and we're getting a buy signal. So this tells us like the same thing on the silver cross, where the fast one crosses above the slow one. It's telling you that price is in an uptrend. So as long as we have this set up right here, I have to assume that it's still bullish until we hit resistance. And resistance on the jewel is going to be somewhere around here in the 60% zone. This is what's considered the bullish control zone. So as long as we have that, we have to assume that it'll, at the very least, hold this area, this blue zone. And then after that, this median is going to come down. And as long as we're in this blue zone, this median is going to drop to around these previous lows right here, which is around 7.2. At that point, we will be above it. If we get a close above it, then we have a target based off of the HPDR right here at the 78.6, which is 8.58%. Technically, that would still be a lower high, but I don't think it's going to be lower high. I think it will break through based off of the jewel. And let's see if our fib numbers align with it, because if they do, that would be perfect. Yeah, literally right there at the 78.6 at $8.36, right around these previous lows in this breakdown zone. So if we do get a close above that area, we'd have to look at the 161.8. It's going to go down. Most likely, it's going to come somewhere around this 55 EMA, which right now is at $9.64. And if you notice, every single time we had a little bit of a move up, 55 resistance, 55 resistance, 55 resistance, 55 resistance. Every single time 55 has been resistance. So would you want to bet that this time is different, or would you want to bet that this is probably going to play out like it did every single time before?
Like it did every single fucking time before.
When we get some resistance right here, it's going to be our next lower high, and then we would end up making another lower low from there. And on the opposite hand, from the bullish Fibonacci, let's do the bearish one and see where we could go from there. So right now, we are right around the golden pocket. We were rejecting exactly there, which is the last thing that you'd want to see. If it keeps rejecting from this area, it's going to end up going down to the bottom 161.8, which is currently at $5.57. This number also will probably rise up. Maybe it's going to be somewhere around $6. But as long as we're rejecting here, it's going to go back down. The way to reverse it, because you always have to have an invalidation on your trade, because everybody's wrong. So once you're invalidated, then you have to flip your position to the opposite side. The way to invalidate it is to break above this 50% area right now, which is at $7.68. And the beauty of that is it lines exactly with this 9 EMA. The 9 EMA, we held it as support on this one, but we've been holding it as resistance this entire move down. So if we were to break above that, that would be a significant trend shift, and we'd have to aim for that 55. If we break above that 55, our next target will be this 100 EMA, which is currently at $11.80. Right now, I would say that risk is still to the downside very heavily, and I would not expect for us to get like one of those reversals here. I would be looking for a lower high and a place of short. And the ideal short, in my opinion, would be around this 55 at $9.50, $9.59. I wouldn't even probably I would not even wait for us to hit that. I would probably front run it by a little bit, maybe 10 cents, 15 cents, or 20 cents, because it is a traditional stock. So they don't move very fast. And if you're below on your entry by about 10 cents, that doesn't really matter even at all. Maybe you'll be underwater for like 10 minutes, 30 minutes, and then you'll immediately be in profit. Let's check last thing, divergences, because I feel like there's going to be some bearish divergence. Yeah, we do have a little bit of hidden bearish divergence, but it's not confirmed yet. The way to confirm it is that we would have to close below this previous candle's close, which right now is at $7.03. If we close below that, we would have confirmed hidden bearish divergence, and we would probably come back down to this area right here. It's going to move down, move up, but right now that number is at $2.02. At $2.20.
Holy shit.
So it's definitely not, most likely, I don't want to say definitely because anything can happen in the market, but I don't think it's going to come down there. I think this number is going to move up, and I think it's going to be somewhere around, let's get a retracement. Let's go to the top, actually, the actual top from the move. And this is even lower than that $2 number, to be honest. So I feel like I'm trying to find some hopium right now, but the best thing I can see is if we break that, I see $2.20 as the best possible hopium that I can find. I'm sorry, fellas, I tried, but I
that is really fucked. The lowest low that it's ever made is $5.22, just so you know. And
if Warner Brothers goes down to $2, like,
yikes.
Well, yeah.
Are they now one of the biggest movie industries?
Well, movie studios. Yeah, but dude, it's just entertainment is dying. Like, I don't fully understand why people don't get this. Like, we're making this video right now. There's like 3,000 people watching, right? Like 3,000, just nothing. And there's other people doing this that get millions of views. How much is it costing us to do this? Nothing. And people are sitting here learning something new. Whereas on TV, I need to go make something for millions of dollars, millions. Then I need to promote it for another millions of dollars and put it out and hope to make that money back. Like, how?
At the same time, you also have to make it woke as fuck too, or everybody's gonna hate you.
Well, no, it's not that they're gonna hate you. That's what they're programmed to sell you, right? So you have to make it woke so you can sell a bunch of titties with dicks and dicks with titties. So that's the only way to go. But yeah,
hey, dude, if they got those, I'm gonna be watching every single Warner Brothers movie from now on.
Titties with dicks?
No, minus that part.
Wait a minute.
I was like, what the fuck is going on? Okay. I got scared for a little bit.
No Diddy.
All righty. And then ETH, Farhan, for you. I know, Alex, you're doing NVIDIA. Let me just do Warner Brothers. Número 1, esto es Warner Brothers, damas y caballeros. Lo voy a poner rápidamente en la mensual. Quiero enseñarles desde dónde venimos, ¿no? Hasta dónde vamos. Básicamente, Warner Brothers se ha ido al pene. ¿Por qué? Porque cuesta demasiado dinero producir entretenimiento que nadie ve. Estamos hablando de algo que lleva una tendencia, y me voy a poner aquí rápido para platicar con ustedes. Estamos viendo algo que lleva una tendencia bajista desde hace mucho tiempo y se los dije. Cuando yo me metí al mundo de las películas, empecé con presupuestos de 10, 15 millones de dólares. ¿Y dónde acabé? Presupuestos de 1 millón, 2 millones de dólares. Y eso fue salirme a tiempo, porque ahorita las películas por las que me pagaban eso están vendiéndose por 200, 300 mil dólares, que es imposible de hacerlas. Y ahora, cuando voltean a ver shows de televisión, por ejemplo, el de Jimmy Fallon, ¿no? En la noche, es importante que entiendan esto porque están viendo una tabla y ahorita les van a ver por qué. Cuando ven shows como Jimmy Fallon en la noche, ¿no? No tienen nada de vistas, nada, absolutamente nada. Y lo pueden comprobar cuando suben el video a YouTube. Tiene 500,000 de vistas, se va viral 1,000,000. ¿Saben cuánto le pagan a Jimmy Fallon al año? $8 millones. $8 millones solo para el tío que pone esas vistas de mierda. Y ahora, ese güey tiene productor, tiene diferentes camarógrafos, tiene diferentes cámaras, tiene que pagar un estudio, tiene que pagar a todo el público, tiene que... ¿entienden el tamaño de gasto? ¿Cómo puede compararse ese güey con tu streamer favorito que tiene 1,000,000 de vistas al día y que no le cuesta absolutamente nada hacerlo? No puede. Absolutamente no pueden. Películas en cine tanqueando. Les dije, desde la pandemia el cine nunca va a regresar porque cuando la gente se dé cuenta que puede ver todo lo mismo en su casa y disfrutarlo, igual, pues el cine tenía que decaer y mucha gente dirá, sí, pero hay películas que sí tengo que ir a ver. Ok, es una de 100, güey. Antes íbamos todos los fines de semana al cine, ya no. El cine se está volviendo Broadway. Es algo súper actuado que ya a la gente no le interesa y lo mismo con la televisión. Entonces, cuando ves a Warner Brothers está intentando reestructurar su modelo de negocios, ¿ok? Están intentando adquirir diferentes streaming services y diferentes productoras, pero van a tener el mismo problema. Y eso es el costo de crear su contenido comparado con el de nosotros que están disfrutando en este momento. El nuestro es cero, el de ellos siguen siendo millones de dólares. Y no importa qué tanto y cuánto tiempo dure esto, a fin de cuentas, la última cantidad de gente viendo esto es de mi edad y tal vez una generación más abajo. Los demás ni siquiera están viéndolo. Entonces, esto tiene expiración. Ahora, vamos a la tabla de Warner Brothers rápidamente. Aquí la tenemos. Voy a ponerla completa. Ahí la tienen. Están viendo Warner Brothers. ¿Cuál fue el pico de Warner Brothers? Por supuesto que fue abril del 2021, marzo del 2021. El entretenimiento estaba en su pico después de que nos dejaron encerrados por un rato, pero hemos visto una caída absolutamente brutal en lo que se refiere a Warner Brothers y estamos viendo básicamente mensual. Si pueden ver, están cayendo consolidación y ven esta consolidación tan fuerte que está haciendo en la mensual, pero los voy a poner en la semanal. Lo que está diciendo lo que estamos viendo en Warner Brothers, lo que dice Farhan es, viendo en la semanal, el momentum está yéndose de neutral para arriba. La volatilidad también está acompañando para arriba y no hay una señal de compra tampoco, no hay una señal de venta, pero lo que sí es, cuando volteamos a ver en todas las divergencias que pueden existir en el precio, estamos viendo que si cerramos abajo de los $7 con 3 centavos, se activarían varias divergencias bajistas en el precio de Warner Brothers para que lo tengan muy en mente. Ahora, ¿qué hemos visto en todo este tiempo? Puedes ver cómo la línea naranja, y voy a quitar las demás rápidamente para que no se confundan. Pueden ver, espérame, esa no es, ese es el 100, quité la naranja, perfecto. Pueden ver cómo literalmente esto nos ha rechazado desde el 2021. Cada que vamos, puede que la tome por un segundo y tome el rechazo, güey, caída. Subimos, toma el rechazo, güey, caída. Subimos, toma el rechazo, güey, caída. Lo que probablemente vayamos a ver es si Warner Brothers en este momento repunta, que de nuevo se ve bastante floja, bastante floja. Esta semana básicamente tiene que cerrar y le faltan 4 horas en $7, en $7.45. Si no cierra en $7.45, que está literalmente en 7.32 en este momento, probablemente va a ir para abajo. Pero si logras cerrar ahí, muy probablemente el siguiente objetivo va a ser por aquí de los 8. De los 8 serían $10, porque es un nivel importante psicológico. Y vean cómo se junta el 55 con esta línea que pusimos, este soporte y resistencia que ha flipeado una y otra vez. Justo está en los 9.60 y aparte es el EMA 55 que es el que ha rechazado una y otra vez con Super Don Peronis. Entonces, nos estamos yendo más al lado de que esto va a caer, esto se ve bajista y probablemente lo que sí vean es un rally del precio en este momento de nuevo en los 7.32 que pueda hacer algo así, que venga para acá y que lo rechace el 9 y siga el 55 y siga yéndose para abajo. Eso es lo que nosotros estamos esperando en este momento de Warner Brothers. Si eres alcista, quieres romper definitivamente los 7.45, de los 7.45 en la semanal, quieres tener otro cierre arriba de los 8 después de eso, de ahí romper los 10 y poder ganarle al EMA 55. Si no doblas el EMA 55, ahí se queda. Es más fácil hacer un short en esto que el long, simplemente esperar a que llegues a este nivel. Ahí lo tienen. Y ahora sí que nos vamos con Alex rápidamente. Alex, what do you got for us? NVIDIA.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so Nvidia's looking interesting. I mean, I've been watching this essentially since we put in this like double top lower high here. Made the lower low. Now we are approaching this diagonal meme resistance again. So I'd look for at least a pullback here at like 125.80 to 126. And BBWP also, it's at extreme, so it makes sense we would get, at least a slight pullback. On top of that, if we go and just put a bearish retracement right here, it kind of perfectly almost lines up with the 0.786. So, something to be mindful of on this, because this NVIDIA has been a good gauge on risk on overall. But it is approaching resistance, and I do think that we can't basically disregard that. Just like we can't disregard this on a nice pump, but this was an easy short down. So as it stands now, what I'm looking for is, maybe we go up a little more to actually hit it 126, hit that fib retracement too. And then what bulls want is essentially we just go back to 116, perfectly almost at the daily 9, EMA 9. And then this holds. That would look good. We come down, maybe reject, people start shorting, consolidating for maybe a move up. That would be the bull hopium. That's kind of what I'm watching essentially. We go to the weekly too. The weekly, it's very strong. This is a strong weekly close coming in 4 hours. And it kind of solidifies, this 9 is curving up and it's perfectly aligning with that $116 zone. So what I'm looking for is if we get a closure like this, or maybe a little higher, assuming we don't wick and close below the 9, I'd look then for maybe next week to come down. I'd then look at this $116 area as an opportunity. Not only is it because I have a meme line there, and this also has been a big spot for NVIDIA. Granted, we don't have that much data here, but losing it wasn't good. So what I'd be looking for is maybe a back test of this, back testing the 9. Maybe it doesn't break out here, but maybe it's the implication for next week. That's something I'd be watching for with NVIDIA, especially, since we know momentum is basic. The volatility is at extremes now on the BBWP on the daily, which also solidifies that, this zone here probably does at least get some tiny pullback. Out of curiosity, how is let's do the monthly. And the monthly is looking quite good. I mean, this is a hammerhead on the monthly, which is strong. I mean, when you get hammerheads on monthlies, it's very strong. So to me, a pullback essentially into next week, slight pullback to potentially a breakout would look quite good. Especially with how the monthly is closing in 14 days though. So there's still a good amount of time. But we can't disregard that this weekly is pretty good. Back above the 9. We essentially reclaimed the 21, the 9, now reclaiming meme support. So what we'd be looking for here isn't a long, because that's, right at our meme diagonal resistance. And also when you get a nice, 17, almost 18% move in a week, a back test would be nice. So if you're bullish, I'd be looking for this $116 $116.60 level, or the weekly 9, EMA 9. If we can keep holding that, I think we're good for more upside. And it's very simple. This weekly 9's been a big area for NVIDIA the whole way, right? It's funny because NVIDIA is like the meme for bears, because it's the stock that couldn't go down, and this basically just kept wrecking bears. And it's funny because if you just look at what I look on the weekly, I don't see the short. I don't see the logistics in shorting this. It just seems like that's aggressive, and so
suicide.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could say, well, we lost to 21 here. True. But we had the meme support line here as well. I would have mentally noted that. quickly got reclaimed next week. So why I bring these up is because, yeah, if we reclaim the 9, the 21, great sign. Bulls have strength. Do I think we're going to get a breakout immediately here? No. I would then look for next week to back test. $116 could be an opportunity until proven otherwise. Now, if we go to, let's just say, the 4-hour, 4-hour again solidifies that. We have the 4-hour EMA 100 right here. Let me just throw, I don't like using the 200 for the 4, but just curiosity. Okay, yeah, so it makes sense. So, the 4-hour, I wouldn't surprise me if we got some slight pullback in the next week. Again, solidifies on the 4-hour that there is a major cluster here, right around 116 to 114.24. I'd look at that as an opportunity. If the 4-hour starts rolling over and we lose this level, wouldn't be a good sign. To me, it'd look like a deviation, another rejection, and then potentially on the weekly, we'd look at that as maybe another lower high. And then if that's the case and we roll over, where I'd start being cautious on maybe this is a lower high is if the weekly does lose the 9 again. That kind of told you here, yeah, there's something, it's more cautionary. And then we had the breakdown. So to me, we're in a very peculiar spot on NVIDIA. With daily BBWP at extremes now, we are approaching my meme diagonal resistance line. But at the same time, we have an insane monthly developing with a healthy weekly closure. And that's why I'm not very bearish on this. A pullback to here would be welcomed, and that'd be healthy, and it can give more legs to a breakout. Now, how I know we're breaking out is essentially once we get back above, we'll call it 129 to 130. If we can hold that, and then for me, it confirms it if we break this high here. If we break it was the July 11th high. I'll look at that as a confirmed breakout. But until then, now we're back in the range. Easily, we can keep doing this for a while, get to the end of this if it's true, and then maybe get a breakout. But until then, bears essentially want this to be the weekly lower high, while also hitting it. While also hitting the 718. While also hitting the bearish fib retracement on the daily. They'd expect this to roll over essentially now, if not by next week, deviate the weekly 9, and then these lows wouldn't be safe, and we'd look at $82. But I do find it interesting how if you do this, it is corresponding with a nice level here. So something to not disregard. I wouldn't long here. I just watch for next week to potentially look for strength right around 116 to $115 level. If price starts supporting that idea, then we wouldn't expect the 9 to get lost on the daily. This 9 will keep moving up. And then what bulls essentially want is, instead of this rolling over like what bears want and rejecting and forming a lower low, we just essentially come down, we just start consolidating here for a move potentially more up. And that also gives BBWP more time to come down. Just like, let me see here, when it basically hit extremes here, right? Price consolidated at this point. We didn't dump massively. When BBWP is high, it doesn't mean we're just going to dump. That's why I say bulls want consolidation, because then it was able to get it more down for another move up. And so now when we're here at extremes, if we do get the consolidation, this will theoretically bring this down again, and they'll have more fuel. So until then, though, it is at resistance, and it is approaching it. And then seeing how next week, if the weekly holds the 9, that'll look great. Very, probably solidifies in that the monthly closes very strong. But if this next week, loses the 9, deviates, rejects here, it's not going to be the best sign. It's actually would not, and it would solidify the bear hopium that, yeah, this is just another major lower high before we make another lower low. So something to watch. I wouldn't trade this now. Watch into next week. If we get strength at in the level I talked about right here, then potentially can bid it. You want more confirmation, you could just wait for a breakout, retest to long, fall back in the range, you just cut. And then if we do start moving up, I'll consider a breakout confirmed if we break the basically the high that we formed here, which was at $136.15. Break that. I think then we have fuel to squeeze up.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, even though our charts are identical, because I copied yours so that I could translate the analysis, it looks like
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's on the verge of being extremely bullish, but the monthly still has a lot of time left. So it could even close as a doji. So I've seen that where, 14 days before a monthly, it's a hammerhead now. Very horny bulls ends up being a doji, So something to watch. I really wouldn't disregard that zone that we talked about, that 126 zone. And it is approaching it, especially with BBWP at extremes. Very interesting. And if you're short bias, it can make for an extremely easy short because you're just on lower high watch on a weekly. Any rejection we get on the daily would form the weekly. Maybe it would essentially be obvious to short the lower high, and then if we break that high, get out of the trade.
I just feel like that's too easy. That'd be too easy. Yeah, it sounds like it's just way too easy to just short it.
It could be, and that's what I thought. When we were looking at this, right here. Let me share it one more time.
Sure.
I didn't think it was going to be this easy. If we go to a 5-day here, I didn't think it was going to be this easy. We had, hit my meme line. Yes, we're above the moving averages, but we rallied straight into it. Couldn't break this high. Hit this, and then this is when I started more solidifying this diagonal. And then we came down and broke down. This was a very easy short. And the reason I say it is because we go more down like a daily, right? Where do you short? You short this again, there. And then where's your stop? Here.
There.
Super easy. So, it can be simple. Why, maybe we're seeing more easy bearishness with NVIDIA's because I think bears just basically got fucked all year. No one wants to short this. How many times did we see every week that NVIDIA's topped and then it made another high? And that just basically ruins morale. If I got smoked all year long on this, I wouldn't ever short this again.
Unless, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I agree. There's one retard doing the same fucking thing over and over again, and then he's going to hit zero and go like, all right, that's it.
Definition of insanity, doing the same thing, expecting different results.
And if I can add something to that, right now on the weekly on NVIDIA, there is a possible hidden bullish divergence, but it's not confirmed. The way to confirm it is that you want to close this week above $92. If you can close over $92, it will confirm the hidden bullish divergence.
This week? You mean in 4 days? I mean
in
today.
4 hours,
in 4 hours? Oh wow. And so so that's a mental note for me. Maybe the back test will hold, and maybe that bullish divergence with the weekly, which is big, right? Solidifies the monthly looks bullish, so then maybe we do get a breakout.
It's also about 5 drives of it too.
And that's a lot too. So good confluence, Farn, because I didn't notice that. So so if you're thinking about shorting, you have to be mindful of that. You can't disregard that.
All right, we're gonna short it. No, okay. Let's go.
Wait, we're supposed to short it? I already shorted it.
Holy, I put all my money into it. All the $3 that I have left. Okay, let me do this. Estamos viendo Nvidia. Nvidia en este momento tiene un precio de 123.42, es donde está cotizando. Estamos viendo una gráfica semanal, pero los quiero llevar primero a la mensual rápidamente, porque esta vela, wow, lo alcista. Esta es una vela que se llama Hammerheads y aparte es verde. Pueden ver la cola que está en los 90.82 y además vino a rebotar justamente en el EMA 9 mensual, ni siquiera se molestó en ir al 21. Impresionante la fuerza de esto. Ahora los voy a llevar al semanal rápidamente, que pinta un poco en la misma historia. Podemos ver que tenemos este alto histórico en 140.91, después tenemos un alto más bajo en 135.94 y en este momento estamos justamente aquí en los 123. ¿Qué estamos esperando? Hemos pasado y retomado el EMA 9 en la semanal, hemos retomado el EMA 21 en la semanal y también Farhan nos acaba de decir que hay 5 factores de divergencia alcista si Nvidia puede cerrar arriba de los $92. Digamos que se ve muy positiva la cosa para Nvidia, ¿no? Como se ha visto todo el año. Pero cuando vamos a la diaria, esto es lo que queremos decir, podemos ver que vino acá, rechazó, vino acá, rechazó, vino acá, rechazó. Si tienes otro rechazo en esta zona, si el precio viene acá y rechaza, estás creando un alto más bajo y ahora vas a tener que poner atención a ver si rompes este bajo que está en los 91. Si eso llega a pasar, pues bueno, que te digo, los bajistas están en control. Pero en este momento podemos ver cómo el precio va para arriba y puedes ver el 21 y el 9 justamente aquí por la zona de los 115 y obviamente cuando tengamos el cierre de hoy va a subir el número, lo que probablemente lo lleve por ahí de los 116, que justamente se alinea con este soporte. Ahora, esto lo hicimos en la diaria o semanal. Creo que fue en la semanal, pero lo voy a intentar en la diaria, donde pones un fib retracement acá de lo que habíamos visto hasta el último del precio. Y eso te pone también, interesantemente, vean dónde está agarrado el precio en este momento, que es acá. Y tu 786 está literalmente aquí, por ahí de los 130. Es nada más algo que mantener en la cabeza en este momento. ¿Por qué? Porque si no puedes pasar de esos 130 y llegas a los 135, esto probablemente te hizo un alto más bajo y se va a doblar para la baja. Entonces, aquí tenemos que tener, si eres alcista, yo creo que te tienes que esperar. Te tienes que esperar a que pueda el precio mínimo llegar aquí arriba, romper y venir a retestear esta línea como soporte. Una vez que haga eso, pues te imaginarás la cantidad que va a subir Nvidia, pero también te puede dar esto, que es lo que estábamos analizando, lo que estaba analizando Alex, que puede ir acá, 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 acá y después hacer esto. Tener tu breakout a este punto. Esto es un trade bastante fácil, honestamente, porque si eres alcista, lo único que tienes que hacer es esperar a que rompas esta línea y tener una confirmación de cierre acá. Estás en la semanal, los voy a poner en la, estamos en la diaria, los voy a poner en la semanal para que lo vean más de cerca. Con que tengas un cierre arriba de esto y contundente, ¿no? Con eso lo que vas a seguir buscando ahora son los 135.79. Si rompes los 175.39, fácil, tu objetivo son altos históricos, 140.76, y de ahí te puedes ir hasta Saturno. Pero si hay un rechazo en esto, pierdes estos EMAs, ¿no? El 21 y el 9. Se empieza a poner negra la cosa. Así que pongan bastante atención. Un rechazo acá probablemente mínimo nos lleva al 97.13 y de ahí a buscar un nuevo bajo. Si eso llega a pasar, probablemente Nvidia se esté dando la vuelta para abajo, pero atención, tiene más probabilidad y es más favorable a ser alcista que bajista. Listo. Now, Farhan, you're going to do ETH, and then Alex, I'll give you this one, ISRG. So you have it. I think you're muted, sir.
ISRG, right?
Yeah. There we go.
I am definitely muted. Now I will switch to my main chart and go to Ethereum. I already got
Let's
it pulled
go.
up. Here's what I absolutely do not like to see about Ethereum, because like I'm going to switch to Bitcoin for a little bit just to compare it.
You're going to talk about your Bitcoin, huh?
Yeah,
my Bitcoin.
Bitcoins.
Your Bitcoins. Have fun with your Bitcoin, Farhan.
We're going to be mining them. We're going to be printing them. We're going to be stealing them. We're going to have more Bitcoins than anybody in the world. But you see on Bitcoin how we had this big hammerhead and we're still maintaining within this blue zone in the 50%. Mm-hmm. So you switch to Ethereum. Ethereum did not even get close to the blue zone. No. It got a little bit of a wick, rejected the 55 exactly, and now we're just holding right here. Before on Ethereum, we had a silver cross, which confirmed in November of 2023, right before we went up from $1,800 all the way up to like $4,000. Now we have just invalidated that silver cross because we closed below the 55 EMA. After we closed below the 55 EMA and invalidated the silver cross, we retested the 55, and it's a perfect rejection right at the 55. Right now, we have our momentum indicators on the weekly giving us like a sideways signal, so it's not really telling us that much, while volatility is still flipping up. So what we absolutely do not want to see is on this weekly close, if this candle does end up closing red, it has to close below 2,553 to close red. This volatility indicator is going to start flipping up, and this momentum is going to start flipping down. And at that point, we would have to target at least this 200 SMA, which we've already tested before on this wick. So I don't think it's going to hold, and I think we're going to sweep this low and come down to the 88.3, which is at 2,055. And here's what's going to give us some very nice confluence. Right now, we tested, where did we reject? Not only the 55, but exactly at the golden pocket right here, at the 61.8 and the 65% level. We rejected those. As long as we keep rejecting those, we have to target down towards the 78.6, which is that 2,434. And since we have this candle right here, which is a major red candle, we have a rejection. This area is most likely not going to hold, and we're going to end up dropping down to somewhere around this 95% level, which is currently at, I'm sorry to say this, $1,687. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just giving you guys the numbers.
I'm sorry. One more time. Say that one more time. $1,600.
$1,680.
Wow. Holy
Right.
shit.
Right now, the 161.8% is at 1,400, but this number is very likely going to go up with every single weekly close.
Yeah.
And most likely it's going to be somewhere around this 95% zone. The reason why I think this zone is not going to get a breakdown is because you only have a 5% chance of breaking below here. So most likely we're going to get a little bit of a bounce here. I don't think we'll get a reversal, because if Ethereum drops that much below $2,000, I would easily say it's most likely fucked at that point. And we're in a bear market. We get a little bit of a bounce, and I think we would go back down towards that this previous area over here around.
It's 1,400 now.
So it's right around 1,500, 15 something, 1,530. I don't think it's going to go straight to 1,400, because that would be way too much of a drop. It is a shit coin, but it's not gonna give the shorts that much of a free play. Like, there's no free lunch in crypto. So it's very likely it's going to come down to this area, that's 1,600, high 1,600 area, make a little bit of a bounce. And to be honest, I would not even be surprised to see it bouncing there up to $2,000. Get a test of $2,000. Everybody gets extremely bullish. They say they bought the bottom in Ethereum. Nice little rejection at $2,000, and then an instant nuke right from there. Let's go to the monthly. Let me remove this fib. Right now on the monthly, we are bouncing. Not only did we go below the blue zone, we went to the 50% zone. We're bouncing there. The hopium that I can give right now, because I found a little bit of hopium to provide, is that we're still above the 21 EMA, so we're still maintaining the silver cross on the monthly. We've invalidated the silver cross on the weekly, but on the monthly we still have it. Although if we close like this, it's not going to look like the best, and we're going to most certainly revisit this 38.2, which is going to be weakness, and we don't want to see that. Because if we revisit it, we've already, not only did we hit it before, but we broke below it. So very likely it's not going to hold, and we're going to go lower. And if we look at our monthly momentum indicators, we are breaking freshly below the neutral zone, and we're breaking into the bearish territory. This area is going to be the bearish control zone. If it breaks over here, bears are strongly in control. We also see the volatility ticking up, which is supporting it, and it's telling us that this is not a corrective move. This is going to be an impulsive move. And we see right here on the jewel, which is flipping to a fresh sell signal. It's not confirmed yet, but the way to confirm it is if we close below this 21 EMA, which is right now at $2,564.80 or 70 cents. We close below that, the sell signal has been confirmed in the jewel. Let's mark on a vertical line the last time we had a sell signal on the jewel in that area. And I'm already telling you now, this is going to be a very big move.
Oh boy.
It was right here at $4,584.
Top.
I'm sure you guys remember where Ethereum went to in 2022 after that. We literally went to like $800, $900, $800. It went lower on the derivative exchanges. The reason why it's not that low right here is because this one is it has less derivatives. If you look at like Bybit or Binance, there's more people who are leveraged. So whenever the price goes down, their stop losses get hit, they get liquidated, and they become forced sellers, and that brings the price even lower. Just to get an idea to show you where it went on the derivative exchanges.
I think it was 840.
Didn't go as low on Binance. Yeah, $877.70. So if we were to, if that monthly sell signal were to confirm, I don't think we would go back down to $800, but I think it would be a scary enough move to everybody start saying that we're going to go down to $700, $800. Because back around this area, I'm sure you guys were on crypto Twitter, and people were calling for lows around $400 and $300 back we were in 2020, and it never hit.
Oh, yeah.
The number that I would look for on that move would be somewhere around here at the 78.6% level. And this, in my opinion, would be the worst case scenario. Like if we go into a bear market, my bad?
1,200.
Yeah, around $1,200. Like if you go into a bear market, I would say this is probably the worst case scenario. I don't like to say that because like it can go to zero tomorrow. But in my opinion, right now, this $1,200 area would be the worst case scenario. If we do confirm this monthly sell signal, we'd probably go down there. And at that point, Bitcoin, I think, would be based off of what I looked at before, around $38,500.
Yeah, and that I also have a lot of confluence with. Now, you were saying that on the monthly, the silver cross still in play, but if it closes as is, that's when we lose it.
We're still above it a little bit. So if we
Okay.
close like around
2,565 is what you said.
we close a little bit below that, it's not going to take that much because the monthly still has a good amount of time
Like
to go.
$4. Yeah.
We could easily drop below. We drop below it, the sell signal is confirmed. At that point, Ethereum is kind of fucked.
Yeah, and it's on a monthly too. That's a big time frame, which tells you this is going to be a prolonged type of event, right? Going towards that price target.
And
so
the only time we ever get a monthly sell signal on Ethereum is when we were in the bear market.
wow.
Once again, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just giving you the data.
No. Don't worry about it. You're still our favorite hopium dealer out there by a lot. So don't worry about it. Now, Farhan, I'll leave you with Palantir. And before I jump into yours, Alex, let me do let me just do what Farhan just did in español for Ethereum.
Perfect.
Oigan, jefes, también les voy a dejar acá en todos los enlaces para el Discord, que es absolutamente gratis. Si quieren tradear en Bluffing, que es el exchange que usamos en Estados Unidos internacionalmente, que no requiere KYC, ahí está. Y también si quieren tradear en BitGet, que tiene mejores comisiones, pero no funciona en Estados Unidos y requiere KYC, ahí está. Para que lo tengan, estos son nuestros enlaces oficiales. Están a punto de ser puestos en el chat. Vamos a analizar rápidamente Ethereum. Vale. Lo primero que vimos fue el gráfico semanal que nos había puesto Farhan. Vimos cómo estamos cayendo esta tendencia alcista, que ya no vale la pena tenerlo acá. Gracias por el recuerdo de todo. Y hemos perdido el EMA 9, el 21 y además en la semanal también perdimos este potente... Espérame, esta es la semanal, la mensual todavía lo tenemos, sí. En la diaria es donde lo perdimos. En la diaria perdimos el Silver Cross, que es cuando el 21 se sube encima del 55. Lo perdimos por acá y aquí es donde estás viendo el Dump Peru. La última vez que eso había pasado, bajamos hasta de 4,500 el pico de Ethereum hasta 2,553, para que tengan una idea. Entonces fue una caída bastante fuerte, es lo que estamos viendo acá. Nos vamos a ir rápidamente a la mensual, que es lo que estábamos comentando en este momento. El único pedazo de hopium que existe en este momento en la mensual es que está aguantando las nalgas, la vela literalmente, el EMA 21, el promedio de los 21 en 2,565. Ahora, aquí les viene la noticia. En la mensual, que de nuevo, aquí pone exactamente cuánto queda, 15 días, 8 horas. El precio de Ethereum en este momento está en 2,574. En la mensual, si perdemos los 2,565, que es literalmente centímetros, o sea, centímetros de donde está el precio en este momento, vamos a perder este mismo cruce plateado entre el 21 y el 55, y eso sería absolutamente brutal. La última vez que perdió, y la única que lo perdió en la mensual, nos dio el Dump Peru de los 4,000 y cacho del alto histórico hasta los $800. Esta vez, de acuerdo a los números que Farhan está sacando, dice que el peor escenario sería en los 1,200, pero obviamente todo se puede ir a cero para que lo tengan bien en mente. En la semanal, ¿qué estamos buscando? Pudimos ver cómo venimos exactamente a ser rechazados por el 55 y ahora estamos creando una vela de tope acá después de un falso hammerhead acá porque es rojo. Cuando la vela es roja en vez de verde y se supone que es una vela alcista, te da una idea de que esto se ve mal. Pero también este tope, este tipo de tope es verde en este momento. Pero si cierra en rojo, ahí es donde la cosa se pone bastante difícil y probablemente vayamos a buscar esta zona entre los 2,257, que es donde está el SMA de los 200, el promedio de los 200, y los 2,361 porque va a subir. Si eso llega a pasar, muy probablemente este sea tu próximo objetivo. La cosa no está pintando también en este momento para Ethereum, ni tampoco para cripto, si lo quieren ver así en total, en general. Y solamente me vine a ver Bitcoin rápido para ver cómo va mi short, honestamente. Ok. ISRG, señor, por favor.
All right, let me show this. RG.
I'm muted. Let me share my chart for Palantir.
Yeah. No. ISRG.
That
and
one's
then you
next.
do Palantir.
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
I'm giving you guys time. I'm giving you guys time. I'm managing the time better.
So I can draw my meme lines in the meantime.
There we
Exactly.
go. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I think it's shared now. Yeah, you guys can see it. This is an extremely strong chart. I've been looking at this since we were going over the other stock and our Ethereum, and yeah, no, it's very strong. I mean, the strength is something we haven't. This is a very clean uptrend, and why I said is because I want to start on the monthly. This monthly is very interesting to me because essentially last month, we had potentially this could have been an evening star here on the monthly. Rally up, formed not a doji, but the body closed more on the top here, leaving a longer lower body. But in my opinion, this was a big bear trap. And we kind of see that now with this breakout to the monthly. It's very strong. And another point on this is, when we come down here and we start forming structure, even though this high never took this high, what I like about when we're like, it's easy to see this in very trending moves with uptrends. And you can see this, like we each time couldn't break the low of the last, leading to a breakout. So that's the monthly, looking extremely good. As it stands now, I want to see where this monthly closes. I have resistance here at basically $467, $468, healthily above now because it's priced at $478. Let's go to the weekly. I'll just keep going down the time frames. And yeah, I mean, there really isn't anything crazy here, especially with this weekly closing in 3 hours, healthily now above major resistance that we can see on my chart. And this is like one of the things where, I'm good at momentum and price action trading, but when it's fun and we get kind of to the unknown of the chart, that's just where the HPDR kind of runs. It's more dominant, in my opinion, in the sense that we can kind of see the historical ranges that is giving us, where if you don't have that, you can't really see that. And in this case, I can put a bullish retracement here. I don't know how confident this will be. I don't
can respond with my
but that's all I can do to see kind of like when we're in discovery mode where we're going. Very strong chart. Weekly confirms it. On this weekly here, what I'm looking for essentially is 466 to be support now. Just like it's very simple in uptrends. We broke out, we came here, we went down, and then we basically just based on essentially these last rejective highs. And then when I was analyzing this, I think last week, we essentially drew this yellow line here. We just said if it's uber bullish, we'd basically confirm it by breaking these highs. And if we go to a daily here now, we can see it's kind of what happened here. Found resistance, try to break out, reclaim, and then ever since then it back tested it. And it's kind of been up only since this point here. Very strong. So I'm looking basically at the flip side now, kind of like what we had here. Rejective high, came down, rallied up to it, broke out, came down, back tested it here before we had the next leg up. For me, it would be very welcoming to see basically this $470 region hold now. It's basically just a resistance flipped into support, which makes sense. And especially if the trend is extremely strong, that's kind of what I'm looking at. And I do like how the 9 is lining up perfectly with that now. Something we had here where we had the 9 perfectly line up. 21 wasn't that far away. And they basically just kept holding it, break out. And then 9 got above these rejection highs. And it just kind of solidified the breakout. So that's kind of that's what I'm looking at essentially. Everything is bullish on the chart. Even when I was looking at the hourly, I mean, there's really nothing here that's not that's not bullish. But granted, we do have. If we go to the daily here, you know, momentum's pretty high. Let me take this here. Momentum's getting up there. I mean, it's not at it's approaching the extreme level. So something to be mindful of. But until proven otherwise, essentially, I'm looking just as this is a massive breakout. Chart looks extremely strong. And I've actually it's very rare to see a quarterly look this good. So, this breakout has legs. This quarterly looks good. Every time frame's looking bullish. All I can give now is, yeah, if we get a little, if we come down a little bit, I'll just be looking at the 9 on the daily, the 2-day, and the 12-hour. I'd be expecting essentially this to move up on this closure closer to this 467 region, which then would line up with the daily as well. Moving, and it's nice because the daily will probably move up a little higher too from this 467 region. But that's all I see on this chart. I mean,
And
overall looks good.
And to add to that, on the weekly right now, we're getting the first signs of a sell signal on the jewel, which is not confirmed yet. We would have to break below that meme line, that top red meme line at 468.50, and then the sell signal will be confirmed on the weekly.
So wait, we have a sell signal on the weekly?
We have the first signs of a sell signal, but it's not confirmed.
Oh,
confirmed if price goes back basically under here,
Yeah,
468. Yeah, and see, that's interesting to me because to me, as it stands, I mean, I'm not getting too much bearish noise on the lower time frames, right? I mean, the 4 hours looking nice. Now the 9's basically where it needs to hold, well above that 468. That is interesting though, and that's a good point, and it's good confluence because essentially, yeah, that's what I'm seeing on the weekly. I just want this weekly to close like this, or even just above this red line, and then for next week, it'd be welcomed if we come back down. I'd expect with the strength, tap and go.
Yeah.
If we start deviating this, it wouldn't, in my opinion, be the best sign. It wouldn't mean I shorted. I'd then just look kind of like what we saw with Nike, right? Where anytime it had major dumps, the 9 and the 21 was holding. I'd be looking at that then on ISRG essentially. Overall, as it stands, though, it's looking quite bullish.
And if we do close above that red meme line, then it will switch back to a bicycle.
Yeah, I'm more on the camp that's at least the assumption here is I'm more in the camp that that's what is going to happen.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, every time he's got a silver cross, the price goes up like 100%.
Yeah, I was looking at
on the weekly.
Yeah, let me throw these off here, and I was looking at like the last time it silver crossed, and it is very impressive. Right here essentially. Once it silver crossed the 21, getting above the 55, yeah, it's been kind of race on. Like from this silver cross at this point, 94% move. And that even if we don't want to take from the entire move, but just when it silver crossed up to the last rejection, 39%. So silver crosses work. That's why I like using them as a confluence tool. But yeah, no, exactly. So this is strong, and we can see it once it's silver crossed, the 9 held, which is where you bid when we silver cross, and then we had that expansion up. So as it stands, I'm not getting many bearish vibes here. I do think that the weekly is going to close good. This is where bears need to start pushing down before we get the closure today.
Yeah,
the purple is the 21, right? Correct.
Yeah.
So we're correcting exactly where we needed to, and what shows you even more strength is that on the weekly we didn't even touch the 21. We front ran it.
Oh yeah. Last time you touched it was around April.
So right here,
that just gives you strength.
Silver cross, and then the 9. You bid the 9 on silver crosses. So I think that's what I've been taught. So
the 9 is your entry point for the silver cross.
And so with that point you just mentioned, to me that's strength. This is strong, and it doesn't take a genius to see that. It's strong. And I mean, it basing off its last rejection high here and going back, up very strongly, it solidifies that. So I'm essentially looking for the same thing. We want to see where this weekly closes today, especially with Farn's confluence with mine. For $468 for me, Let me get the exact number here. Yeah, $468 and $44. 469, high $468 is a very important level. What is the exact level, Farn, on your weekly for the jewel? I think you're muted.
You're muted.
It doesn't give you a price number, but based on you would have to add your meme lines and your TA to it, and the number that I have is right there with your red meme line.
Perfect. Great confluence. So, you know, if you're very bullish on this, I wouldn't bid this now. Simply wait, watch where this weekly goes. We close like this. I don't think we're going to break out to 500 next week. I do think then that solidifies that it probably gives more fuel that the 9 on the weeklies, the daily is going to hold. Which is lining up with that meme line now as we speak. So something to watch. If you're bearish, you really need this to deviate now. So you'd expect in the next 3 hours, bears to try to push this down. But as we've seen, bears don't have much control. This is very bullish and it's a very strong uptrend. And, the reactions solidify that. So, it's very much like Bitcoin couldn't even bearishly retest its EMA 100 on the daily. Whereas this, front ran it. So to me, that strength on this dump couldn't even go down to it. Another higher low to a higher high. So what are we on now? What are we on watch, essentially? Higher low watch. So watch this area, especially if we get confirmation of the closure. We'll see where this.
Would you agree with me that red meme line would be the invalidation?
Easily.
Yeah,
because we have so many points of confluence, not even just it's a meme line. We have the daily 9. If you don't use the daily, you can use the 12-hour right around there. It to me is good confluence. And it's just like this trade right here, right? If we rallied up, we got the closure. Cool. We solidified probably some buy signal. Let me go to the weekly, actually, because that's what we're looking at. It's just like here, essentially. We rallied up. This was rejection highs. We reclaimed it. Essentially, we just didn't want these highs to get lost and deviated. For me, it's the same thing. As long as the weekly is holding above this red line, I'm looking at that as an opportunity, and the daily confirms that. So I'd be looking at to bid the 9 if it confirms the weekly jewel buy. Now, if we deviate here in 3 hours and 30 minutes, it's not going to look terrible. But to me, it'll just signal that we probably do make more of a higher low. Where I'm looking at the daily, the more macro higher time frames probably do come down and make another higher low somewhere. But it's very with Farn's chart and where we're at now. It's very interesting to see kind of where we're at in the chart because if the jewel does confirm a buy and we're already in discovery mode, how much more bullish can we get on this chart? So.
Can you draw a bullish fib so we can see like a rough idea of the price if it were to break out?
Yeah. So I did
it from that bottom red wick right there, from that one right there to the top.
So to this one, that's what I was doing. I can't put too much weight on this because I don't use fibs
on
for my own.
Because the previous
you do the closure
one hasn't closed.
Okay. I thought you take the swing low to swing high. I'll do it on the close here.
Because the current one hasn't closed though, so it doesn't give you accurate data.
I see. So I mean, and I still have your 1.618 level, and so that for me is giving me. I have no idea, Farn, if you have any confluence with this, but I'm getting that like 580 region.
Yeah, and since this is a daily, you can't put too much weight on that 1.618 because every single daily close, that number is going to move down. But you get an idea that if it does break out, we're gonna go significantly higher from here.
Now, in your opinion, would it be wise to go do this on a weekly since we're getting either a sell or buy on the weekly?
Yeah, the weekly I think will give you a much more powerful signal or a better target.
Let's take it. We should take it from this swing low then, right? Not this one.
It depends. Like if you want a more short-term fib, you would take it from the other loan. But if you want more of a more accurate long-term fib, you would take it from that low. You got it right now. And you would take it to the previous candle closure.
Let's see that. So from low to high candle closure, from here, boom. Yeah. And I'm getting then 700, 580 to 700. And even on the fib, it's looking great. I mean, where did we catch support here? Right at the 236. So it's just solidifying to me. It's looking good. I'm not going to long this for 700, but essentially, when we're in price discovery mode, we look as good as we do. These can kind of give us at least a good indication on maybe if that weekly does confirm a buy, we do get a nice move probably to the 400s. No, I mean 580s, 500s. So something to watch. I would not short this at all. There's no trigger to short. Your easy trigger here is if, we close this weekly under here, then you, again, look at the red as resistance. Still can't short if we close under, though, because the 9 is still holding. And you don't want to be that person that's just shorting strength. Now, if we deviate the 9 here, right, can give you a more easier short, easier invalidation. But until proven otherwise, bullish as fuck. Monthly's looking amazing, and we can't be bullish when a quarterly is looking like this. So interesting chart, one of the better ones I've seen, especially compared to Nike. And this is strong. So I'd be watching this weekly, though. I mean, that's kind of what I'd be watching today. So watch the weekly, see if we confirm the buy or the sell, and then from there look for a higher low, or look for a rollover.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you, sir. Farhan, you're doing Palantir, and then DJI, Alex.
DJI. All right.
The drones. Those dudes used to be my tenants.
They're Chinese drones, right?
Yeah, dude. They rented a building that I sold to Jeremy Scott from me. They showed up like just walk in, like fucking 4 Chinese people just walked into my building. They're like, we want to rent the building. I'm like, why would you want to rent this? I just bought it. Like, how do you know about it? They were like, we were looking at it before. We wanted to rent it and no one answered the phone. So we're here. I walked them around. Then they asked me after 2 hours, how much you want? I told them and they gave me that. My accountant was like, you're the luckiest fucking piece of shit.
I remember that story. I remember. This was around like what, 2009, 2010, right? Somewhere around
this was around 2000. I want to say 2013, 14. Yeah.
So and, DJI, that's the Dow Jones, right?
No,
DJI. DJI is the drones.
The drone company, the Mavics and the DJI Pros and like those drones with the cameras.
Okay.
Okay, let me get going with this bullshit. Okay, aquí estamos viendo a ISRG, que es Intuitive Surgical, que es lo que nos pidió exactamente el buen Luis Cárdenas. Lo estamos viendo en la mensual. Güey, esto es una tendencia alcista y no pendejadas. Pueden ver la fuerza que lleva el precio con la separación que existe entre el 9 y el 21. Cuando volteamos a ver a la semanal es un poco de lo mismo, podemos ver esa misma fuerza. Rompimos este alto y estamos en altos históricos. El precio en este momento está en 478,30 centavos. Literalmente lo único que tienes que hacer en este momento es, olvídate de shortear, olvídalo. Esto lleva demasiada fuerza y momentum. Con que cerremos en donde estamos en este momento o arriba de esta línea en los 469, con eso es suficiente para activar una señal de compra todavía que los va a llevar mucho más arriba. Esta es una de las mejores tablas que hemos visto en un rato y no importa en qué time frame lo analices. Lo que vamos a estar buscando por acá, y es lo que están viendo aquí en la diaria, es básicamente una formación de un nuevo piso, de poder crear nuevos altos más bajos. Podemos sentir que el precio podría hacer esto y eso sería bastante bueno, ayudaría bastante a los alcistas. Si eres bajista, no hay nada que puedas hacer en este momento, literalmente no, es que no hay nada, tío. O sea, buscas en escenarios gigantescos, velas potentes, les digo, aquí está la mensual, no hay nada, no para la fuerza. I see, DJI is not public. Interesting. Thank you. I thought so too, by the way. I just didn't know. I was like, God, they made it already that big, but got it.
Yeah, there's no way Mr. Xi Jinping is going to allow this type of company to go public and let Americans invest in it and shit.
Makes sense, motherfuckers. If not, Alex, mind doing WCN? Did we already do that? Is that Warner Brothers? No, WCN is not Warner Brothers.
WCN. Now it's Waste Connections.
There you go. Okay, so ahí está eso. Let's go to Palantir, Farhan. And you're muted, probably.
All right, so I'm on the weekly chart on Palantir. Right now, we had this huge green candle. What I like to see is after this candle, we had a major bullish engulfing. After this week, and even above this week, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks of bullish engulfing in one candle of a bullish engulfing, which is like insanely strong. Like crazy strength. Right now, we look at our momentum indicators. We are healthily in the bullish control zone. We're starting to flip sideways. I don't think that's a big problem, as long as we're above the blue zone. Because whenever we're above it, it's going to be that much harder for bulls to push it harder, because we're above the 61.8. So there's only a 38.2% chance of us closing above there. Right now, what I like to see is that we're above it. We're also the volatility is also starting to tick up, and our jewel over here went from on the opposite end. The jewel went from a buy signal to a neutral. But the reason why I don't think this is that bad is because it's still curving upwards. And right now we're getting the pink crossing above the yellow, which is the fast above the slow. So if we get a buy signal from here, this is going to give us our picture perfect jewel signal. Like what this indicator is made for, the ultimate signal that it will give you is the pink above the yellow with the light blue above the pink. We don't have that yet. The way to confirm it is that we have to get a close above right here at the 61.8% level, which is at 31.88. If we get a close above there, it'll give us our ultimate jewel signal, and we're going to have to expect a very big move from there. Let's see if we can find the last time the jewel gave us that signal. This was
chart
close.
doesn't have a lot of history.
No, not really. Right here, this is the last time the jewel gave us that type of signal, where the price was sitting at $6.45, and we went from there before our next major pullback all the way up to $20, which is like what, a 300 something percent move. So right now we're starting to get that signal, but we have not gotten it yet. It's just something to tell you to keep watching for. The way they invalidate it is if we close below this candle open. And what's beautiful is that this candle open lines right up with the 50%, which is at $30.22. If we close below that, this is going to be a deviation, and we're going to end up having to target this bottom blue zone, which is at $23. But right now, that's just a pipe dream, in my opinion. I think it's still bullish until proven otherwise. Let's look at the monthly. This monthly candle is insane.
It's crazy. Yeah.
We have a wick down to the blue zone. We've tested right exactly the blue zone, and we held it, and we bounced back up, which is telling us that this asset is insanely strong right now. Plus, we have a monthly uptrend as well. Because we're at the 78.6% level, I don't think we blast straight through from here. I think we get a little bit of a consolidation zone. Maybe we test this meme line while these ranges move up, and then we can get our next expansion from there. And let me see if I can draw from this previous close to this low so I can get a target. And keep in mind, this number is going to move down with every single close, because this is a traditional stock, so it doesn't move that fast. So it's most likely going to, and what I love about these levels is that it gives you an idea of where it can go to. Most likely it's going to come down to around here, around $49.86. What I'm thinking at that point is that people are going to see that we're on the verge of $50. They're going to all go max long. They're going to be buying calls. They're going to say we're going to 100, 200. At that point, we have literally less than 1% chance of closing from there. So almost certainly price is going to, at the very least, if not rejection there, maybe consolidation around here, maybe go sideways for maybe like 2 or 3 months while these ranges move up, and then we can get our next target. Right now, we have momentum pointed healthily to the upside. We're above the bullish control zone. We have volatility support, and we have the jewel and a buy signal. Let's check divergences, and then from there, we'll have our complete idea.
And that's on the monthly, right?
Yeah.
Damn.
On the weekly right now, we do have hidden bullish divergence, and we're still within the bullish control zone. So as long as we have this, I would say that it's not wise to be looking for a bearish setup. I would be looking for a higher low to get into another long, as long as we're still within the bullish control zone. And to break below the bullish control zone right now, we would have to break below, what is this previous candle open? We'd have to get 2 closes below $21.74. We get 2 closes below there, then we would probably break below the bullish control zone. and I would look for a more deeper correction to somewhere around these lows over here, which is at $23.80. At that point, I feel like that would be a nice opportunity zone, and you could put a long there, and you would put your stop loss at this previous wick low on a weekly close. Right now on the Jewel, though, we had a buy signal, and we flipped to neutral. But the reason why I don't think this neutral signal is so bad is because whenever you switch to neutral and it is bad, it curves down. Every single time it curves down. Right now, it's still curved up. So we can still flip it back to a buy signal. The way to flip it back to a buy signal is that we close anywhere above this close, which is at $30.01. We get this weekly close above that. This is going to flip back to from a neutral signal back to a buy signal. You go to the monthly, we have no divergences in the monthly, nothing on the 5-day, nothing on the daily. On the daily, we are getting an inverse head and shoulders on the RSI. Right now, I feel like the easy target has played out because we've already hit the bullish control zone. Our next target will be the bullish critical zone, which right now is at $38, but that number is going to move down. But if we do get a fast move up within the next 1 or 2 weeks, that number is going to stay at $38. But for now, I would not target $38. I would say the easy move is played out, and I would not be taking a long here. I would be looking for a retest, like a little bit of a consolidation and a retest of this area here, if I wanted to go long. And then my stop loss would be this previous candle closure, which is at $29.38. Any close below there, and I would get out. Let me draw a fib to give you a gooder target, a better target. Gooder is not a real word. Right now, I'm looking at $37.84 as long as we close like this. If we close a weekly like this with this strength, I would have to target somewhere around mid-30s. And
there's a lot of confluence with that.
Yeah, and at that point, like I feel like because stocks are breaking out, NASDAQ is breaking out, S&P is breaking out on the verge, I would say that mid $30 would be a very easy target to go to. Because I believe Palantir is a tech stock, right?
Yeah. It is.
So it would align with the NASDAQ. And right now, the NASDAQ, my strong belief is that the bottom is in, and then maybe we get some consolidation and we go to new all-time highs from there, which would also align with this showing insane strength, breaking above every major fib level and having that upper 30s target.
That would also be kind of how 2022 played out in 2021, where crypto just went to shit, and then traditional markets made an all-time high in January, and then everything went to shit.
And you know how people, the phrase is, show me the charts and I'll tell you the news?
Yeah.
Because the charts follow the news. So if Palantir is looking like this, and Peter Thiel is one of the major funders and owners of Palantir. Peter Thiel is also one of the major backers of JD Vance. So if the Trump-Vance ticket does win, that would support this Palantir move up around to upper 30s, probably even higher.
Yeah. Holy shit. All righty. And then Alex, you're doing WCN, Farhan Ford. Ford will be yours. Okay. Let me just do this one, Alex, and I'll share your screen in a second.
Cool.
Estamos viendo Palantir. Quiero que vean esta graficota. Qué belleza. Que me quito eso rápidamente. Y expander acá. Ok. Pueden ver la fuerza que lleva Palantir. Vean esta vela mensual. Esta es una de las velas más alcistas, hermosas que he visto en mi maldita vida. Punto. El precio de Palantir en este momento está en los 35,59. Ok, lo voy a poner en la semanal para que tengamos una mejor idea de qué es lo que estamos viendo. Pueden ver esto, cómo jugó el Cup and Handle rico y va para arriba todo esto, señores. Rompimos la resistencia para poder lograr llevarnos al siguiente nivel. Esa resistencia está en los 29.97 y de nuevo estamos en los 32.57. Cuando volteamos a ver la tabla en el análisis de Farhan, cuando volteamos a ver la tabla en la semanal, lo único que queremos es que el precio cierre arriba de los 31.88. En este momento el precio, la tabla va a cerrar, bueno, el precio, el mercado va a cerrar y la vela también en 3 horas 18 minutos. Y queremos que esté arriba del 31.88. Si eso pasa, nos va a dar una señal de compra el Joule muy potente, muy potente. En este momento el momentum está en el control de los alcistas, en la zona del control de los alcistas. Si Esto llega a cerrar arriba de los 31.88. Marquen lo que ya estamos arriba de eso, solamente que aguante 3 horas. La última vez que hizo eso, el precio fue de los $6 a donde estamos ahorita, básicamente de acá a acá, y fue un 3X. 3X de cuánto hizo. ¿Ok? Cuando lo estamos viendo en la mensual, que es básicamente esto, el momentum va para arriba, la volatilidad para arriba y el Joule nos va a dar una señal de, bueno, tenía una señal de compra, se fue a neutral, pero se está manteniendo de lado. Y lo que queremos hacer para que la vuelva a, una vez más, a poner es cerrar en la mensual, que de nuevo faltan 14 días y 4 horas, arriba de los 30,01. Si podemos cerrar la mensual arriba de los 30,01, prepárense a ver Palantir, básicamente ir a testear esta zona de los 37.25. Si eres un degenerado y estás pensando en entrar en Palantir, lo que probablemente estés buscando es un retracement para poder hacer nuevos bajos más altos por esta zona. De aquí probablemente ranguear e irte para arriba. Tu invalidación de este trade, discúlpame, no, espérame, qué pendejo soy. Tu invalidación de este trade es bastante sencilla. Es literalmente aquí. Si llegas ¿cómo se llama? No, porque estás haciendo un largo. Qué pendejo soy, es a la baja, güey. Si a la baja, tu invalidación está aquí, básicamente, en este nivel de los 29.16. Si bajas de ahí, puedes cancelar tu long y esperarte a ver qué pasa. Pero por ahora, siempre y cuando estemos rebotando arriba de los $30 con 0,1 centavos, que de nuevo también tiene confluencia con el precio promedio que queremos cerrar a fin de mes para poder tener esa señal de compra tan potente, todo se ve bastante alcista para Palantir. Bien por el tío Peter Thiel y todos ellos. All right, Alex, what do we got? WCN.
Nice. Yeah, so I'm on the monthly here. I mean, it's looking quite good. As it stands, I mean, we see here we're basing off the 236 now. I know there's a lot of colors here, but if you see these dashed lines here on the monthly, we were kind of in a range here. The range was from 170, like $173 to $160. And now we're seeing we're getting we got that breakout. And then the month before this one, we got the back test, and nothing happened. This is just, in my opinion, consolidation on the lower time frames above resistance. And then we actually got the back test to a very nice potentially monthly closure. As it stands, if you just put a bullish retracement here, next target I have is 275. I don't know if Farn has confluence with that point, but that's what I'm seeing now with the monthly, looking how it looks. If we go and just look now on our EMAs, we also see here that the monthly is now very healthily coming back up, and it should hopefully in the next month closing maybe get more closer to 171, 172, in my opinion. Now we go to the weekly here. Yep. So the weekly is quite strong. I'm very curious to see where this weekly closes. Honestly, if we can just close, let me see here. I think if we can close above that wick high that we had before the rejection to the 9, that would look good. And to me, at least, it would confirm more of a breakout. Bears want this to kind of roll over and almost form like a double top here. But why I think that's less likely, essentially, is just because of the strength. The way the last week candle formed, the way this week candle is forming healthily above the 9, couldn't even fully backtest it on this week. For me, yeah, that bullish fib retracement around 280, might be the next level. And why also I think that we could easily see that over time is because if we go here and we look at the Bollinger Bands, we see now that the monthly bands are trying to they're expanding, but we're also trying to get above this band. And that's why I'm watching this level here at 183, 184. We can get above that. I do think then we are now healthily above the monthly band, which is strong, while expanding, while we were in this range here. So for me, it just seems like consolidation to continuation, especially with the monthly expanding. Now, since the monthly looks like this, I am curious to see how the weekly is looking now. And yeah, it's right around this high here. So if we can basically, in my opinion, get this weekly closure back above like 185, 186, to me, that'll be a really good sign that next week we can see essentially more expansion to the upside, potentially hitting our bullish retracement zone at that 280. That's kind of the next level I have. And that's all I can really see. It's just that 280, just from a bullish fib. What do you have, Farn?
So I wanted to add something right now on the weekly. We do have a confirmed hidden bullish divergence, and we have multiple drives. We don't want to lose the bullish control zone, but it doesn't look like we will right now. But we have multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, and that would give us a target of around $199.
Interesting.
Now, how do we keep that going so that we don't lose the divergent, like
The way to invalidate that bullish divergence is we'd have to close below the previous local low, which right now is at $175.66. We close below there, divergence is invalidated.
Got it.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me because at that point, if it's based on a weekly, if it goes below there and let's say closes, because that's based on a closing basis. To me, that would signal not the best sign, that we probably do come back to that 171, the top of this range here, and then we fall back in this range. It wouldn't be the best sign, but as it stands now, it looks good. We're healthily above the weekly 9.
Based on my system, though, if we invalidate that bullish divergence, I think we're gonna get a nice dump from there.
Yeah. So like essentially, in my opinion, if the weekly loses the 21 here, which is currently at $171.76, call it 172. Yeah, I don't see why I don't think these lows will hold then. And I do think we come back to the weekly EMA.
Can you do a fib extension from those bottom wick lows right there around that purple EMA to the top closing candle?
Yeah.
And that would literally, the 1618 lines right up at that bottom EMA right there. Beautiful.
Yeah, it does. It does. And that's what I'm seeing. I drew my bullish retracement on the monthly, and yeah, I'm getting the same 230 to 280 level. So it's something to watch essentially. But overall, very strong chart. I'm curious to see how the daily is developing now. Yep, daily looks good. So essentially, what bears want is us to start rolling over here. They want the daily to lose the 21, and then for us to pop back in this range here. If we pop back in this range, you see the daily EMA 100 has been a big point on this chart. There, I'll look for potentially a bounce. If this daily doesn't hold the EMA 100, then I think we're going to go a lot lower. And I would be looking at this 148, 149 zone again. But seems unlikely one thing after the next, and this daily will keep going up. What bulls ideally want is us to basically keep moving up, trekking this up. It gets more in confluence with this dash line, solidifying that this rejection high is flipped now into major support. And then essentially, if we go and back test this EMA 100 where it's closer to here, we'll look pretty good. What I don't want on this essentially is us to fall below 173. To me, that wouldn't look good. And I would then look at the daily EMA 100. We have to, of course, big spot. But then at that point, if we are falling below 173, we have to signal cautious because we're essentially now really testing that weekly EMA 21, which has been a big point for this stock essentially. So very good overall. I'd watch the weekly today. Until as long as we're basing, in my opinion, above 173, I do think this will over time go to our $200 region. Bears again, if you're shorting this, there's really not a simple play here to short. I mean, you're just shorting hopium that this is going to roll over and break down. But really, the chart's not telling you that. And if you are trying to short this and have more of a bias on that, it's very easy to me. Either if you want to trade on a weekly, short the deviation of this meme line here at 172, $173. But also that would probably mean when we get to next weekly that this 21 moves up a little bit more.
Be higher.
And if we lose the 21 on the weekly, that's your easy confirmation to short. If you want to be more aggressive, when we get to that point here, flip to the daily. Watch this. If we lose this on a daily instead of using a weekly, if you want to use a daily, which is more aggressive compared to the weekly, which has more data. If we lose this while deviating back in, while the weekly now is losing the 21, and we now for the first time, in a while, last time if we're going to use, since we lost the EMA 100 was here in September 2023, then essentially I would front run this and short the bearish retest, and then I'd target 148. But one thing after the next, that's kind of the hopium, and that's what bulls want. And that's kind of where I would look too. So if we fall back in, lose 173, close the daily EMA 100 below, and then the weekly solidifies it for me, then yeah, this can easily come back down. To 147, 148. This also will keep moving up, so this will probably line up more with this region. Strong though, very strong, and there's absolutely no short trade until we get the trigger.
Couldn't agree more. Okay. Now you are checking out Ford Farhan, right? And
the only am I muted? Yeah, no, I'm not muted.
No.
The only two American car companies to never go bankrupt, Ford and Tesla.
It's true.
That's right. That's right. And I don't know how the fuck. Well, Ford's really good at investing in other stuff outside of their company, but nothing that they touch is good. That's how they keep. Do you guys know that?
I mean,
they own.
You saw the Mustang Mach-E, right? Absolute fucking flop.
Garbage. Yeah.
Flop.
I mean, I'm not a car guy, and I wouldn't buy a Ford. So.
Yeah, and also it's not like the best branding, right? Like if you're Mexican and you drive like a Mustang, it's kind of like people will look down on you. Let's just say that. If you're a brown guy, right, like Farhan too, and he's driving a Mustang or a Corvette, people look at us in different lights. So it's not it's just not very good all around.
I'm not on my dad arc yet for the Corvettes though.
Not on your what?
My dad arc.
That arc? Oh, not yet. But you never know. You never know.
That's true. You never know.
I'm already making the dad jokes though, so maybe I'm close.
You're halfway there.
All right, let me share this and let's jump in there. And for you, Alex, Alphabet. Oh no, Edgar, we already answered one for Edgar. I'm 99% certain of that. 1 second.
And if we get a minute afterwards,
no, Alphabet.
And if nobody asks, I would love to look at XRP. Hopefully someone will ask.
Sounds good. Sounds fucking good. Let me show you this. Okay, here we are. Estamos en WCN, Waste Connection Inc. Pueden ver, esta es una tendencia potente alcista. Básicamente, y lo están viendo en la mensual, el precio en este momento está en altos históricos en 182.41. Acaba de romper en realidad altos históricos son 183.84. Estamos una vez más en la mensual, lo voy a poner en la semanal para que puedan ver un poco más y se vuelva un poco más sencillo. ¿Ven cómo estamos rangueando en esta zona de diferentes precios? Básicamente lo que estamos buscando en este momento es no perder esta zona de los $172. Si perdemos esta zona de los $172 en la semanal y también en la diaria, esto va a pintar un poco negativo. Lo que ahorita tenemos que está pasando bastante rico en la semanal es que hay varias divergencias escondidas alcistas en el precio. Con que podamos cerrar en la, en la semanal o en la mensual, ¿no? Porque ahorita a la semanal le quedan 3 horas. Arriba de los $199, eso activaría una señal que literalmente nos da un precio de objetivo de $280. $280 y podemos cerrar en los 199. Bueno, cuando el semanal cierre. Siempre y cuando no perdamos los 172, que es donde está esta línea roja, todo se ve muy bien. Ahora, cuando volteamos a ver el precio en la diaria y ponemos el EMA 100 y el 9, no el 200, perdón, el 21, espérame, ahí está el 21, el 9, ahí está. Vemos cómo estamos encima de todos ellos y habíamos venido a testear esto. Ahora, el EMA 21 está justamente en esta línea de la roja y el 9 está en los 177. Si se dobla el precio y caemos abajo de los 172, estas probablemente vayan a ser resistencias. Y ahí es donde querrías hacer un short que es bastante fácil de invalidar. sobre todo en la diaria. ¿Por qué? Porque en la diaria, y pueden ver que tengo el SMA 200, nos está confluyendo con esta línea en los 171. El EMA 100 está en los 171, por lo que va a subir de acuerdo a los siguientes cierres y probablemente venga acá. Si perdemos el nivel de los 172, muy probablemente, porque una vez más perderías el 100. Si pierdes el 100, puedes ver los dumperoos que hay cada que lo pierdes, aunque sea por tantito tiempo. Como en esta ocasión lo perdiste y tuviste un bajón de 10%. ¿Cuánto sería un bajón de 10% en esto en este momento? 10% sería por acá, los 163, y que sí, muy probablemente nos lleve a esta línea de los 160, para que tengan una idea. Se ve alcista, se ve que lleva fuerza. ¿Quieres, si eres alcista en esto, que cierre arriba de 199 semanal? Tal vez no hoy, pero la próxima semana, sobre todo un cierre mensual, y eso nos daría todas las divergencias alcistas que llevarían el precio a los 185. Denme un segundo, estamos viendo esto. No. Whoever's going now, it's going to do Ford, and then after it's Alphabet.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I'm doing Ford. Ford is mine.
Yes, that's right. Calm down. I'm excited too about Ford because it doesn't look good.
I love to see Ford going down because for the longest time, when I was posting on solomondern.com, I used to be massively bullish on Tesla. And every single time people used to tell me, bro, just wait until Ford and GM and all these guys start making EVs. They'd be like, Tesla is fucked. And I'm telling them, like, guys, like, you are absolutely delusional.
By the way, that's something that you and I carried ever since. Because to me, when I was making the videos and also on the website, people were telling me that the electric car was just a fad, that it would never work.
I absolutely love the fact that you agreed with me on those electric cars.
I mean, they're the shit.
Literally just drive an electric car and it will change your life.
Yeah, you'll never look back again. Ooh.
You remember with your 918 and you're like, this is like the in-between zone. Like it's almost there, but it's not quite.
It really did play that role because it showed you. You go from one of those phones, like the rotary phone, where you're going like, which you guys didn't see when you were kids. Then you go into a cell phone, an analog cell phone, which is crazy, but it's a cell phone. And then you go into the digital iPhone, right? Into an iPhone. Like that's the difference between those.
All right. So right now on Ford, on the weekly, we're going to start with the weekly. We've been in this range from around April of 2022 until now. We've been going above the range, deviating, testing the middle of the range, middle of the range, middle of the range. Middle has been held as support from September of 2022 all the way until we held it as support here too, even in August of 2023. We broke below it, broke below the middle, broke above the middle, went to the top, rejected the top, had a massive. The technical term is an evening star candle, but I don't like to use that term. I like to use shooting star candle, which we had a huge rejection and we closed red. After that, we had insane follow through to the downside. Not only that, but we got a fresh silver cross to the downside as well. Whenever we got the fresh silver cross to the downside, we ended up breaking below this meme line. It was not even strong enough to retest the meme line. It couldn't even test the 5 EMA. Right now, my fastest moving average is the 5 EMA. That tells me with the 5 EMA that if you can't even get above the 5 EMA, it is on a very, very, very strong bearish downtrend. We bounced at the bottom of the zone, which you would expect because this has been support for the longest time. Ever since this initial breakout, this bottom zone has been support. So obviously you're going to bounce here because there's no free lunch like in crypto, in stocks, nothing. Like no market is going to give you a free trade. Everything they're going to do is they're going to try to psych you out. They're going to want to get you out of your positions. Right now, we are getting a bounce. We're getting a very nice, strongly weekly hammerhead candle to the upside. We have about 2 hours and 58 minutes to close. The reason why I still think this is bearish is because we have a silver cross. We were below every single moving average. Whenever you get a silver cross, your entry is the 9 EMA. If you get a silver cross to the upside, you want to enter on a long at the 9 EMA. And you get a silver cross to the downside, you want to enter on a short at the 9 EMA. And what's lining up beautifully right now is this 9 EMA is right here at the middle of the range. Lines right up with the meme line. And the price right now is at $11.43. And if we look at our momentum indicators, we have momentum pointing heavily towards the downside. We have volatility pointing up, supporting it, telling us this is a very strong move, strong impulsive move, that it's not a corrective move. We look at our jewel. Not only are we getting a fresh sell signal, but we are literally getting the picture perfect jewel sell signal. There's no signal you will get on the jewel that is better than this right now on the sell signal, where the pink is crossing below the yellow and the dark blue is below everything else, and they're all bunched together. Whenever they're bunched together, that's telling you that this is the signal that you want to look for. And right now, this is giving us the picture perfect bear signal. We're bouncing above this. That's why I think that if we go up to the 9 EMA, this is going to be the ideal short entry. If I were to trade this, I don't usually trade stocks that much, but if I were to trade this, I would take the short at the 9 EMA, somewhere around 11. I would actually front run the 9 EMA, to be honest. I would.
Yeah, because it's going to go down a little bit.
Yeah, because it's at $11.43. I would start opening up my shorts right here at around $11 to $11.19. I would add at the 9 EMA, and my stop loss would be any close above the 21. The 21 right now is at $11.90. If we can close above that, it's not going to invalidate the silver cross, but it's going to make it considerably weaker. So if we were to close above the 9 EMA, of the 21 EMA, I would expect a little bit of consolidation there. If we were bullish, we retest this zone, and then we end up breaking out and testing this 200. But for now, since we have this silver cross to the downside, and we have not just a silver cross to the downside, but we have, let me remove the price action so you can actually see the EMAs. All right, so remove the price. We have the absolute picture perfect bunch of these moving averages right here, all crossing to the downside at the same time, which is the same thing as I showed you guys before on the jewel, where you had that picture perfect sell signal. Whenever those two things line up, it gives you even more higher confidence that this is insanely bearish. We look at let's look at divergences, and that's going to tell us the last thing we need to know. I know for a fact there's going to be bearish divergence.
By the way, I just read what this dude said, and he goes, "Dude, can you guys please check out Ford? Not to invest in it, but to see if I'm going to get fired."
I'm sorry, bro. I can't say anything there. Like, I hope you keep your job, but it's not looking good, bro.
It's not looking good. Not looking good according to the chart. Go on. I'm sorry.
So you see right here,
That's
RSI
funny.
made a higher high, but price is making a higher low. This would give you hidden bearish divergence, which the technical term is continuation divergence, because the trend is to the downside. And that would tell you that once that's confirmed, that the trend would still continue to the downside. You're looking at volatility on the BBWP, which is the Bollinger Bandwidth percentile, which gives you the number of the exact volatility number based off of the Bollinger Bands. And right now, we are getting heavy volatility expansion. We're still at 69.8%. Perfect number, 69%. The only way that you would say that from here we're going to get some contraction and mean reversion is if we have to get above the 80% range. But right now, we're not even close to that. And to get to the 80% range, price can move down significantly from here before it even gets there. And once that hidden bearish divergence is confirmed, we can get an easy target based off of this. And right now, that number is somewhere around $6.50. So if Ford were to break down from here, that is how much of a percent? It's at $10. So that's a very significant percent.
That's 40%, dude.
Yeah, right around 40%. Imagine if Ford drops 40%, one of the biggest automotive manufacturers in America. Something is breaking in the American economy, in my opinion. If that were to happen, something is breaking.
Look at their lots, dude. They will. Like, what's gonna make them sell more cars? You need, like, I think we all need to understand that these guys are discounting cars to let people in. That means their margins, which were already garbage compared to Tesla, right? Garbage, are gonna get even more punished. So that means they're going to have to fire a ton of people. What they're doing right now is they're eliminating as many dealerships as possible so they can just keep the strongest. So Ford has a lot more downside in just speaking economically, right? Like in financially as a company, than people think right now. Because there needs to be a major event for people to just go buy the cars at the prices that they have them right now. Think about that. Not discounted, at their actual price. And before that happens, it needs to go down more.
Have you seen how much the Mach-E used to cost when it came out? It was around like $55,000 to $60,000.
And now you get your Freedom Friday discount,
half off.
But that's
nobody wants that shit.
And Ford's still losing on those sold at full sticker, like 60 grand on them. Like, right? It's a huge number. And now add the discount. Like, it's crazy.
And what's even more bearish is that we had this gap right here, exactly where we had our shooting star candle, our top candle. It just filled the gap. It filled the gap. Not only did it fill the gap, but then it had an immediate dump right afterwards, which tells you that this is extremely bearish. Yeah. I can't find. I'm trying to, but I literally cannot find any hopium to give everyone right now. We're getting a dual sell signal, not just a sell signal, but we're below the fast moving average, and we're getting it vertical to the downside. And we're getting a rejection of the bullish control zone, which is telling us that the bulls tried to control and they were not able to do it, and bears took over, and now bears are strongly in control. So for me right now, this looks insanely bearish, and I would say risk is to the downside, and I would be looking for shorts to get into instead of looking for longs.
Yeah, 100 million%. I would agree with you. 100 billion%. Thank you, sir. So you already did that. Alex, you're doing Alphabet. 1 second. Roku, Farhan. Okay. Nice. Yeah. I'm going to talk about Ford real quick. Ok. Para empezar, Roberto, no había leído lo que habías puesto. Tío Salo revisa Ford solo para saber si vienen despidos, no para invertir. Malas noticias, tío. Solamente de ver la tabla, la cosa no pinta nada bien en este momento para ti. Nada bien. Y quiero hablar de esto con todos ustedes porque esto es algo real y que también van a ver en la tabla. O sea, esto, a menos de que algo gigantesco pase, va a pasar en la tabla. ¿Ok? Y les tengo que decir esto. En este momento, todos los fabricadores de coches que no son, ponte tu Tesla, ¿no? En Estados Unidos. No puedo hablar de los chinos porque no los conozco, no existen acá en Estados Unidos, no tenemos nada de eso. Pero Tesla o Rivian, que no tienen agencias, por ejemplo, que están vendiendo unidades, pero Tesla es el ejemplo bueno porque ellos ya están sacándole margen a los coches, etcétera. Tesla está descontando sus coches como loco, reduciendo sus márgenes, reduciendo sus ganancias y también están despidiendo gente, ¿ok? Esto es algo que sigue pasando, como McDonald's que está ofreciendo güey, ven y cómete una comida de $5, o Taco Bell, otra de $7, que también hoy Subway sacó la suya de $6, ¿no? Siempre y cuando la gente vaya a McDonald's y compren esas cosas, van a perder dinero, porque no les da el margen tal cual con los precios de hoy. Entonces, ¿qué está pasando en las agencias? En las agencias de coches, por ejemplo, ahorita en Ford, están llenos todas las agencias, llenas. ¿Y qué está haciendo Ford? No está descontando los coches. Lo que están haciendo es dando incentivos, que son descuentos disfrazados de otra palabra, ¿no? Incentivos. El Mach-E, por ejemplo, el Mustang eléctrico de Ford, lo sacaron a $60,000 y ahorita si tienes el descuento de Estados Unidos, el descuento de América, es un descuento de 50%. Esto no quiere decir que Ford está vendiendo el coche chido. Esto quiere decir que están perdiendo $30,000 encima del dinero que estaban perdiendo porque el coche es eléctrico. Y recuerden, los márgenes de Tesla en general, antes de todo este desmadre, eran los más saludables y los más envidiables de todos. Y los tradicionales, Ford, GM, Stellantis, etcétera, han tenido márgenes muy, muy reducidos porque pagan a su fuerza de labor muchísimo, porque tienen muchísimas más personas trabajando que una empresa como Tesla, que es ellos te venden directo a ti como consumidor. En este momento las agencias de Ford se están llenando de coches. En este momento no los pueden vender. En este momento, con todos los incentivos, no van a poder mover coches porque no hay nadie que quiera comprar los coches que vienen de la gente porque están muy baratos y porque han bajado tanto de precio los coches usados, la gente no lo puede vender a la agencia porque tiene más pérdidas. Y esas pérdidas no las pueden sacar a financiamiento porque les cuesta demasiado con los intereses tal cual. Entonces, en este momento, no hay nada, nada, nada que vaya a ser bueno para Ford, para GM, para Stellantis, para ninguno de ellos, hasta que, uno, el consumidor de la nada tenga dinero para comprar estos coches al precio real que ellos quieren, ¿no? O sea, mi Raptor que me costó $67,000, ahora cuesta $95,000. Lo que ellos tendrían que esperar para que esta madre suba es que haya algo que haga que toda la gente una vez más vaya a comprar un Raptor por $95,000. Siempre y cuando sigan en descuentos para adelante, van a seguir perdiendo dinero y van a tener que seguir despidiendo más gente. ¿Ok? En fin, ahí les va esta. Aquí tienen la gráfica de Ford. Es importante que ponga todos los promedios en este momento y que vean el mensual. Ford hizo tope en los $25 en febrero del 2022, que fue literalmente lo de la pandemia. Ah, no, había topado antes. Tiene sentido, en el 99, en abril del 99, pero después el siguiente tope fueron los 25 que hizo recientemente. Estamos viendo una gráfica mensual. Pueden ver que el precio de Ford en este momento por acción está en 10.45. Venimos literalmente hace 2 meses de $14. Estás hablando de una caída de 40% de donde estabas antes, ¿ok? Los voy a llevar a la semanal rápidamente. Viendo el gráfico semanal, quiero que se den cuenta de algo. Vean dónde están todos los promedios. Todos los promedios están flotando aquí arriba. Y ahora, ¿qué ven aquí? Aquí tenemos un Silver Cross para la baja, un cruce plateado, ¿ok? A la baja. Cada que tienes uno de estos a la alza, lo que quieres hacer es comprar cuando el precio sube del 9, del promedio del 9. En esto lo que quieres hacer cuando es a la baja es, quieres shortear cuando el precio llegue al 9. Es bastante fácil, bastante fácil. Entonces, Ford en este momento está en 10.45. No te están dando el trade barato. O sea, quiero que vean esto. Acabas de hacer un bajo más bajo que los de antes. ¿Ok? Además, tuviste este gap. Esto es algo que dijo Farhan que es muy interesante. Tienes este gap acá. Pero ¿qué pasa? El gap fue cerrado y vean la precisión justamente por esta vela de tope. Y aparte fue predatoria. Vino, te cerró aquí y luego tú viste el Don Paru, que se fue hasta acá, la buena caída de Ford. Lo puedes ver ahí tú mismo. Eso quiere decir que ya cerró este gap a la alza, ya no existe. Y ahora vas para abajo. Lo que estamos esperando probablemente es que el precio vaya a retestear esta zona. Tendría más sentido abrir una apuesta en Ford a la baja por aquí. Empezar en los 11, en los 11.10. De ahí, esto va a bajar, el IMI 9, que está en este momento en los 11.43. De ahí, volver a agregar una vez que llegues ahí y dejarlo correr. Si llegas, ¿dónde está tu invalidación? El 21, que es el amarillo. Y recuerda que va a bajar el amarillo. Si llega el precio y rompe el amarillo, te sales. Esa es tu salida. Pero esto tiene pinta de que va a bajar más. Y el objetivo que tenemos en este momento es porque cuando estamos volteando a ver el momentum que va para abajo, la volatilidad que va para abajo y el Joule dándonos una perfecta señal de compra y con el Silver Cross, ¿no? Con el cruce plateado aquí para la baja, nuestro siguiente objetivo son los 6.50. Y eso está por acá, que también coincide con este nivel de acá que hemos visto, que vimos en octubre del 2002, para que tengan una idea. Y aquí es donde coincide. Aquí es donde fuertemente nosotros tenemos una convicción de que el precio va a ir para allá. No sabemos cuánto se vaya a tardar, pero definitivamente le damos más favor a eso. No hay literalmente una sola cosa alcista en este gráfico. Una. Y no debería de haberlo. No debería de haberlo. Si lo vamos a mezclar con la realidad. Vale. Before we go into your chart, Alex, let me ask you this. This is a question. Farhan, Alex, how do you choose entry points that you feel confident in?
Okay, so
And why do they, and why do you, and what, and how and when do you choose to enter a position?
so my main trading setup is based off of the Silver Cross, the 21, the 55, and the 9 EMAs.
Mm-hmm.
My apps, like I have several setups, but my main setup is that one. And what I usually do is I wait for a high time frame, at the very least daily Silver Cross, and that gives me very, very high confidence that I can take that trade at the 9 EMA, put a stop loss with the close below the 21, and then almost every single time it plays out. I have this one tool which is called the skeleton key, which you can put in your strategy into it, and it gives you the exact hit rate. It takes back like whatever asset you're looking at, Bitcoin, S&P, no matter what you're looking at, you can input into there. It'll run it back through the entire asset's history and give you the hit rate for the strategy. It'll tell you the average win, the average loss, and how much it takes usually to play out. And right now, my Silver Cross strategy has around a 67.5% hit rate. That's why I love to use that so much. I always take my main trades off of that. Silver Cross to the downside, I'll take a short at the 9 EMA. My stop loss will be a close above the 21. If I take a long with the Silver Cross to the upside, I'll take a long at the 9 EMA, and my stop loss will be a close on that time frame. It depends what time frame you're looking at that time frame. Any close below the 21, and I'll get out.
Let me translate that real quick for everybody, and then I'll let you jump in, Alex. Ok, lo que dice Farhan, que cómo hace esto, ¿no? Porque nos está preguntando Valentino, oye, ¿le puedes preguntar a Farhan y Alex que cómo escogen sus puntos de entrada y que se sientan bastante fuertes, o sea, que se sientan seguros de ellos? ¿Cómo y cuándo lo haces para entrar en una posición? Y la respuesta de Farhan es, me encanta hacer toda mi estrategia se basa en estos cruces plateados, en estos silver crosses, que es cuando el promedio de 21 y el promedio del 55 se cambian. Eso quiere decir que a la alza, el 21 está arriba del 55, digo, el 55 está arriba del 21 y el 21 se voltea para arriba. Cuando el 21 se voltea para arriba del 55, ahí es donde toma Farhan su trade. ¿Dónde exactamente? Lo hace con el 9, con el promedio del 9. Cuando ves que el precio se sube del promedio del 9, ahí abres tu posición. ¿Y dónde la cierras por si la invalidas? Simplemente, si la pierdes, la puedes buscar. Ahora, a la baja es al revés. Tienes el 21 ya está arriba, el 55 está abajo y se voltean. Y es lo que estamos viendo en el gráfico de Ford. Aquí se los puedo poner rapidísimo para que lo vean. Aquí está, a la baja. Un segundo. Está justo aquí. Pueden ver cómo el naranja, que es el 55, se quedó arriba y el 21, que es el amarillo, se fue para abajo. Cuando este cruce pasa a la baja, lo que haces es hacer short con el 9. Volteas a ver dónde está el 9, que en este caso está aquí en los 11.43, y aquí es donde abres bueno, se va a ir acercando el precio, entonces tienes que ver más o menos en la diaria, tienes que seguir checando. Otra cosa que dijo Farhan que es importante, esto lo hace con la temporalidad mínima del diario, no se mete más abajo de eso, pero le gusta más cuando lo puede agarrar una temporalidad más grande porque tiene más probabilidades de jugar y juega mejor. Esto le da a su estrategia un 67% de éxito en todos los trades que toma de acuerdo a esta estrategia. Cuando viene a la baja el cruce, quieres hacer un short en el 9. ¿Cuál es tu invalidación el 21? Una vez que el precio tiene un cierre arriba del 21, ahí es donde te sales. Es así de fácil. Así es como le hace. Y ahora vamos con Alex. All right. Hit me, son. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean,
hey, by the way, you can just say same, and then we can move on.
Almost same. I don't use the Silver Cross to actively trade off of like Farhan does.
Yeah.
I use it in Confluence to what I look at. And I mean, everyone knows because they've been watching me. I like the meme lines. I trust my meme lines a lot. And mixed in with the major moving average, like the 9 to 21 to 34 and the 100. Mixed in also with candlestick theory, understanding like, like a shooting star, hanging man, bearish engulfing, tweezer top, or, a hammerhead, inverted hammerhead, things like that. Mixed in with a silver cross with EMAs at resistance, the meme line matching up. It makes me feel more confident. I have more confluence but I only trade Bitcoin. So I also, though, a big part of my system and me is my gut and my instinct. And, when I've been watching Bitcoin, like I've been watching it, since I was 12, and I've been trading it since I was 18. You just start understanding the dynamic. Yeah, exactly. You just start understanding, the dynamics, the vibe, and the price action. And Farn can contest it. You can agree with this. So agreed with Farn, though, 100%. EMAs are a major point to my strategy, though. I think they work very, very well in Bitcoin. And if you can understand how they work and how they interact with each other, like really understand it, not just looking at the 9, but like the confluence with the 9, the 21, the 34, to me, that's like a range. And then if we can break that up, we hit the 100. If we break down, then we have really nothing but air, maybe the SMA 200. Mixing with like a silver cross can help me get confluence with short, but then also trend. All those things accumulate to
trend is your friend.
Entries.
Yeah.
So in theory, same Farn with you.
And to add on to that point about your the meme lines, whenever those meme lines line up exactly with those EMAs, that gives you the ultimate like confluence. It gives you a very high probability trade there whenever those lines are exactly with those EMAs.
Oh, I agree. That is like my favorite setup, especially when we get like a bullish, a candle formation right where we're expecting it to bounce. Very nice setup across the board. But that seems easy in theory, but you have to have confidence in yourself. How much weight do you put on your own chart, the EMAs, and also your own drawing? Me, I'm sometimes too confident, and that can get me in trouble. But to each their own. I know people use Ikamoto clouds. They can use ribbons, hash ribbons. Some people don't even use EMAs at all. They just base everything on candlestick theory with just like divergences. There's no one system fits all, but that's at least what's worked for me.
And you made a point about your gut. I don't know if you guys have heard. There's this guy named GCR who is considered to be the best crypto trader of all time. He started out.
Hang on. Are you being serious or is he terrible?
No, he's literally the best crypto trader of all time.
I think he's probably one of the best.
He's considered a god on crypto Twitter. He started his account with around like less than 100K, around like 50 or 60K. Guy is literally a billionaire from just trading.
No,
literally a billionaire.
That's why I think he's one of the best traders in the world.
He traded his way from less than 100K to over $1 billion. And he says,
what?
I know when I heard that,
his main thing is that, like, you have your levels, you have your indicators, but the most successful traders you meet in your entire life, they'll put their gut over all of that.
And I agree with that 100%. Because there's been times where I'm getting a bullish setup, but it's like I'll be telling Farn I'm getting bearish vibes. I'm getting these bearish vibes in my gut.
I've seen that, yeah.
Usually it's until Farn has a 90% hit rate. So it is. If you don't trust yourself, then what can you trust? So
you tell me, not even your wife. God damn it.
Let's hope Bullen is not watching.
No, she's never watching. Don't worry about it. That's why I talk all this shit. What I'm hoping is that she's not out here because I can't see. But hey, that's another story. If you guys see me die, then I die. We'll get into your chart right now. Let me just translate that, Alex. Cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Ok, y la respuesta de Alex es bastante en línea, un poco en línea con la de Fajan, obviamente, pero él no se basa tanto en los EMAs. Alex es una combinación de cosas y esto es parte de lo que van a aprender ustedes en el de Cero a Trader, que es la idea del curso que van a sacar estos tíos, que yo estoy traduciendo. Y es eso. Tienes que crear, para empezar, un sistema. Tienes que entender qué es lo que estás viendo en la tabla, qué son temporalidades mensuales, todo esto. Tienes que entender qué son líneas de soporte, líneas de resistencia. Tienes que entender qué son los promedios. Tienes que entender qué son indicadores. Y tienes que agarrar y usar una confluencia de todo esto. Hay gente, personalmente, antes de empezar a tradear con ellos, a mí simplemente me gustaban las líneas, canales paralelos y usaba un sistema mucho más básico. Sigo usando eso. Sigo usando eso, pero ¿dónde? Donde me encuentro mis líneas pendejas con soportes y resistencias importantes, donde los promedios de 21, 9, etcétera, se juntan y donde veo, ok, tiene todas estas cosas, está sobre la línea, está debajo del triángulo, está encima de esto. Cuando pegan, mientras más factores peguen, más se siente mejor y también entendiendo a qué tendencia va. Eso es lo que también hace, bueno, lo que dice Alex que hace. Entonces, es un poco es por eso que es tan importante entender lo básico para poder crear un excelente sistema para todos ustedes. Y eso es qué te va a acomodar. ¿Te acomoda tanto poder ver todos los indicadores como lo hace Farhan o te acomoda más ver tus líneas y acomodarlo como lo hace Alex? ¿Te gusta más una combinación de los? ¿Qué es lo que te gusta? Puedes hacerlo con hash ribbons, puedes hacerlo con esto, con el otro. Hay muchísimas cosas que se pueden hacer, pero la idea es, tienes que tener una base sólida de entendimiento de qué es lo que estás viendo, qué son las velas, qué es temporalidad, qué son los promedios, qué son estas líneas, por qué las usas, por qué también sabes qué significa cada vela cuando ves una vela que te dice, esta es una vela de tope, cuál es una confirmación para que no sea, etcétera. Y además, obviamente, tu sentimiento. Me estaban contando que hay un güey que empezó con $40,000 en cripto y que de tradear, que es el mejor trader de toda la historia aparentemente, llegó a ser billonario. Es billonario el tío, con $40,000. Voy a ir a depositar $40,000 en mi cripto account en este momento y nos vemos mañana, ¿no? Ah, vale, listos. Ok, Alphabet. Now we can go.
All right, cool. So I have a few things to talk about this chart. We're gonna start on the daily. Something that I find interesting is the daily. You know, we're getting a nice bounce. We didn't fully hit my support zone at 152.80, 153. So you know, to me, I think it's interesting to me because right now on the daily, I am seeing a silver cross to the downside actually. That happened right here. We have the 55 now above the 21. You know, that's not a good sign. But the hopium here is we going through. So that's what I wanted to show first. Fresh silver cross here. And so in theory, I'm watching for this 169, 168 to reject, which it's close. We're at like 165.50. So we are approaching resistance for my first point. Now, if we go on and throw my EMAs on, you know, what I'm seeing here is, yes, we are above the 9 and probably the daily, most likely, this is an assumption, but we'll reclaim the 9. For me, that's okay. It's not like we're full on bull mode again because we have this massive level in this cluster here at 169. This is a big point. You know, when I had the 55 as well, we know it's silver cross to the downside as well. So I'll be looking at this as a rejection zone. I have 2 points on the daily. And I will throw the daily SMA 200 on soon. But right now I'm watching this. So, you know, Google doesn't like to be under its daily EMA 100 for a very long time at all. Each time it's just been quick deviations to pumps. These are the 2 examples we have in most recent time. You can see it deviates, it looks bad, and then it quickly gets reclaimed, and then it's off to the races. That's kind of what bulls are looking for in this scenario. I do think it's interesting, though, how this would be the 3rd time this has happened. To me, when I see something like that, I wouldn't put weight on this happening again. Markets like to work in power of 3s. And, you know, to me, I don't know if we just get the same exact thing again. We'll lose the daily EMA 100, reclaim the 9. Lose the EMA 100. Once it reclaimed the 9, it was full on. We'll reclaim this, no problem. And why I'm thinking, you know, why I'm more reserved on that theory is essentially when you put a fib retracement zone here. When we go to the daily, you know, when you take this high here, we go down to the closure, you know, where is that perfectly lining up? Where, you know, the 0.5, you know, area, I'm almost certain the 0.5 and 618 is the golden pocket, or golden zone is what they call it. But if you guys can see this, it's perfectly lining up with that area here at 169. That's great confluence for me that we're probably at least, for the very least, going to get some kind of pullback here, if not a rejection.
And for the fibs, I feel like the best thing possible is if you go into the settings on the fibs and add in, you already had the 618, but add in the 0.65. And that gives you the perfect golden pocket right there.
Very good.
618 and 6.5.
Awesome. No, that's very helpful.
And you see where we're rejecting right there, exactly right there.
So we did, yeah. We rejected here, came down, 236 held. Now we're pushing up, you know, but we have, and that's why I still think Google can still come up a little bit more. And that's why I'm expecting the 9 to get reclaimed. But I am looking at this area here at 169, 168.80 to get rejected. Not only is the fib telling us that, but we just have major confluence essentially in the EMAs I'm looking at. Let me get this off now. Sometimes it's hard to get the fib off once I have it on. There we go.
Just one thing. You said that when you're looking at those silver crosses to the downside, because the last two played out in a small way, that you're not looking at it, because there's a big one that got lost on April 22, and that was a 30-some% dump.
So I haven't back tested the most recent silver crosses. I mean, there is, like I was mentioning, only for the deviations of the EMA 100, which are these blue lines here. You can see we slightly silver crossed here, but I mean, it got invalidated when the 21 when it silver crossed to the upside is what I'm saying. It got invalidated here, and then here you also see it slightly tried to silver cross, but then again got invalidated. So I was looking at that. I haven't back tested when the last bearish silver cross happened, but why I think this is a little different is because if we go and look, okay, we did silver cross, we go up, like it's only been 3 or 4 closures, until we get quickly deviated again, negating the silver cross to the downside. Why I think this time is different is A, it's the third time this is deviating now, but B, we've had a few closures well under it, and the 21 is now it's far away from the 55 now. To me, it's giving me confluence that 169 is the short zone, on top of the fib retracement. And then if we also go to, I think it was the weekly as well, or what level are we approaching on the weekly as well? It's that weekly EMA 21 right here. So right, and where does that sit? That sits at 168.95. Call it 169. Same. So that's three time frames that I'm getting that 169 should reject. On top of it, we're getting that silver cross now to the downside on the daily, while not even holding the daily MA 100 is now well under, and we would, per the book, look at that as the next rejection area. But on the hopium side, and this is why I want to bring up the daily SMA 200, on these dumps where we deviated the EMA 100, we still basically held the SMA 200, and that is currently what we're doing now. So that is the hopium I see. Essentially is that we are still above the daily SMA 200. So what we could potentially get is a tap, and then we go back down and we form a EMA range. That's what I call it. And we're just in between major moving averages. Why though? I honestly don't think that the SMA 200 will hold. It's just simply because of these last two scenarios here. It would be pretty easy if each and every time the EMA 100 we got a daily under it, you just bid the shit out of it, and each time it's just gone reclaimed, and that's just been a great extremity entry. I don't think that bulls are just going to get the same accommodation, especially when we see indices kind of approaching resistance, which this coming down has implications. But now, I don't have a too big measured target for downside. I do think we probably will hit this 152.30, and then I'd look for a bottom there. If that doesn't hold, then I do think 140 is probably likely.
And since I'm the resident hopium dealer and you just gave the hopium,
throw it.
You kind of took my job right there, so I have to give some bear hopium right now.
Oh boy!
But right now on the monthly, there is a possible, it's not confirmed yet, but there's a possible 3 drives of bearish divergence in the monthly.
Yikes. And so, and that basically, not surprised, solidifies that this daily silver cross can be different from these ones, because we have more closures now, far from the where the silver cross actually happened. When this silver cross to the downside happened, remember, let's see it right here. It really, like, we only had essentially a few closures under it before it got negated. This is a little different because we've had multiple closures since we crossed. All the down here, and then multiple days of here. That's why it's a little different. The only similarity is just the SMA 200. That's the hopium. But if we go and then back test the weekly, then, because if we see the daily, let me see here. The daily also, like, so then the difference, let me turn the 55. I only look at the 55 for crosses, so I guess the hopium here would be essentially, what you'd want is, you'd want this weekly to get quickly reclaimed. Anytime it's lost it, this was for 2 closures under it, the third one got reclaimed, we lost it, had another This was this closure. This is the third week, and it's still not reclaiming. A little different. I mean, it doesn't like to be under this weekly 21 for too long. Something to watch, though, for sure. Now, overall, I don't think that this is just going to nuke, but I do think it can come down more for sure. And essentially, this is what I'd be looking at. Since we have the fib retracement zone, we have a major EMA on the daily, EMA 100 and the 21. Yes, we are above the 9, but I'm still looking at the 21 and the EMA 100 more than the 9. This just is step 1 for bulls. Step 2, and then step 3 would be reclaiming the weekly. But until then, until proven otherwise, I'm basically looking for something like this. Rally up, rolls over, and then we actually come and hit this zone. This 153 doesn't hold. It's actually 152.20. Yeah, I'm going to look at 140 as the next zone. And if that doesn't hold, then the chart's not going to look the best. And why I say that is because we go to the monthly here. Essentially, and let me get this off. If we lose, this zone here, this will mean that, essentially the monthly is kind of deviated the area it's been holding since we've been bull mode in 2023, since it reclaimed. Remember, I've given this easy strategy before. If you just want to trade off a monthly, long it when we reclaim the 9 and short when we lose the 9. What would have happened here the moment we reclaimed it and we longed? It was an impressive,
tremendous pump,
easy move up. And so that's now the same theory, just to the downside. So, I mean, that's what we have to now look at. If we don't hold 140, I do think this is going to come down pretty hard.
And to add confluence to your 139.79 meme line, is that if that bearish divergence does confirm, our minimum target is around 135. It lines up perfectly.
Yeah, it's good confluence. So, that's what I'm watching essentially. I don't see much on BBWP. The Bollinger Bands, I don't see too much either on that. I'd be interested to see how the weekly bands are looking, just to see. Nothing's tight, slight pinch here. I can see that. Then on the daily, we probably start ranging a little bit, which probably gives confluence to why the BBWP is starting to come down a bit. But when I see this starting to come down, it is starting to reset. This will go one way or the other, and as it stands currently, I have a bias to the downside. And
the middle zone is where you would expect it to reset and start volatility expansion again, which is around 50%.
I see. And so what's happening right now, right? We're going up, but this is resetting, and it's almost to 50%, and we are approaching on the daily and the weekly major resistance here, and on the fib retracement as well, major resistance at 169, 170. What's going to happen when we do reject and the volatility is reset? To me, it basically can mean that bears will have a lot of momentum to push this down. And I mean, from where the level we're talking about, from where it rejects here, it's been a very impressive move down, 17%. And I mean, you have to remember, Google is still weighted. I believe it's 2.3% overall on the S&P. So, this has implications for the majors and then also Bitcoin. Now, I'll be very bullish on this. If we reclaim this on even a daily, I'd be pretty bullish on this. And that's just why, because the chart tells me that. It's been a very big spot anytime we reclaim this EMA 100 on the daily, which makes sense. But again, we can't negate the resistance that I've shown, and we can't negate the silver cross.
That gap hasn't been filled either, right? That gap hasn't been filled.
This one, you're right. It hasn't. So,
in 176.
Yeah, it's at $145.
Oh, this one down here.
It lines right up with the bearish divergence of the monthly as well.
This got filled. This has not gotten filled. And we do remember we have a silver cross too. So that is more confluence to why I do think this zone will reject here. And then mixed in with the weekly time frame with the daily MA 100. This could be easy. This could be very easy. So we'll see. Essentially, silver cross is freshly crossed, and we have lost it. Hopium is this daily EMA 100 leads to the EMA. The reclaim of the daily EMA 9 leads to the reclaim of the EMA 100 daily, which then will segue into us reclaiming the weekly 21, which will be a good sign. Getting back above the weekly 9 will be a better sign on why I do think then we can push up more. But bearish, and we are approaching resistance, so be mindful of that.
Makes sense, sir. Thank you so much. And for the next one that you'll do is Bros, BROS, the home builders. Cool. Thank you. Ok, vamos a voltear a ver a Google instantáneamente. ¿Qué les queremos enseñar? Hay varias cosas que nos platicó Alex en este momento. Estas líneas verticales señalan donde el cruce plateado dio a la baja, pero estos fueron muy leves. Lo pueden ver acá. Aquí tenemos otro cruce plateado que sí acabó jugando bien y tuvo un bajón. Espérame, ¿fue esa la última vez? Sí. Tuvo un bajón de casi 40% el precio esa vez. Lo que estamos diciendo es que probablemente porque vimos que este y este no funcionaron y si viera simplemente el EMA rojo es el 100, para que sepan, que cualquier vez que ves que el precio sube, el EMA 100 sube como loco. Entonces, esto es un trade que ya básicamente probablemente no te lo va a dar el mercado igual, es la manera de verlo. En este momento, y pueden ver, si me acerco acá en la diaria, tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja acá, donde el 21 se bajó del 55, que es el naranja, y tienes esta zona de confluencia acá en los 167, donde está el 100 y el 21. Estamos a punto de retomar el 9. Si retomamos el 9, probablemente vayamos a retestear por acá y va a acabar porque estos van a bajar a los 166. De los 166, muy probablemente lo que tengamos es un rechazo. Farhan dijo que también hay tres posibles divergencias bajistas en sus indicadores, lo que nos da como objetivo, y sobre todo si ponen esto acá, el S&P 200, tu siguiente objetivo probablemente vaya a ser por aquí de los 153. Si llegas a romper eso, nuestro siguiente objetivo muy probablemente sea los 139.31, para que sepan. Entonces, atención con Google. Pero el caso contrario sería, si retomamos este nivel acá en los 166, 167 y nos vamos para arriba y podemos romper el 55 a la alza en los 170, eso se vería bastante bien. Bastante bien, tíos. Vale, pues, vale. Les voy a mandar entonces por acá rápidamente, vamos a hacer un shameless plug de estos tíos. Si quieren unirse al Discord, les voy a dejar esto en la parte de abajo. Si quieren también tradear Bitcoin con nosotros, aquí les dejamos el exchange de Bluffing, que funciona en Estados Unidos, en todo el mundo también, y no requiere KYC. Eso quiere decir que no les vas a tener que dar identificación para poder sacarle dinero a la mona. Y también tenemos el enlace de BitGet, que ahí sí requiere KYC. No funciona en Estados Unidos, funciona internacionalmente, pero tiene mejores fees, honestamente. Así que lo que les acomode. Y si no, pueden unirse a nuestro Discord, es completamente gratis. Ahí tienen los análisis de Farhan, los de Alex, tienen todos los enlaces apropiadamente puestos, lo que quieren ver básicamente. Se los enseño porque a mucha gente le espanta Discord. Es, yo creo que muy fácil, ¿no? Entonces, para que lo vean rápido, este es el Discord. Si le pican al canal, aquí tienes los análisis de Alex a la izquierda, acá tienes los de Farhan, tienes acá todos los enlaces que te acabo de decir. Aquí es para el de BitGet, tienes el de Bluffing, también tienes para TradingView. Mucha gente está preguntando qué programa estamos usando. Se llama TradingView, lo puedes usar gratis, pero si quieres de verdad absorber la mayor cantidad de datos posibles, quieres comprarte el plan más caro y usar nuestro código, te van a dar un descuento de $15 mínimo con otras cosas. ¿Por qué usa el plan más caro? Que es el que yo uso, es el que Alex usa, el que Farhan usa, porque te da la mayor cantidad de velas posibles y eso te da los mejores promedios y básicamente te da una ventaja sobre todos. Aquí viene la gente a decir hola, como pueden ver por acá. Salud. Puta madre, cuánta gente. Acá tienen para todos los requests, para que pidan qué tablas quieren ver. Acá tienen noticias. Acá tienen toda la gente diciéndonos que, uy, este güey. Güey, Reyes, eres una máquina, cabrón. Una máquina. Vete. No, hombre, 34, nada mal. Vientos, un 5%. Bien, entonces, bueno, aquí vienes a compartir tus éxitos, porque nadie comparte lo triste, ¿no? Y acá estamos todos en general para que vengas a platicar. Aquí está, bastante sencillo usar el Discord, honestamente, y la ventaja es, tienes ahí a Alex, a toda la comunidad, lo que necesiten, y honestamente la comunidad contribuye bastante. Farhan, are you mother ready? I need to go take a piss, but I'll be listening to you. You're muted, of course. I'm going to add your chart, and this is going to be Roku, right?
Yep.
Perfecto. I'll take this with me, so I'll be listening to you. Take it away.
I'm right there with you guys. I own a couple of Roku devices myself, so you can know that I'm biased towards the upside because I love Roku. So I'm not going to give you any bullshit right now. We're looking at the weekly on Roku. We have a silver cross to the downside. We have a gap right here. When we confirmed the silver cross, we went down to, below the blue zone. We reclaimed the blue zone. We had this little bit of a wick right here. I wasn't looking at the sentiment at that point, but I would assume everybody got really bullish after we got this big move up. We didn't even have enough momentum to close this gap. We went up to the 21 EMA. We didn't even test the 21 EMA. We front ran it and we rejected, had a wick. Right after that, we had a red candle down. We lost the median. Ever since then, we've been holding below the median. We deviated below it. Right now, we were literally right at the median. The price right at the median is at $59.25. We're still below it by about like, what is that, like 40 something cents? We're below it. So as long as we're rejecting the median, based on how my system works, the risk is still to the downside. And if you get a rejection of the median here and it closes the weekly like this, we have 2 hours and 11 minutes. So it's very likely that we're going to close below the median unless somehow we get another like 40 or 50 cent pump in the next 2 hours that we're going to reject it. If we do, then we get a technical target of this bottom of the blue zone, which right now is at $52. If we get a test of that blue zone, normally you would consider that to be a buy zone because the price likes to hold it. But the reason why I don't consider it a buy zone is because right now on the weekly, we're on a steady downtrend. We're making lower highs and lower lows. Whenever we're on a downtrend like this, you have to assume it's going to keep going down until it proves you otherwise. Because the main phrase is the trend is your friend. If you trade against the trend, that's how you lose your entire account. It's so much easier to just trade with a trend. It makes it so much more probable, so much more statistically likely. Right now, we have this silver cross. We tested right to this 21 EMA. We rejected it completely. We got not even a slight closure above the 21 EMA. We got this one test here, this one test here, this one test here. And the way that I like to look at it is whenever we get a consolidation like this and we can't break above a major EMA, this is what I consider distribution, to where people are buying, like the retail is buying and the institutions are selling. Because the institutions, you got to remember, institutions love EMAs. The boomers, they love EMAs. And whenever it rejects off of these EMAs, they will start selling. And they start, and you can see it right here where they sold right here. And we got how much of a move down from the rejection of the 21? A 23.5% move down after the rejection of the 21. Right now, we're getting momentum at the neutral zone. It's not technically bearish right now, but I'm leaning towards bearish because it's pointing heavily towards the downside. Also that, but we also have a little bit of bearish divergence over here too. It's not the worst bearish divergence, but it's enough, in my opinion, to get us below this middle zone and to get us healthily into the bearish control zone. And once that happens, because volatility is also at the extreme lows, volatility is going to start expanding too, and that's going to support the move to the downside. Right now, if you look at the jewel, it's flipping from a buy signal to a neutral signal, and this is one of the more worrying neutral signals because it's curved to the downside. Like you saw right here, where we got a neutral signal from the buy signal, and then it curved just like that, and then it flipped to a new sell signal. And if we mark with the vertical line what happened with price there, you're going to see it's going to be a very significant move. I haven't even looked at it, but I already know it's going to be a significant move just based off the jewel. Every time we had it right here. Price moved from around $78 all the way down to $56. Next time we had it, price moved from $90 all the way down to $51. So as you can see, like these sell signals on the jewel in this area are very significant. We have not confirmed the sell signal just yet. We have the neutral signal, The way, based on my system, to confirm the sell signal is that we have to close below the 9 EMA, which right now is at $58. We close below the 9 EMA, we're going to confirm a sell signal on the jewel, and then we would have to expect another impulsive move to the downside. And if we draw a fib, that'll tell us a good idea of where we could go to next. Right now, not only could we not even get to the golden pocket, but we're struggling at the 786. As long as we reject here, and the beautiful part is that the 786 lines right up with this 9 EMA, which gives you even more confluence. If we reject there, we're going to end up moving down. Right now, if we do this, because this is a weekly, so if this happens within the next 1 or 2 months, this is going to be our target. But since stocks move so slow, this is going to move up. Right now, that target is $29.33. What I'm thinking, what I would bet on, is that this is going to take around like 6 to 8 months to play out, and this number is going to move up. These ranges are going to move up, and I would target, for the most like aggressive trader, I would target the 88.3, which right now is at $41.80. Personally, if I was short here, I would take a short right at this median. My stop loss would be this 21 EMA, which is at $60.74. As long as we're below there on a weekly close, I would say it's still bearish to the downside, and I would target that 88.3 at that $41 level. I don't think it's going to hold there. The reason why I don't think it's going to hold there is because if you look at the jewel, we're flipping from a buy signal to a neutral, and we're heavily curved down. And now these fast and slow moving oscillators are touching each other. So this tells you that we're at a resistance, and we're not at somewhere that we should be looking for a move to the upside. The way to invalidate it is if we do close above that $59.25 area, and then this jewel flips back to a buy signal. But right now, it's not looking like it's going to do that. Let's go to the monthly. The monthly is giving us a little bit of a different signal. It's giving us momentum trying to flip back to the upside, but it's still at the moving average, so you would consider this resistance. Right now, momentum is in the bearish control zone, which is at the negative 52 level. If we can break above that and we get a monthly close above that, then I would say, okay, bulls are starting to take control, and we can look for a move to the 55 EMA, which right now almost perfectly lines up with this 236 fib, which is at $96. At that point, I would say, okay, the bottom is in, and we can move it from there. But until then, I would have to say risk is to the downside. And we're getting a very heavy sell signal on the jewel. We're below the fast moving oscillator as well. And we're moving into the bearish control zone. If we get a monthly close like that, we'd have to say bears are strongly in control. Last time that happened was right here. Right over here when we broke into the bearish control zone, and price went from $310 all the way down to $39. Imagine if you bought it at $300 and you're seeing your investment drop to the 30s. You're down, what, 10x? You're at 90%. You have 10% of what you originally put in. At that point, I'm sorry?
I was going to say, what about the people who bought at the top? That's $485.
Oh, they've been long since fucked. Right now, what we're looking for is the people who bought this test of the 55 EMA.
Yeah.
They still have their longs here. Most likely, they're gonna get stopped out if we get a rejection anywhere around this 21. If we get a rejection here, the sell algorithms are gonna kick in, and because almost every single asset in the stock market, the crypto market, everything, it runs based off algos. So once the sell algo kicks in, it's gonna move heavy towards the downside, and what it's gonna want to do is it's gonna want to target everybody's stop losses and their liquidation points, because the market is predatory. Like no matter what you look at it, people say it's a free market, it's this market. The market is predatory. It's a PvP market. It does not want you to make money. It wants you to lose money, because whenever you lose money, the people who are selling these, making these options and selling the stocks, the market makers, they make fees off of you buying those options and losing money. That's why if you look at the statistics, around 80% of options end up worthless, because you're not meant to make money. The institutions are meant to make money. If you make money, the institutions are not happy.
Oh, I know.
So right now we're getting everything towards the bearish side. We're getting. Let me check the quarterly. Oh, the quarterly is looking so bad right now. It's on a steady downtrend. We have a high, we have a lower low, we have a lower high. Lower high is confirmed. Right now we are bouncing right where the bulls would want us to bounce. But I don't think it's a strong bounce because we're getting a volatility at extreme lows. So the only way to confirm this to the upside is we would want to get a close above this previous candle open, which is at 65.27. If we get that close above there on the month, on the quarterly is 3 months, by the way, keep in mind. Every single one of these ticks is 3 months. So if we get a quarterly above that, which also what I love to see is that it lines right up with this 5 EMA. We get a quarterly above that, then technically we have to target this 21, which is at $103. And even if we got that move, I would still say that would be a lower high, and this would be your short point. And what's beautiful for me is that this 21 EMA lines right up with this 38.2%, which usually if it is bearish, it's going to reject there, and then it's going to move down to the 50%. And right now the 50% is right here at this wick low at $17.29. Let me get a fib for you guys and see if it lines up. Usually they almost always line up.
$17 and what?
Around, I believe 1750 to 1740, but that number is going to change. Like, it doesn't have to be exact because this is a quarter. When we were looking at it before, it was a quarterly.
Well, so that's the all-time low.
Yeah, that number is going to change. It's going to move up a little bit higher. But if we hit that level, I don't think it's going to hold because, as you see, this is a steady downtrend. So people are going to start freaking out. The sell algorithms are going to kick in, and it's probably going to go even lower. But right now, the target that I have based off of this fib level lines right up almost perfect with this 88.3, which is at $31.50, which is right around that same low. I would expect us to get a little bit of a bounce here. People are going to say a double bottom, and they're going to say we're going to go up from there. But based on how weak it looks, and because the trend is your friend, I would expect the trend to continue towards the downside. And the last thing I want to look at is divergences. Because if we have any major bearish divergences on there, that's going to tell us even more confluence with the trend to the downside. Right now, the weekly, we have the starting of a bullish divergence, but it's not confirmed yet. The only way to confirm this bullish divergence is that we want to get a close above this red candle right here at $59.18. If we get a close above there, then we're going to have bullish divergence confirmed. But because this is still on a steady downtrend, this is not telling us that we're going to reverse. All it's telling us is that we're going to test the next resistance right here. Right now, we have a gap, which is at $72. That would be our easy target for the bullish divergence. If it is confirmed, we would get a fill over there. And what I'm going to say, though, is because I am a betting man, I would not expect us to get anywhere above this previous projective high right here. Let me draw a horizontal line. Oh, put it in the wrong place. I would not expect us to get anywhere above here. Anytime we get around here after the bullish divergence, I would say this is the safest place that you could take a short, which is at $98.54. And what I love about this is that this lines up with the psychological level of 100. So everybody's going to see that. They're going to say we're about to break above 100, and we're going to go up to at least 140 or this other wick low 150 range. And I would say it's safest to take a short there, and your stop loss would be any. This is a weekly, but I would even do it as a daily. Any daily close over 98.54, I would get out and I would flip long. But until then, in my opinion, Roku has to prove to you that it's bullish, or until then, it is extremely bearish. This bullish divergence does not mean that much because the trend is still to the downside. All it means is that we're going to get a retest of those previous resistances. And what adds to this is that we look on the weekly jewel right now. We're flipping from a buy signal to a neutral signal, and it's curving down. It hasn't confirmed yet, but on the next weekly close, this is going to confirm as a sell signal. And to confirm as a sell signal, we would have to close anywhere below this candle open, which is at $59.18, right around that other psychological level of $60. As long as we close below there, it's going to confirm a weekly sell signal, and that's going to give us our previous targets to the downside. Let's look at the monthly. There's no divergences in the monthly, but we still have a sell signal on the monthly. And not only that, but does anybody else see this as a head and shoulders? This is looking like a massive head and shoulders. And not only that, it's a head and shoulders, but this is one of those head and shoulders that's going to give you a negative target. So I'm not even going to bother pulling up the measured move. Yeah. So like what I'm thinking right now is if this keeps resisting this area, is this going to go down to a penny stock? I don't know, to be honest, but it's looking like it to me.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Let me bring Alex up here. There you go. Yeah, it's not looking good at all. And then you have that on the monthly chart when you look at the silver cross, right? Because it's so new, basically the asset, basically right here. When you have the silver cross right here, it's the first one that the price has ever seen. You see the retest. This is kind of perfectly playing into your strategy.
Yeah. That was actually a very good point because I didn't have my EMAs pulled up on that chart, and now when I pull them up, we literally have a silver cross to the downside on the monthly, and we're rejecting
on the weekly.
We're rejecting the 21 and the 55 exactly where you would need to. We went below the 9. Now we're rejecting the 9. This is one of the most picture perfect bearish setups you will ever see.
Yeah, exactly. In a way, I was going to say, if you looked at that, then it does look like everything is fucked, like big time. I don't understand why. You have Roku. How expensive is it?
It's cheap as fuck. Like I have literally the highest end Roku that you can get, and it cost me like $60.
And do you pay monthly?
No.
Maybe they're just not making any money. What type of programming do you get?
Not be. I mainly use Roku for Netflix.
Oh, so as a third party, okay, I understand what you're saying. Oh my God, that is terrible. So yeah, maybe they will go to shit. Because if they don't have anything proprietary and you're not looking at their own programming, and just so that everybody know too, and you guys, because probably not a lot of people know this, on TV, if you go and tell TV, like let's pretend I have a website that has 1 million people on it. I can go to every TV network and tell them, give me all of your channels for free. And they will. And the reason why is because they'll be able to tell advertisers that they're serving another 1 million people through me without telling them through me. So in a way, you can get programming for very cheap, make it look like you have a lot going on, but you don't. So it's interesting. Okay. Thank you, sir. Interesting.
That is interesting. I feel like Apple, after the Apple streaming service and Disney Plus, it's like people are less incentivized to buy a Roku to watch Netflix and Hulu. And why? Because like you can have Apple TV, have the remote on your phone. It's free. You don't need to buy a device. And then you have all of that Roku offers, but it's more simple. So maybe
no,
because you brought a good point. Like Roku and like these platforms like it, really their bread and butter is like how many users can they get to their platform so we can get advertisers to pay us. Maybe that's why people aren't buying
Roku.
Roku.
Their biggest problem is unless you create original programming, these legacy entities will disappear. They'll probably all combine into one. But the one thing that's absolutely going to destroy them all is two things: Apple and Amazon, because they don't have to create the content to survive. And they just make it as a perk. Like, dude, we don't give a fuck. Apple has like $260 billion cash. Like, no one gives a fuck. Like, go ahead and make however many movies with Will Smith, The Rock, whoever the highest paid actor is, and no one can compete with that and with Amazon and also live sports. So
that's a great point. That's a good point. And Apple does have like unlimited amounts of cash, so they can just get the best actors. Their show could be shit, but it still will do good because of just the people they bring in. It's a good point.
Along with Amazon. So you guys are watching another evolution of the downfall of all of Hollywood.
By the way, fellas, I just got stopped out of my Bitcoin short.
Did you really?
Let me see here. Yeah, today I'm watching the daily on Bitcoin.
Oh man, he went to 59,300. I'm not getting stopped because I have I'm using very little margin. So I'm still in it.
I'm a degenerate who's using 20x, so I gotta be careful with my risk control.
Yeah. I'm watching the daily. I just see us we're back at the daily 9 and the EMA 200 area. This should be the zone we reject though, and then bears want to push it down for the weekly on spot.
Let me see. Oh yeah, here you are, like perfectly to the book. You have the silver cross to the downside. You're going right here. Oh man, what a great opportunity! If you guys haven't opened a short, this is now or never, basically.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, because bears want to push it down here, trap longs, and then hopefully they could press it down, breaking the EMA 34 in the weekly. That'd be like the bear hopium.
Aquí tienen un mega trade setup para todos los que no hayan entrado en un short en Bitcoin. Tienes el cruce plateado a la baja, donde el 21 bajó del 55, que es el naranja. Estamos abajo de todo, pero estás rebotando. En este momento estás tocando el EMA 9. Aquí lo que probablemente tiene 67% de chances es que el precio rebote hacia la baja. ¿Cuál es tu invalidación? El EMA 21, que en este momento está en los 6,440, 60,440. Aquí lo tienen, un excelente trade, bastante fácil de tomar, con buenas posibilidades. Por si alguien quiere hacerlo, no le estoy recomendando nada. Ya saben que somos unos degenerados y aquí solamente le estamos pasando bien. En fin, I'm going to get to Roku. Vamos a Roku, que se me fue el pedo acá. Discúlpenme. Estamos viendo emocionados el trade de Bitcoin. Ok, en Roku lo que estamos viendo y sencillamente puesto es, voy a ponerlo en la mensual. Pueden ver cómo tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, ¿no? Y literalmente fuimos rechazados por la 9 y ahorita lo vamos a intentar retomar. Pero también en la semanal. Y esto es aquí donde dices, uy, se pone caliente la cosa. Porque en la semanal puedes ver cómo tienes el cruce plateado y ahorita mismo estás haciendo esto con el precio. Estás bailando con él y está justamente siendo rechazado del 21. Lo puedes ver y probablemente lo vaya a rechazar el 9. Esto literalmente tiene todas las señales de que se va a ir para abajo. Está en un steady downtrend. Estás viendo que está generando altos más bajos que los de acá del 2023, de acá, altos más bajos y bajos más bajos también. Eso te dice que no te quieres pelear con la tendencia es tu amiga y obviamente tu amiga la tendencia, que está buenísima, por cierto, la tendencia. Oye, qué rica está la tendencia. Perdón. Perdón, no es como que mi cerebro no se va a hacer espuma después de 4 horas de estar poniendo atención a algo, discúlpenme. Estamos viendo que en el Joule, en la semanal, estamos yendo de comprar a neutral, pero es la peor tipo de neutral señal que te puede dar el Joule porque empieza a apuntar para abajo agresivamente. Entonces, eso quiere decir que muy probablemente se vaya a volver una señal de venta. Básicamente, ¿qué es lo que quieres ver? Quieres poder retomar el 21. Te acaban de rechazar acá, estás bajando a 58, 59 y vas a perder probablemente el 9. Si pierdes el 9, tu siguiente objetivo son los 41, 39, pero muy probablemente el precio vaya a seguir bajando de acá, aunque te dé un rebote. ¿Por qué? Te daría un rebote porque aquí mucha gente especularía que esto es un doble piso, ¿no? O un carrito, lo que quieras construir, ¿no? Este es el carrito que te va a llevar a la verga. Ahí está, bien dibujadito para todos ustedes, como de que no. ¿Cómo es que no disfrutan estos en vivos, caray? ¿Cuánto se aprende? Si tenemos ese doble fondo, hay un chance que esto vaya a rebotar tantito y después seguir cayendo. No descartamos los 17 y no descartamos una caída más grande. Esto es en verdad algo que tiene cara de que quiere desaparecer como empresa. Es justo lo que estamos platicando en inglés, porque ¿cuál es el futuro de Roku? Vamos a ver exactamente. Ok, who's got bros?
Let me pull this up here.
And then we can do XRP
I just had it
because
up.
it's 4 hours.
Yeah, I guess Barn can take us home with XRP. It's only right. Okay.
I was
Nice.
muted. I said I would love to do XRP.
Oh, there we are.
There you go. Okay.
Okay, so I just first want to show two things on the daily. This is Dutch Bros. It's interesting. We're getting a bounce right now on my chart. So there's three things. So right now I'm getting a silver cross in the daily. And I'm also seeing a nice confluence area on the daily, right where that the golden pocket is right here. Something to be mindful of here. I do think that right now we are at resistance. So if we're really weak right now, we would expect Dutch Bros to reject here. But the reason I just want everyone to see this retracement to golden zone here, this is a big level. We're also pressing against the 0.5 here, along with my meme line as well. So something to consider. But we do have a silver cross to the downside on the daily. Let me throw the 55 off and go to the 100. And remember that area here, the golden pocket lines up perfectly with that daily EMA 100. So that's something I'll be looking for if we break this area though. This is the point where bears want to reject us. And why I say that is because of where this daily SMA 200 is. You could see we reclaimed this yesterday. That's a good sign. I do find it weird how the 9 couldn't get reclaimed. That's interesting to me. It's like a sign of cautious because, why reclaim the SMA 200 but not take it to the 9? It seems very obvious to me. So what bears want to see here is a rejection on this daily. They'd want us to deviate down and lose the SMA 200 again. That'll probably give us fuel then to go to 22.75, in my opinion. But how the fib zones looked as well with the 0.5 right here with my meme line and the SMA 200 getting reclaimed tells me that if we do reclaim or get it back above $32.47, I do think we're going to go back to this zone here at 35.60, which will correspond with that the golden pocket on the fib retracement, which will tell me that this is a big zone if we get up to there. So that's something to be watching for if you're actively looking at Dutch Bros. As something to trade or invest. You can't really trade this on a monthly just because there's not that much data. Keep in mind it's IPO'd in 2021, so I mean there's not a crazy amount of data on this chart. But as the monthly stand, it's not looking the best. You can ignore the 21 here because there's not much data, but the 9 has more data, and you can see as of now we are deviating here. So this is like, in my opinion, Bulls' last chance. They want to bounce this, get a good monthly closure. This is a big spot. It lines up with the 0.5 on the retracement zone along with my meme line. But for now, I think the weekly should be what we are looking at. And for now, as it stands, this looks like just a very, that's why I'm mentioning right now that, bears want to push this down today, because then this will solidify that this is the bearish retest, right? We break down, nice rally up from the lows to where we're at now, 20%, 21%.
Holy shit.
This would be the bearish retest we'd look at. What Bulls want is a reclaim, a deviation up, and then that might lead into next week. But as it stands, that's what I'll be watching closely today is where are bears going to take this today? Are we going to reject the 0.5 on the retracement zone and fulfill the bearish retest prophecy? Or are we going to have a nice little squeeze up more? I'm unsure. We see obviously this gap, so that also lines up with this area. So there, it's like if we reclaim this level, then cool. I'm confident we'll go to 35.60. If we reject this level now, I'll look at this as the bearish retest, and I'll be looking at $23 is the next area for Dutch Bros. And then the weekly will solidify that. We just don't want to close above 32.47 if you're bullish. And then, that'll give the monthly more momentum to close even worse and bad. And this will look like a big deviation, losing the 9. And you can see the interaction with the 9 on like a downtrend with Dutch Bros on the monthly. Doesn't really like to be back above. So ideally, bulls want this area to hold, and then they can basically call this a back test of the 9 and the 21. And it's a flip. They flipped it into support. What they don't want is this, where it just fully deviated back down. And as of right now, that's what it's looking like, but we're not too far from the 9 yet. So there's still hopium that they can reclaim it in the next 14 days. But something to watch, because if we can't get a nice bounce from this zone, this is where the next bearish retest would be. Right, rallies to this, reject. It's kind of like a bull trap, because even though we reclaimed the SMA 200, we didn't reclaim the 9 here. Bulls are getting horny. The 9 rejects, and we go down, losing the SMA 200. That's kind of what you'd want to look if you're bearish today. If this level gets reclaimed, then we're going to switch to the golden pocket zone right at 35.50, which lines up with the daily EMA 100, which is a nice point. There's not too much data with this chart, but with what we have, you can just back test it yourself. The reactions whenever we do reclaim this, there is just like a nice pump in general. So something to watch, especially since we have the fib retracement and major EMAs right around that $35, $36 level. But like I said, today you want to watch because this is where bulls want to take it down. To really be bearish, shallow bearish retest, not really shallow because it was up 17%, but in the sense that it couldn't reach the 100, deviates to 200, and then fulfills the prophecy and comes down. I do think we can easily come back down. We go back to $22, that'll be like a major spot. If that doesn't hold, then it's gonna not look good. We'd have to look at this low, and at that point, I mean, the trend is still down. So, are we just going to keep going lower? Unsure. So something to really watch for now. But today's important. Bulls want this to get reclaimed, and they want the 9 to get reclaimed along with the SMA 200 to hold. Then we look to this. But until we get an actual reclaim, I'll look as this is resistance right now, and this is just a big bearish retest.
Hey, motherfucking man. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Tenemos Bros, que por cierto me confundí, creí que era Toll Brothers, pero es Dutch Brothers. Dutch Brothers es aparentemente una franquicia de dulces, creí que era de bienes raíces. Cuando vi el gráfico dije, no tiene sentido esto, tío. Pero si no tiene nada de sentido. Pero en fin, bueno. Les voy a poner la gráfica mensual rápidamente para que vean el atorón y lo sencillo que es esto. ¿Ok? Esto es toda la vida de Dutch Brothers, acá, que empezó en septiembre 21 del 2021. Como pueden observar, viene el EMA 9, que no lo ha podido retomar, y estamos acá. Habíamos tenido este pompazo una vez que lo tomamos, fue de ¿cuánto? De básicamente 41%, nada mal, y ahorita en la temporalidad mensual estamos abajo. ¿Dónde está el precio en este momento del EMA 9? En los 33.56. Mensual. Todavía faltan 14 días con 2 horas, por lo que nos da bastante buena esperanza. Pero vamos rápidamente a la semanal y quiero que vean esto. Déjenme los acerco. Ahora, está flipeando. Aquí tienes un Silver Cross. Todo el mundo lo ve a la alza. Vientos. ¿Qué nos dio eso? Desde donde empezó hasta donde está, un 42%. Chido, bastante bueno. Pero ahora vamos para abajo. Y aquí todavía no se pierde el cruce, pero puedes ver que el 55 está en ese nivel de los 13, de los 33.15. Igualito que donde estaba el 9 en la mensual, ¿ok? Y acá tienes una confluencia de todos los demás, de todos los promedios entre 35 y 34. Yo creo que el promedio sería 35 plano. Pero si lo ponemos en la diaria y te llevo acá, ve cómo perdiste el SMA 200. Y ahora estás intentando testar el 9. Aquí arriba, ¿qué tienes? A ver, señores, amarillo es 21 y naranja, para que lo puedan ver más de cerca, es el 55. Un cruce plateado a la baja, ¿no? Como la de tu hermana. Entonces, tienes el cruce plateado a la baja en este momento, pasando justamente aquí, entre agosto 8 y el 9. Entonces, tienes esto, tienes la caída tremenda y vas para arriba. Si no puedes retomar en este momento, y vean la confluencia de esto, esta línea de acá, si no puedes retomar el 9 y te rechaza, vas para abajo. Los alcistas quieren tomar el 9 e ir a buscar esta siguiente línea, los 33.91, que es probablemente donde el 21 va a caer. Y ahí hay una gran posibilidad de que te rechacen también. Si eres bajista, ahí es donde está tu oportunidad de short. Si eres alcista, quieres retomar el 21, pero de nuevo, ¿cuál es el setup que usamos nosotros para hacerle un short a algo? Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, estamos hablando de la diaria, esto es más temporalidad más corta, pero también en la mensual, no, en la semanal me parece que es donde lo tenemos bien, en la semanal está bien, en la mensual... no, en la mensual no. En la mensual simplemente estás, discúlpeme, estoy haciéndome bolas de tantas pendejadas que he visto. Vale, tienes el cruce plateado a la baja, tienes el EMA 9 aquí, estás a punto de ser rechazado por él y aparte tienes el 21 acá. Abrirías tu short aquí, probablemente en los 32.48, 32.50. Tu invalidación sería manual, básicamente, cuando llegues al EMA 21, pero este va a bajar por este cierre. Y eso es si le estás apostando para abajo. Si le estás apostando para arriba, simplemente se trata de retomar con fuerza el EMA 9, después y de acá ya puedes empezar a apuntar a la alza. Pero por ahora no se ve bien. Bastante confluencia alrededor de los 35... de los $35, básicamente, con todo esto que estamos viendo, todos estos promedios acá, y también se alinea con la bolsa dorada o el Golden Pocket, no sé cómo se dice en español, en el Fibonacci. Así que no descartemos que vaya a venir a buscar los 35 y lo que signifique. Así que atentos si están tradeando Brothers. Farhanese. You want to throw XRP?
Let's please do it.
Let's do it. Are you pumped because it changed, or are you pumped because it's going more towards what you thought?
To be honest, I love XRP so much. I'm just biased. I'm one of those guys. As much as I say, don't marry your bags. I might have married my bag.
And you didn't get a prenup, did you, motherfucker?
Nope.
You dirty son of a bitch.
One thing I learned though is that prenups are for the poorest. The best way to go is with the trust.
That's right. That's right. And by the way, the prenup doesn't work for shit. You go out there, you create a trust, and then they can't do shit. Look at you.
Because you don't own shit with the trust.
Nope, the trust owns it.
You look me up, I don't have a single thing to my name. Because everything is in the trust. You can sue me as much as you want. You won't get shit.
These are rich people's secrets. We don't tell anybody else these things. But yes, I agree with you 100,000,000%. Let's go see XRP.
All right, we're looking at XRP right now. Just to give you something to compare with, here's how XRP looks on the weekly. Here's how Bitcoin looks on the weekly. XRP. Uncle Brad is cooking some shit up. Brad is the CEO of XRP. He is cooking some shit up right now. Let's wait for my HBDR. It just loaded up. So on the last move, we had this big bearish engulfing on the weekly. We still held the blue zone though, so it was still good. It wasn't too bad. We corrected to the median. We held the median. This is exactly where you'd want it to hold if the price is still going to be bullish. After that, we reclaimed the median. We went above the blue zone. Now we're healthily above the blue zone. The blue zone for this indicator is considered the breakout zone. Every single time you break above it, you get a very nice move up. Like right here, we broke above it. We ended up getting a 33% move. Last time we did it, we broke above it, a 102% move.
So right now, one candle, by the way. That's so stupid.
So crazy. That's the beauty of shitcoins.
Yeah.
That they will destroy you in one candle, or they'll make you rich as fucking one candle. Right now, we're about to get a silver cross on the weekly. It's most likely the reason why I love this setup so much right now is it lines right up with the blue zone. As long as the price is above this area at 54 cents, I believe I sent that 54-cent number into our group chat earlier today or yesterday. Mm-hmm. As long as we're above 54 cents, we're going to get that breakout. And what I'm looking at after that breakout from the weekly was the last time I looked was 69 cents, but beautiful number. But let's confirm.
Now, you wouldn't consider on the weekly that you had a silver cross to the downside? Because you did, and still active.
We did, but we've invalidated it. Because
you're above?
Yeah, because we closed above every single moving average, so now it's invalidated.
Got it. Okay, interesting. Thank you. Learning every day.
Switch to the daily. I'm pretty sure we're going to get it from here. So we don't have this that 69-cent target based off these fibs, but we have it right up here at the 78.6. So if we do break above this 38.2, our next logical target is 78.6, which is the number I'm looking at right now at that 68 to 69 cent zone. The reason why I think it's going to break above 68 cents is because you guys know how crypto works. Crypto is a meme market. Everybody loves hype. Everybody loves to go along with what's cool. And 69 is the number that everybody loves.
In crypto, absolutely.
So I'm thinking like if we do break above the zone, we're going to go to 69 cents. Most likely we're going to get a little bit of a rejection there, come back down, retest these highs. And after that, I think we're going to go to this 161.8, which is around 80 cents. I have two targets right now. And the first one is 69 cents. The next one is 80 cents. And then the one above that is a little bit above $1. So three targets. That $1 target, I don't think it's realistic right now. I would only think that $1 target is realistic if Bitcoin makes a low and it ends up going back over 65K. At that point, I would look at that $1 target. But until then, I'm looking at 69 cents to 80 cents. And if we look at our momentum indicators, and I'll switch to the weekly, our momentum indicators are pointing very sharply to the upside. Not only that, but we haven't even broken above the bullish control zone. Usually, whenever we find our tops, it's right there in the bullish control zone. So we haven't even gotten there yet. So it tells you that price still has a lot more room to run. We're getting volatility support, and on top of that, you look at the jewel. We are on the verge of getting the ultimate jewel signal. Off of the next maybe 1 or 2 weekly closes, as long as price is above 54 cents, this pink is going to cross the yellow, and then the light blue is going to be above the pink. So that's going to give us the picture perfect jewel signal. And then we would have a target the bullish control zone. Unfortunately, the jewel does not tell you what that price would be. But if you look at price action, you can get an idea based off a basic technical analysis. And that would be right here around this previous projective high. You can use closures, or you can use wicks. But for these type of things, I like to use wicks, because that's where price find its previous liquidity and it sold off. And that
94.
previous wick is right there around 85 cents, which is, I say, or around that 80 cent target that we were looking at before. We switched to the monthly on XRP.
Oh, that's what I'm looking at. Sorry. Yeah.
The monthly it has been maintaining healthily in this blue zone. It corrected to the median. It was not, the sell pressure was not even strong enough to get us to the bottom of the blue zone. If we check out what Bitcoin did at that time, Bitcoin did literally the exact same thing, where it corrected down, but it didn't go to the blue zone. It went to the 21 EMA, front ran it a little bit. The only altcoin right now I'm seeing that's even showing any type of strength compared to Bitcoin is XRP. And we're holding this candle right now. We're holding every single major EMA. We're getting a momentum pointer to the upside. We're getting volatility support. And right now we're getting the jewel flipping from a sell signal to a neutral signal, exactly where you would need to see it, right above this pink. So that's telling us we're still above the fast moving average, and this is just a correction until we move back up. The way that we would invalidate this, because you always have to have an invalidation, is any closure below this previous green candle low, which is at, and this is significantly lower from where we are right now, so it's not that helpful, but it's at 38 cents, 0.249. We get a close below that, and this is a deviation, and we're going to make a significantly lower low. We're going to break this low. But until then, we have to assume pressure is to the upside. If we look at the quarterly, right now, the quarterly is one of my favorite charts on XRP. The quarterly is holding like picture perfect, where it made this high, it made a higher low, it made a lower high, and right now it's consolidating here. And where it's consolidating is right around this 21 EMA. And it's making a very nice candle right here. We don't have a bullish engulfing yet, but if we close above 62.8, we're going to have a bullish engulfing on the monthly. And that's going to give us a target of, at the very least, the 50%, if not the 61.8%. And those numbers right now are at $1.50 and $1.64. So for my XRP bag personally, I'm going to get out if we close a daily below 50 cents. I'm out, but my take profit is around 150 to 160. If you look at people on crypto Twitter right now, they're telling you XRP is going to $7, it's going to $8. Like, that's not even the most ridiculous target I've seen. I showed Alex the most ridiculous target I've seen. There's a guy who was saying that XRP is going to the tens of thousands of dollars.
Oh,
I want to smoke whatever he's smoking.
Literally, just give me what he is smoking, and I will never smoke anything ever again.
No,
if
that'll
XRP,
be enough for me to never come back to Earth.
If XRP goes to those numbers, it would be like probably 100x bigger than the entire world economy.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Not
I'm sure
bad.
the guy had that in mind when he made the calculations.
Right.
The thing is, he's adjusting for inflation.
Oh, I see. That's my issue.
That's
I
why.
didn't invest in
Yeah.
inflation. I see.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now on the monthly, we're getting exactly a move down before on the previous close, which was in April, in when Bitcoin moved down to 53K or 58K on that news from Iran and Israel. It maintained that low right at the middle zone, and it flipped back up. So right now, momentum is pivoted to the upside. We're getting a confirmed jewel buy signal. I'm on the right chart. So there's not enough data right now to give us more of the jewel signal beforehand, but right now we're getting a very fresh buy signal within the bullish control zone. So you have to put some type of weight on that, because in this area, especially on the quarterly is 3 months. Every single one of these ticks is 3 months, just giving us a confirmed buy signal there. That's telling me that if we do manage to break above this median on the quarterly, which is at 47 cents, we're most likely, like, you have to subtract the numbers. You have a 61.8% chance of hitting $1.50, which is why I'm mega bullish on XRP right now. what I'm looking for is, I think XRP is about to announce something big, because the phrase is, show me the charts and I'll tell you the news. So I have no idea what XRP is about to announce, but it must be something big. And I'm thinking that the people who know about it are trying to front run it, and they're trying to get in beforehand, because it's on the monthly, the quarterly, it's looking like it's about to break out. We look at XRP on the momentum indicators right now. We don't have any divergences. Let's go to the stochastic. That's what I wanted to look at. Yeah, so right now we're getting one of those stochastic momentum versus volatility setups, where momentum is pointed to the upside as long as we're above 49 cents, and we're getting volatility expansion with it too, where volatility is at 30, almost 31%. For this system to get a confirmation of volatility expansion, you would have to go above 15%, and we're already double above that. And when is the last time that we had a volatility expansion on XRP where price momentum was also to the upside? Right here. And what type of move did we get? 200% from there. Right now, momentum is pointed healthily towards the upside. We're getting a nice consolidation over here. We're above all our major EMAs. We go to the monthly. Monthly is down below 57 cents. But if you look at the oscillator right here, it's trying to flip back up. So if we get any type of close above 57 cents, we're gonna confirm monthly momentum to the upside within the bearish control zone. The last time we ever had momentum flip to the upside within the bearish control zone on the monthly was over here in December of 2022. And that's the same move that we pulled out before, where price went up over 200%.
Until July of 2023.
And we're getting that exact same setup right now. We look at the quarterly. Quarterly is giving the same thing. We're making consistently higher lows in every single cycle. We're holding the 21 EMA. We deviated below it. We tested it, held it, and now we're basing off the 21 EMA. As long as it closes above here, the price number is for that right now, that same 47.7 number that we looked at before. We would have to target significantly higher. And if we look at it based off of fibs, I'm going to go from the close to the next close. We'd have to, I'm not even comfortable saying this number, to be honest. It's going to go down, but right now that number is at $3, which is at the previous all-time highs. I don't think it's going to go there. I think if we do get the move that I'm looking for, that we're going to go somewhere around $1.50, $1.60. And I think it's going to reject there. And all the people who are saying we're going to go to $7 or $8, they're going to hold it back all the way down here to 27 cents, 28 cents. That's usually what happens to XRP. No matter how much XRP pumps, the XRP fan base are the type of people who are like, yeah, it's the future of France, the future of finance. It's going to go so much higher. It's going to go over $10. Every single time, that is the ideology that holds you to carrying that profit all the way back to a loss and getting liquidated. But right now, I'm mega bullish on XRP. It's looking better. As far as I've seen, it's the best altcoin I've seen right now.
Interesting.
I'm still holding XRP.
I was going to say, it sounds like a lot of hopium you're selling, Farhan, but I'm going to go with your thesis.
It might be because I'm holding it, though, so who knows?
You holding spot?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's good on this, and specifically in this scenario. Thank you. All right. I'm not going to be able to do it justice at whatever you just did, but here we go. Okay. Podemos ver que literalmente ha estado consolidando. Esto es XRP, damas y caballeros. El futuro de las finanzas, como todo el mundo cree. Y dice Farhan, ¿no? Si ves, ve la tabla, lee la tabla y que te diga qué tipo de noticias estás viendo en la tabla y luego aprende de la noticia. Porque es cierto, el mercado primero se mueve y después te anuncian algo para justificar la movida del precio. Lo que está diciendo es que probablemente XRP vaya a anunciar algo importante. Y cuando anuncie esto importante, alguien ahorita está haciendo el front run de esto. En el momento, en este momento estoy enseñando una gráfica de 3 meses, es la temporalidad que están viendo. El precio en este momento de XRP son 56 centavos y está arriba cómodamente del EMA 21 y también del EMA 9 en este momento, que es bastante bueno en este tipo de tablas. Ahora, voy a leer tantito lo que está diciendo lo que está diciendo Farhan. Básicamente lo que estamos buscando en el semanal es poder cerrar arriba de los 54 centavos. Estamos en 56 y esta va a cerrar en 2 días, 6 horas. Con que logremos cerrar abajo de los 54, nuestro siguiente objetivo está por ahí de los 69 centavos. ¿Por qué? Porque Bitcoin y cripto tiene un fanbase bastante, le encanta el mame y los memes. Y pues bueno, ese sería el próximo objetivo del precio, que sería más o menos por acá, para que lo tengan apuntado, 69 centavos. Si rompemos los 69 y tenemos un cierre arriba de ello, mi siguiente objetivo serían 80 centavos. 80 centavos está por acá. Y de ahí nos iríamos a $1. Ahora, el semanal ha tenido un cierre, parece que va a tener un cierre perfecto. Pueden verlo aquí, cómo está encima de todos los moving averages. Y acá le estaba diciendo a Farhan, le pregunté, güey, si tenemos un cruce a la baja plateado, ¿por qué eres tan alcista? Dice, no, pero se invalida porque el precio ya tiene cierre. Este cerró aquí arriba y este cerró aquí arriba. Entonces, eso invalida esto porque, pues sí, es cierto, estás encima de ellas. También otra cosa que está viendo en la semanal es una señal perfecta del Joule de compra. Entonces, básicamente lo que estamos buscando es poder cerrar encima de los 57 centavos en general. Si podemos hacer eso en la mensual, ¿no? En simplemente la mensual, no la de 3 meses. En la mensual. Si podemos cerrar arriba de 57 centavos, que es justamente esta línea morada. Si podemos lograr eso en la mensual, que todavía le faltan 15 días y 6 horas, probablemente el precio de esto se dispare bastante alto. Toda la gente en cripto está diciendo que esto se puede ir a $12, $7. No, no creemos eso. Creemos que puede llegar a dólar, dólar y medio. Más allá de eso, hay algo interesante en esta tabla porque es cierto, esta es una vela bastante alcista y sobre todo si se vuelve verde, la mensual, esto sería una locura. Y estás a nada de romper esta resistencia que simplemente no has podido pasar. Nunca. O sea, literalmente la rompiste, pero nunca cerraste encima de ella y vas para abajo. Así que pondría XRP en una categoría propia. Now, let me ask you boys, because I have no idea here.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck could XRP announce that's so bullish? Because if it was like, all right, we're going to be the one that creates all of the technology for all of the CBDCs, then people would be like, fuck you, XRP, no? Or would that be bullish?
No, crypto hates CBDCs. They absolutely hate CBDCs.
But that's the only thing they're working on, no?
So I have no idea what they're doing, but they have to be doing something.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought because in theory, yeah, that wouldn't be bullish. I mean, before it gets launched or announced, it probably could be, and that's why we're seeing it front ran, but that wouldn't be in the grand scheme of things good for XRP. I don't know though. That's what we've been saying for like 2 weeks now. Why is XRP looking so good? I have no idea, honestly.
Mr. Brad Garlic House is doing something.
You love Mr. Garlic House. I'm going to send you a house made out of garlic for your birthday next year.
I'm going to live in it too. I'm going to live
in it. Is there anything else you guys want to add? 4.5 hours, not bad.
Aside from that, like maybe we should look at Tether and then end it off of there. Tether dominance.
Let's do it.
All right, I'll pull up my Tether dominance chart and then we'll end it there.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing a squeeze across the board. It is getting people quite bullish right now. We do have a few hours until daily closure. I can't disregard the daily resistance we have right now. But I also do think we could squeeze potentially a little higher, maybe to 60,500. But I wouldn't want the daily to close there at all. I'd want us to pop up and then reject there if we do squeeze bears. But I can't disregard the daily resistance that we're at now. It's the 9, the EMA 200, all right at that level, along with the 2-hour EMA 100.
By the way, just for full disclosure, after the 6-hour just closed above the 55, I took a very small long there. I'm targeting 60K.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So my stop loss is a 6-hour close below 55, and I'll get out. But I'm still holding the short as well.
Yeah.
All right.
I think you'll get it. Yeah.
So for the Tether dominance right now on the weekly, previously we got this big move up. We rejected it. We stayed within the blue zone. We're still getting a little bit of a rejection at the meme line in the blue zone. We're looking at momentum, which is sideways right now. Volatility sideways as well, so it's not really telling us anything. The jewel is flipping from a buy signal to a neutral signal, and it's not one of those neutral signals that is more
It's bad.
bullish because it's pointed to curve towards the downside. On the opposite hand, though, we do have the pink above the yellow, so that's telling us that if it does flip to a sell signal, we should be looking for a higher low there, and to flip back up. But and also, if you look at the monthly, it's giving us the same thing, to where it's trying to break out. It's finding some resistance at the 21 EMA and the 61.8%. The momentum is pointed back up. It's not within the positive zone yet, but it's getting very close there. And you look at the jewel. The jewel right now is giving us the first buy signal we have ever had on the monthly in Tether dominance history. Because Tether started around 2018, something like that. Tether hasn't been around that long, so there's not enough data to really make this matter as much as it would if it was on Bitcoin. But still, you have to give this a lot of attention. That if we're switching to a buy signal and Tether on the monthly, what does that mean for crypto? If we get this confirmation above this bearish control zone with a buy signal, that will be enough for me to tell me that crypto is in a bear market and Tether is going to fly. But right now, I'm cautiously bullish on Tether dominance.
Look at the quarterly. Look at this. I'll just put it on for you. It's basically at the EMA 9 right now, acting as resistance to the price. It already bounced off the 21. So if it takes this over, if it goes beyond that, and we have like a month and 15 days, so take it for what it is. Last time it did that was here. And it only went up 31,000%.
Oh, yeah, it's a very small amount, right?
It's just a very tiny nominal amount. So
a small loan of 31,000%.
That's right. Holy balls. And also we broke out from the SMA 200, the EMA 9, the 21, and the 55. And if it keeps going hard, that this is going to be a silver cross quickly to the upside. But here you have one to the downside, which played out all the way to here.
Also, what you could draw, it's not going to be the cleanest, but you could draw an ascending triangle right there.
Right here? Yeah.
Yeah, from that green line that you have, if you extend it, that could be an ascending triangle.
Right?
No, for the ascending, you want a straight line. So like if you would extend that green line a little bit across.
Oh, you mean this one?
Yeah, if you were to send that a little bit across, that would give us an almost perfect ascending triangle. In ascending triangles, here. I usually don't like formations, but the ascending and descending triangles usually have a 60 to 65% hit rate of playing out, because the way they work is just based off of trend, higher highs and higher lows. So
that'd be fucking terrible.
If we get a break above that green line, the ascending triangle is going to play out. And if you were to take a line from where that left red candle starts all the way to the bottom, you'll be able to get a measured move for that ascending triangle.
This one right here?
A little bit lower to the line. Yeah, right there.
Oh, from right here.
Yeah, down to that wick low.
So you just want me to measure it, or Fibonacci the shit out of it?
No, just measure it with the trend line.
Okay.
From there down to that wick low.
35%.
Yeah, so you would take that line and you put it at the top of the triangle, and that would tell you roughly where it would go once it breaks out.
So basically the same thing, no?
Use the trend line, not the measure tool. The trend line.
The same trend line. Oh! I see what you're saying. So kind of like what we did with. There it is.
Yeah, and then you take that and you put it at the top of the triangle, and that would give you a rough idea of if it breaks out, that's where it would go.
8 point. Oh shit!
Yeah, crypto will be fucked at that point.
It aligns perfectly with this shit right here.
That improves your confluence even more whenever it aligns right up with those previous highs.
And look at this. If I it's a beauty, kind of. Holy shit! Look at this one. Yeah. Oh boy.
It's not looking good, bruvs.
Well, they say the last thing you lose is hopium, but it seems like it's been all lost this time around.
I'm trying to find the hopium. I just can't find it.
I'm going to go to my dealer right now and get some hopium. Fresh hopium.
My hopium dealer was arrested a couple of days ago.
You're my hopium dealer, so I hope you don't get arrested, because it's the only opium I get served every day. All right. Anything else you boys want to say?
I'm good for now.
No, I'm good. Great stream overall, boys. Watch the Discord and maybe touch grass this weekend. Probably chop this weekend on Bitcoin, but we'll see where the daily closes today. It is pressing resistance. We can't disregard that, but we also don't want to be a stingy bear and get squeezed out. So I did take a tiny short. Oh wait, let me check here what just happened. Yeah. So essentially, what I don't want on Bitcoin is to take out its last. On the 4 hour, what I'm watching essentially is I just don't want to take out that last high at 59,850. To me, that's the shallow lower high. So we would want to roll over around here, not wick even above that to maybe form another lower high. Not clean, not the cleanest, but that's what I'm looking at for today. While the daily EMA 9, EMA 200, all right around there at 59, like 250 to 59, 300.
Yeah. And for me, based off my setup, if we get a daily close above the 9 EMA,
yeah,
we have an average move from there, as long as we don't close above the 9 EMA, of around 20%.
Yeah, so like when I took this short right now, when we pressed into the daily resistance, it was based on a closure of the EMA 9. But right, I have to be mindful of the Binance data I shared on our Discord yesterday, where we have a lot of shorts building up on Binance, on the exchange, and we can get a squeeze. So, you could take the stop loss at the wick high of yesterday, or do it on the EMA 9 reclaim.
And you guys know, would it not be the most crypto thing ever to bounce from here, go to 60K, reject 60K, and then go to 42K from there?
Oh yeah. Oh, that would be an absolute fuck you to everyone. That would be really nice. I actually think we can go to 61,476 and then nuke down, because that still doesn't take out this high.
Nope. But I'm closing my long at 60K.
Damn, I would open quite the short up here.
What level is that?
That's 62,465. Like the SMA 200 is at 62,513.
Yeah.
And that's where the 100 EMA is to 62,426.
We went up to there. I don't see why we wouldn't then hit the EMA 100 on the daily, fulfilling the prophecy that the short zone I had at 63.3 a few days ago. Just didn't get it. Then I'd look to that. So it's like plan hasn't changed. It's if we get a bigger squeeze, then fine. Like I'm not wanting to hold a short here. I'll short higher. If we
Yeah.
What number were you saying, Alejandro? 62 what?
It changes.
62,426.
That would fill the CME gap too. Picture perfect. Fill the CME gap and get everybody bullish. Nuke it from there.
I'm going to take that short. This is not financial advice, by the way.
It's no financial advice at all.
Not
We're just
financial
retards.
advice.
We're retards.
Absolutely.
We don't give financial advice at all.
Absolutely. This is why this is free and everybody's watching, because this is retarded. So good luck.
Until then, I do see resistance right here. So to the book, you are supposed to short it here. Not financial advice, but you are. Respect to 4 hour trend. Stop loss is easy. You just don't want it to break that 4 hour last rejection high. It can be close, like it is now. And
you're talking about this one right here in 60.
Yeah. So right now, what I don't want on the 4 hour, it's 59 like 800, 59 856. Well, bears don't want even a wick.
Oh, this.
That. Yeah.
You're trying to. Okay.
If we can, and that's very Bitcoin-ish, it gets right to it. Bears get scared. They long. It's it's very shallow and dirty, but it's a lower high leading to another lower low, and it just traps people. But I do believe if Bitcoin can even wick above there, we probably will get that 60K 500 level. And that's why
look
my
at the SMA
on
200.
Right now.
I know in short time frames it doesn't really fucking matter, but on a 4 hour, the SMA 200 is also 62,862, which probably will bring it down to that average of 64,500, 62,500, which is interesting, I think.
Yeah. 63.3 to 60, 63 to 63.3 still seems like a great opportunity to short, extremity short. Shorts right here, side of caution. You are just kind of playing in the middle, and it's more momentum based, and that's why I have to use the 4 hour as that invalidation now, because I don't want to hold a short. My original plan was to hold it invalidation if the 9 EMA gets reclaimed on the daily, but there's still a few hours there, and with the momentum I see now, it's either going to reject here now or we're going to squeeze up higher. And I'm okay taking a 0.6% loss, less than 1% loss on this short, being wrong. potentially to short higher. So something to watch,
Agreed.
but don't expect a lot over the weekend either. Lot to chop usually.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, boys. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm going to say goodbye to everyone and let's get on our merry way. Happy Friday.
Perfect.
Y bueno, aquí lo tienen. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por acompañarnos. Si tienen curiosidad de los setups de shorts que acabamos de platicar en Bitcoin, dense una vuelta al Discord. Les voy a dejar una vez más todos los enlaces aquí en el comentario y también está literalmente en ¿cómo se llama? En la descripción de abajo del video, pero también aquí está en el chat, ahí está el enlace del Discord, el enlace de los exchanges que usamos, BitGet Internacional, buenos fees, pero no funciona en Estados Unidos y requiere KYC, y Bluffing, que funciona en todo el mundo y no requiere KYC. Les mandamos un fuerte abrazo, cuídense mucho, feliz viernes, gracias por acompañarnos, estuvo divertido, gracias por todo, pórtense mal.